Chapter 26 of the Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 26. Winterborne's house had been pulled down. On this account, his face had been seen but fitfully in Hintock, and he would probably have disappeared from the place altogether but for his slight business connection with Melbury, on whose premises Giles kept his cider-making apparatus, now that he had no place of his own to stow it in. Coming here one evening on his way to a hut beyond the wood where he now slept, he noticed that the familiar brown-thatched pinion of his paternal roof had vanished from its site, and that the walls were levelled. In present circumstances he had a feeling for the spot that might have been called morbid, and when he had supped in the hut aforesaid, he made use of the spare hour before bedtime to return to Little Hintock in the twilight and ramble over the patch of ground on which he had first seen the day. He repeated this evening visit on several like occasions. Even in the gloom he could trace where the different rooms had stood, could mark the shape of the kitchen chimney corner in which he had roasted apples and potatoes in his boyhood, cast his bullets, and burned his initials on articles that did and did not belong to him. The apple-trees still remained, to show where the garden had been, the oldest of them even now retaining the crippled slant to northeast given them by the great November gale of 1824, which carried a brig bodily over the Chesilbank. They were at present bent to still greater obliquity by the heaviness of their produce. Apples bobbed against his head, and in the grass beneath he crunched scores of them as he walked. There was nobody to gather them now. It was on the evening under notice that, half sitting, half leaning against one of these inclined trunks, Winterborne had become lost in his thoughts, as usual, till one little star after another had taken up a position in the piece of sky which now confronted him where his walls and chimneys had formerly raised their outlines. The house had jutted awkwardly into the road, and the opening caused by its absence was very distinct. In the silence the trot of horses and the spin of carriage-wheels became audible, and the vehicle soon shaped itself against the blank sky, bearing down upon him with the bend in the lane which here occurred, and of which the house had been the cause. He could discern the figure of a woman high up on the driving-seat of a phaeton, a groom being just visible behind. Presently there was a slight scrape, then a scream. Winterborne went across to the spot, and found the phaeton half overturned, its driver sitting on the heap of rubbish which had once been his dwelling, and the man seizing the horses' heads. The equipage was Mrs. Sharman's, and the unseated charioteer that lady herself. To his inquiry if she were hurt, she made some incoherent reply to the effect that she did not know. The damage in other respects was little or none. The phaeton was righted, Mrs. Sharman placed in it, and the reins given to the servant. It appeared that she had been deceived by the removal of the house, imagining the gap caused by the demolition to be the opening of the road, so that she turned in upon the ruins instead of at the bend a few yards farther on. "Drive home, drive home!" cried the lady impatiently, and they started on their way. They had not, however, gone many paces when, the air being still, Winterborne heard her say, "Stop! Tell that man to call the doctor, Mr. Fitzpiers, and send him on to the house. I find I am hurt more seriously than I thought." Winterborne took the message from the groom, and proceeded to the doctor's at once. Having delivered it, he stepped back into the darkness, and waited till he had seen Fitzpiers leave the door. He stood for a few minutes looking at the window, which by its light revealed the room where Grace was sitting, and went away under the gloomy trees. Fitzpiers duly arrived at Hintock House, whose doors he now saw open for the first time. Contrary to his expectation, there was visible no sign of that confusion or alarm which a serious accident to the mistress of the abode would have occasioned. He was shown into a room at the top of the staircase, cosily and femininely draped, where, by the light of the shaded lamp, he saw a woman, a full round figure, reclining upon a couch, in such a position as not to disturb a pile of magnificent hair on the crown of her head. A deep purple dressing-gown formed an admirable foil to the peculiarly rich brown of her hair-plaits. Her left arm, which was naked nearly up to the shoulder, was thrown upward, and between the fingers of her right hand she held a cigarette, while she idly breathed from her plump lips a thin stream of smoke towards the ceiling. The doctor's first feeling was a sense of his exaggerated prevision in having brought appliances for a serious case; the next, something more curious. While the scene and the moment were new to him and unanticipated, the sentiment and essence of the moment were indescribably familiar. What could be the cause of it? Probably a dream. Mrs. Sharman did not move more than to raise her eyes to him, and he came and stood by her. She glanced up at his face across her brows and forehead, and then he observed a blush creep slowly over her decidedly handsome cheeks. Her eyes, which had lingered upon him with an inquiring, conscious expression, were hastily withdrawn, and she mechanically applied the cigarette again to her lips. For a moment he forgot his errand, till suddenly arousing himself he addressed her, formally condoled with her, and made the usual professional inquiries about what had happened to her and where she was hurt. "That's what I want you to tell me," she murmured in tones of indefinable reserve. "I quite believe in you, for I know you are very accomplished, because you study so hard." "I'll do my best to justify your good opinion," said the young man, bowing, "and none the less that I am happy to find the accident has not been serious." "I'm very much shaken," she said. "Oh, yes," he replied, and completed his examination, which convinced him that there was really nothing the matter with her, and more than ever puzzled him as to why he had been fetched, since she did not appear to be a timid woman. "You must rest a while, and I'll send something," he said. "Oh, I forgot," she returned. "Look here." And she showed him a little scrape on her arm, the full round arm that was exposed. "Put some court plaster on that, please." He obeyed. "And now," she said, "before you go, I want to put a question to you. Sit round there in front of me, on that low chair, and bring the candles, or one, to the little table. Do you smoke? Yes? That's right, I am learning. Take one of these, and here's a light." She threw a matchbox across. Fitzpiers caught it, and having lit up, regarded her from his new position, which, with the shifting of the candles, for the first time afforded him a full view of her face. "How many years have passed since first we met?" she resumed, in a voice which she mainly endeavoured to maintain at its former pitch of composure, and eyeing him with daring bashfulness. "We met, do you say?" She nodded. "I saw you recently, at an hotel in London, when you were passing through, I suppose, with your bride, and I recognized you as one I had met in my girlhood. Do you remember, when you were studying at Heidelberg, an English family that was staying there who used to walk? And the young lady who wore a long tail of rare coloured hair, I see it before my eyes, who lost her gloves on the great terrace, who was going back in the dusk to find them, to whom I said, 'I'll go for them,' and you said, 'Oh, they are not worth coming all the way up again for.' I do remember, and how very long we stayed talking there. I went next morning while the dew was on the grass. There they lay, the little fingers sticking out damp and thin. I see them now. I picked them up, and then... Well? I kissed them, he rejoined, rather shamefacedly. But you had hardly ever seen me, except in the dusk. Never mind, I was young then, and I kissed them. I wondered how I could make the most of my trouvaille, and decided that I would call at your hotel with them that afternoon. It rained, and I waited till next day. I called, and you were gone. Yes, answered she, with dry melancholy. My mother, knowing my disposition, said she had no wish for such a chit as me to go falling in love with an impecunious student, and spirited me away to Baden. As it is all over and past, I'll tell you one thing. I should have sent you a line passing warm had I known your name. That name I never knew till my maid said, as you passed up the hotel stairs a month ago, "There's Dr. Fitzpiers." Good heaven, said Fitzpiers musingly, how the time comes back to me! The evening, the morning, the dew, the spot. When I found that you really were gone, it was as if a cold iron had been passed down my back. I went up to where you had stood when I last saw you. I flung myself on the grass, and, being not much more than a boy, my eyes were literally blinded with tears. Nameless, unknown to me as you were, I couldn't forget your voice. For how long? Oh, ever so long, days and days. Days and days, only days and days. Oh, the heart of man! Days and days! But, my dear madam, I had not known you more than a day or two. It was not a full-blown love, it was the merest bud, red, fresh, vivid, but small. It was a colossal passion in pose, a giant in embryo. It never matured. So much the better, perhaps. Perhaps. But see how powerless is the human will against predestination. We were prevented meeting. We have met. One feature of the case remains the same amid many changes. You are still rich, and I am still poor. Better than that, you have, judging by your last remark, outgrown the foolish, impulsive passions of your early girlhood. I have not outgrown mine. I beg your pardon, said she, with vibrations of strong feeling in her words. I have been placed in a position which hinders such outgrowings. Besides, I don't believe that the genuine subjects of emotion do outgrow them. I believe that the older such people get the worse they are. Possibly at 90 or 100 they may feel they are cured. But a mere 70 won't do it, at least for me. He gazed at her in undisguised admiration. Here was a soul of souls. "Mrs. Sharman, you speak truly," he exclaimed. "But you speak sadly as well. Why is that?" "I always am sad when I come here," she said, dropping to a low tone with a sense of having been too demonstrative. "Then may I inquire why you came?" "A man brought me. Women are always carried about like corks upon the waves of masculine desires. I hope I have not alarmed you, but Hintock has the curious effect of bottling up the emotions, till one can no longer hold them. I am often obliged to fly away and discharge my sentiments somewhere, or I should die outright." "There is very good society in the county for those who have the privilege of entering it." "Perhaps so. But the misery of remote country life is that your neighbours have no toleration for difference of opinion and habit. My neighbours think I am an atheist, except those who think I am a Roman Catholic, and when I speak disrespectfully of the weather or the crops, they think I'm a blasphemer." She broke into a low musical laugh at the idea. "You don't wish me to stay any longer?" he inquired, when he found that she remained musing. "No, I think not." "Then tell me that I am to be gone." "Why? Cannot you go without?" I may consult my own feelings only, if left to myself." "Well, if you do, what then? Do you suppose you'll be in my way?" "I feared it might be so." "Then fear no more. But good night. Come to-morrow, and see if I am going on right. This renewal of acquaintance touches me. I have already a friendship for you. If it depends upon myself, it shall last forever. My best hopes that it may. Good-bye." Fitzpiers went down the stairs absolutely unable to decide whether she had sent for him in the natural alarm which might have followed her mishap, or with the single view of making herself known to him, as she had done, for which the capsize had afforded excellent opportunity. Outside the house he mused over the spot under the light of the stars. It seemed very strange that he should have come there more than once when its inhabitant was absent, and observed the house with a nameless interest, that he should have assumed offhand, before he knew Grace, that it was here she lived; that, in short, at sundry times and seasons, the individuality of Hintock House should have forced itself upon him as appertaining to some existence with which he was concerned. The intersection of his temporal orbit with Mrs. Charman's for a day or two in the past had created a sentimental interest in her at the time, but it had been so evanescent that in the ordinary onward roll of affairs he would scarce ever have recalled it again. To find her here, however, in these somewhat romantic circumstances, magnified that bygone and transitory tenderness to indescribable proportions. On entering Little Hintock, he found himself regarding it in a new way, from the Hintock House point of view rather than from his own and the Melburys'. The household had all gone to bed, and as he went upstairs he heard the snore of the timber merchant from his quarter of the building, and turned into the passage communicating with his own rooms in a strange access of sadness. A light was burning for him in the chamber, but Grace, though in bed, was not asleep. In a moment her sympathetic voice came from behind the curtains. "Edgar, is she very seriously hurt?" Fitzpiers had so entirely lost sight of Mrs. Charman as a patient that he was not on the instant ready with a reply. "Oh, no," he said. "There are no bones broken, but she's shaken. I'm going again to-morrow." Another inquiry or two, and Grace said, "Did she ask for me?" "Well, I think she did. I don't quite remember. But I am under the impression that she spoke of you." "Can you not recollect at all what she said?" "I cannot, just this minute." "At any rate, she did not talk much about me," said Grace with disappointment. "Oh, no." "But you did, perhaps?" she added, innocently fishing for a compliment. "Oh, yes, you may depend upon that," replied he, warmly, though scarcely thinking of what he was saying, so vividly was there, present to his mind, the personality of Mrs. Charman. Chapter 26.
The Woodlanders, Chapter 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by P.Hynes, The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy, Chapter 27. The doctor's professional visit to Hintock House was promptly repeated the next day, and the next. He always found Mrs. Charman reclining in a sofa, and behaving generally as became a patient who was in no great hurry to lose that title. On each occasion he looked gravely at the little scratch on her arm, as if it had been a serious wound. He had also, to his further satisfaction, found a slight scar on her temple, and it was very convenient to put a piece of black plaster on this conspicuous part of her person in preference to gold-beater's skin, so that it might catch the eyes of the servants and make his presence appear decidedly necessary in case there should be any doubt of the fact. "Oh, you hurt me!" she exclaimed one day. He was peeling off the bit of plaster on her arm. under which the scrape had turned the colour of an unripe blackberry previous to vanishing altogether. "Wait a moment, then. I'll damp it," said Fitzpiers. He put his lips to the place and kept them there till the plaster came off easily. "It was at your request I put it on," said he. "I know it," she replied. "Is that blue vein still in my temple that used to show there? The scar must be just upon it. If the cut had been a little deeper, it would have spilt my hot blood indeed." Fitzpiers examined so closely that his breath touched her tenderly, at which her eyes rose to an encounter, hers showing themselves as deep and mysterious as in stellar space. She turned her face away suddenly. "Ah, none of that, none of that. I cannot coquette with you," she cried. "Don't suppose I consent to for one moment. Our poor, brief, youthful hour of love-making was too long ago to bear continuing now. It is as well that we should understand each other on that point before we go further. Coquette? Nor I with you. As it was when I found the historic loves, so it is now. I might have been, and may be foolish, but I am no trifler. I naturally cannot forget that little space in which I flitted across the field of your vision in those days of the past, and the recollection opens up all sorts of imaginings." "Suppose my mother had not taken me away," she murmured, her dreamy eyes resting on the swaying tip of a distant tree. "I should have seen you again. And then? Then the fire would have burned higher and higher. What would have immediately followed I know not, but sorrow and sickness of heart at last." "Why?" "Well, that's the end of all love, according to nature's law. I can give no other reason." "Oh, don't speak like that," she exclaimed. "Since we are only picturing the possibilities of that time, don't for pity's sake spoil the picture." Her voice sank almost to a whisper as she added, with an incipient pout upon her full lips, "Let me think at least that if you had really loved me at all seriously, you would have loved me for ever and ever." "You are right. Think it with all your heart," said he. "It is a pleasant thought and costs nothing." She weighed that remark in silence a while. "Did you ever hear anything of me from then till now?" she inquired. "Not a word." "So much the better. I had to fight the battle of life as well as you. I may tell you about it some day, but don't ever ask me to do it, and particularly do not press me to tell you now." Thus the 2 or 3 days that they had spent in tender acquaintance on the romantic slopes above the Neckar were stretched out in retrospect to the length and importance of years, made to form a canvas for infinite fancies, idle dreams, luxurious melancholies, and sweet alluring assertions which could neither be proved nor disproved. Grace was never mentioned between them, but a rumour of his proposed domestic changes somehow reached her ears. "Doctor, you are going away," she exclaimed, confronting him with accusatory reproach in her large dark eyes no less than in her rich cooing voice. "Oh yes, you are," she went on, springing to her feet with an air which might almost have been called passionate. "It is no use denying it. You have bought a practice at Budmouth. I don't blame you. Nobody can live at Hintock, least of all a professional man who wants to keep abreast of recent discovery. And there is nobody here to induce such a one to stay for other reasons. That's right. That's right. Go away." "But no, I have not actually bought the practice as yet, though I am indeed in treaty for it. And, my dear friend, if I continue to feel about the business as I feel at this moment, perhaps I may conclude never to go at all." "But you hate Hintock, and everybody and everything in it that you don't mean to take away with you." Fitzpiers contradicted this idea in his most vibratory tones, and she lapsed into the frivolous archness under which she hid passions of no mean strength, strange, smouldering, erratic passions, kept down like a stifled conflagration, but bursting out now here, now there, the only certain element in their direction being its unexpectedness. If one could have expressed her, it would have been inconsequence. She was a woman of perversities, delighting in frequent contrasts. She liked mystery in her life, in her love, in her history. To be fair to her, there was nothing in the latter which had any great reason to be ashamed of, and many things of which she might have been proud. But it had never been fathomed by the honest minds of Hintock, and she rarely volunteered her experiences. As for her capricious nature, the people on her estates grew accustomed to it, and with that marvellous subtlety of contrivance and steering round odd tempers that is found in sons of the soil and dependents generally, they managed to get along under her government rather better than they would have done beneath a more equable rule. Now, with regard to the doctor's notion of leaving Hintock, he had advanced further towards completing the purchase of the Budmouth surgeon's goodwill than he had admitted to Mrs. Charmond. The whole matter hung upon what he might do in the ensuing 24 hours. The evening after leaving her, he went out into the lane and walked and pondered between the high hedges, now greenish-white with wild clematis, here called Old Man's Beard from its aspect later in the year. The letter of acceptance was to be written that night, after which his departure from Hintock would be irrevocable. But could he go away, remembering what he had just passed? The trees, the hills, the leaves, the grass, each had been endowed and quickened with a subtle charm since he had discovered the person and history, and above all, mood of their owner. There was every temporal reason for leaving it. It would be entering again into a world which he had only quitted in a passion for isolation, induced by a fit of Achillean moodiness after an imagined slight. His wife herself saw the awkwardness of their position here, and cheerfully welcomed the purposed change, towards which every step had been taken but the last. But could he find it in his heart, as he found it clearly enough in his conscience, to go away? He drew a troubled breath and went indoors. Here he rapidly penned a letter, wherein he withdrew once and for all from the treaty for the Budmouth practice. As the postman had already left Little Hintock for that night, he sent one of Melbury's men to intercept a mail cart on another turnpike road, and so got the letter off. The man returned, met Fitzpiers in the lane, and told him the thing was done. Fitzpiers went back to his house musing. Why had he carried out this impulse, taken such wild trouble to effect a probable injury to his own and his young wife's prospects? His motive was fantastic, glowing, shapeless as the fiery scenery about the western sky. Mrs. Charmond could overtly be nothing more to him than a patient now, and to his wife at the outside a patron. In the unattached bachelor days of his first sojourning here, how highly proper an emotional reason for lingering on would have appeared to troublesome dubiousness. Matrimonial ambition is such an honourable thing. "My father has told me that you have sent off one of the men with a late letter to Budmouth," cried Grace, coming out vivaciously to meet him under the declining light of the sky, wherein hung solitary the folding star. "I said at once that you had finally agreed to pay the premium they ask, and that the tedious question has been settled. When do we go, Edgar?" "I have altered my mind," said he. "They want too much. 750 is too large a sum, and in short, I have declined to go further. We must wait for another opportunity. I fear I am not a good businessman." He spoke the last words with a momentary faltering at the great foolishness of his act, for, as he looked in her fair and honourable face, his heart reproached him for what he had done. Her manner that evening showed her disappointment. Personally, she liked the home of her childhood much, and she was not ambitious. But her husband had seemed so dissatisfied with the circumstances hereabout since their marriage, that she had sincerely hoped to go for his sake. It was 2 or 3 days before he visited Mrs. Charmond again. The morning had been windy, and little showers had sowed themselves like grain against the walls and window panes of the Hintock cottages. He went on foot across the wilder recesses of the park, where slimy streams of great moisture, exuding from the decayed holes caused by old amputations, ran down the bark of the oaks and elms, the rind below being coated with a lichenous wash as green as emerald. They were stout-trunked trees that never rocked their stems in the fiercest gale, responding to it entirely by crooking their limbs. Wrinkled like an old crone's face, and antlered with dead branches that rose above the foliage of their summits, they were nevertheless green, though yellow had invaded the leaves of other trees. She was in a little boudoir or writing-room on the first floor, and Fitzpiers was much surprised to find that the window curtains were closed and a red shaded lamp and candles burning, though out of doors it was broad daylight. Moreover, a large fire was burning in the grate, though it was not cold. "What does it all mean?" he asked. She sat in an easy chair, her face being turned away. "Oh," she murmured, "it is because the world is so dreary outside. Sorrow and bitterness in the sky, and floods of agonized tears beating against the pane. I lay awake last night, and I could hear the scrape of snails creeping up the window glass. It was so sad. My eyes were so heavy this morning that I could have wept my life away. I cannot bear you to see my face. I keep it away from you purposely. Oh, why were we given hungry hearts and wild desires if we have to live in a world like this? Why should death only lend what life is compelled to borrow? Rest? Answer that, Dr. Fitzpiers. You must eat of a second tree of knowledge before you can do it, Felicia Armand. Then when my emotions have exhausted themselves, I become full of fears, till I think I shall die for very fear. The terrible insistencies of society, how severe they are, and cold and inexorable, ghastly towards those who are made of wax and not of stone. Oh, I am afraid of them. A stab for this error, a stab for that. Correctives and regulations frame that society may tend to perfection, an end which I don't care for in the least. Yet for this, all I do care for has come to be stunted and starved." Fitzpiers had seated himself near her. "What sets you in this mournful mood?" he asked gently. In reality he knew that it was the result of a loss of tone from staying indoors so much, but he did not say so. "My reflections. Doctor, you must not come here any more. They begin to think it a farce already. I say you must come no more. There, don't be angry with me." And she jumped up and pressed his hand and looked anxiously at him. "It is necessary. It is best for both you and me." "But," said Fitzpiers gloomily, "what have we done?" "Done? We have done nothing. Perhaps we have thought the more. However, it is all vexation. I am going away to Middletown Abbey, near Shottsford, where a relative of my late husband lives who is confined to her bed. The engagement was made in London, and I can't get out of it. Perhaps it is for the best that I go there till all this is past." "When are you going to enter on your new practice, and leave Hintock behind forever, with your pretty wife on your arm?" "I have refused the opportunity. I love this place too well to depart." "You have?" she said, regarding him with wild uncertainty. "Why do you ruin yourself in that way? Great heaven, what have I done?" "Nothing. Besides, you are going away." "Oh yes, but only to Middletown Abbey for a month or two. Yet perhaps I shall gain strength there, particularly strength of mind. I require it. And when I come back, I shall be a new woman, and you can come and see me safely then, and bring your wife with you, and we'll be friends, she and I. Oh, how this shutting up of one's self does lead to indulgence in idle sentiments. I shall not wish you to give me your attendance to me after today, but I am glad that you are not going away, if your remaining does not injure your prospects at all." As soon as he had left the room, the mild friendliness she had preserved in her tone of parting, the playful sadness with which she had conversed with him, equally departed from her. She became as heavy as lead, just as she had been before he arrived. Her whole being seemed to dissolve in a sad powerlessness to do anything, and the sense of it made her lips tremulous and her closed eyes wet. His footsteps again startled her, and she turned around. "I returned for a moment to tell you that the evening is going to be fine. The sun is shining, so do open your curtains and put out those lights. Shall I do it for you?" "Please, if you don't mind." He drew back the window curtains, whereupon the red glow of the lamp and the two candle flames became almost invisible with the flood of late autumn sunlight that poured in. "Shall I come round to you?" he asked, her back being towards him. "No," she replied. "Why not?" "Because I am crying, and I don't want to see you." He stood for a moment irresolute, and regretted that he had killed the rosy, passionate lamplight by opening the curtains and letting in the garish day. "Then I am going," he said. "Very well," she answered, stretching one hand round to him and patting her eyes with a handkerchief held in the other. "Shall I write a line to you at—" No, no. A gentle reasonableness came into her tone as she added, "It must not be, you know. It won't do." "Very well. Goodbye." The next moment he was gone. In the evening, with listless adroitness, she encouraged the maid who dressed her for dinner to speak of Dr. Fitzpierce's marriage. "Mrs. Fitzpierce was once supposed to favour Mr. Winterborne," said the young woman. "And why didn't she marry him?" said Mrs. Charmond. "Because, you see, ma'am, he lost his houses." "Lost his houses? How came he to do that?" "The houses were held on lives, and the lives dropped, and your agent wouldn't renew them. Though it is said that Mr. Winterborne had a very good claim. That's as I've heard it, ma'am, and it was through it that the match was broke off." Being just then distracted by a dozen emotions, Mrs. Charmond sunk into a mood of dismal self-reproach. "In refusing that poor man his reasonable request," she said to herself, "I foredoomed my rejuvenated girlhood's romance. Who would have thought that such a business matter could have nettled my own heart like this? Now for a winter of regrets and agonies and useless wishes till I forget him in the spring. Oh, I am glad I am going away." She left her chamber and went down to dine with a sigh. On the stairs she stood opposite the large window for a moment and looked out upon the lawn. It was not yet quite dark. Halfway up the steep green slope confronting her stood old Timothy Tadhg, who was shortening his way homeward by clambering here where there was no road, and in opposition to express orders that no path was to be made there. Tadhg had momentarily stopped to take a pinch of snuff, but observing Mrs. Charmond gazing at him, he hastened to get over the top out of hail. His precipitancy made him miss his footing, and he rolled like a barrel to the bottom, his snuff-box rolling out in front of him. Her indefinite, idle, impossible passion for Fitzpierce, her constitutional cloud of misery, the sorrowful drops that still hung upon her eyelashes, all made way for the incursive mood started by the spectacle. She burst into an immoderate fit of laughter, her very gloom of the previous hour seeming to render it more uncontrollable. It had not died out of her when she reached the dining-room, and even here before the servants her shoulders suddenly shook as the scene returned upon her, and the tears of her hilarity mingled with the remnants of those engendered by her grief. She resolved to be sad no more. She drank 2 glasses of champagne, and a little more still after those, and amused herself in the evening with singing little amatory songs. "I must do something for that poor man Winterborne, however," she said. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 28. A week had passed, and Mrs. Charmond had left Hintock House. Middleton Abbey, the place of her sojourn, was about 20 miles distant by road, 18 by bridle paths and footways. Grace observed for the first time that her husband was restless, that at moments he even was disposed to avoid her. The scrupulous civility of mere acquaintanceship crept into his manner, yet, when sitting at meals, he seemed hardly to hear her remarks. Her little doings interested him no longer, while towards her father his bearing was not far from supercilious. It was plain that his mind was entirely outside her life, whereabouts outside it she could not tell, in some region of science, possibly, or of psychological literature. But her hope that he was again immersing himself in those lucubrations which before her marriage had made his light a landmark in Hintock was founded simply on the slender fact that he often sat up late. One evening she discovered him leaning over a gate on Rubdown Hill, the gate at which Winterborne had once been standing, and which opened on the brink of a steep, slanting down directly into Blackmoor Vale, or the Vale of the White Hart, extending beneath the eye at this point to a distance of many miles. His attention was fixed on the landscape far away, and Grace's approach was so noiseless that he did not hear her. When she came close she could see his lips moving unconsciously, as to some impassioned visionary theme. She spoke, and Fitzpa started. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Oh, I was contemplating our old place of Buckbury in my idle way," he said. It had seemed to her that he was looking much to the right of that cradle and tomb of his ancestral dignity, but she made no further observation, and taking his arm walked home beside him almost in silence. She did not know that Middleton Abbey lay in the direction of his gaze. "Are you going to have out Darling this afternoon?" she asked presently, Darling being the light gray mare which Winterborne had bought for Grace, and which Fitzpa now constantly used, the animal having turned out a wonderful bargain, in combining a perfect docility with an almost human intelligence. Moreover, she was not too young. Fitzpa was unfamiliar with horses, and he valued these qualities. "Yes," he replied, "but not to drive. I am riding her. I practice crossing a horse as often as I can now, for I find that I can take much shorter cuts on horseback." He had, in fact, taken these riding exercises for about a week, only since Mrs. Charmant's absence, his universal practice hitherto having been to drive. Some few days later, Fitzpa started on the back of this horse to see a patient in the aforesaid vale. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening when he went away, and at bedtime he had not reached home. There was nothing very singular in this, though she was not aware that he had any patient more than 5 or 6 miles distant in that direction. The clock had struck 1 before Fitzpa entered the house, and he came to his room softly, as if anxious not to disturb her. The next morning she was stirring considerably earlier than he. In the yard there was a conversation going on about the mare. The man who attended to the horses, Darling included, insisted that the latter was hag rid, for when he had arrived at the stable that morning she was in such a state as no horse could be in by honest riding. It was true that the doctor had stabled her himself when he got home, so that she was not looked after as she would have been if he had groomed and fed her, but that did not account for the appearance she presented, if Mr. Fitzpa's journey had been only where he had stated. The phenomenal exhaustion of Darling, as thus related, was sufficient to develop a whole series of tales about riding witches and demons, the narration of which occupied a considerable time. Grace returned indoors. In passing through the outer room she picked up her husband's overcoat, which he had carelessly flung down across a chair. A turnpike ticket fell out of the breast pocket, and she saw that it had been issued at Middleton Gate. He had therefore visited Middleton the previous night, a distance of at least 35 miles on horseback, there and back. During the day she made some inquiries, and learned for the first time that Mrs. Charmant was staying at Middleton Abbey. She could not resist an inference, strange as that inference was. A few days later he prepared to start again, at the same time and in the same direction. She knew that the state of the cottager who lived that way was a mere pretext. She was quite sure that he was going to Mrs. Charmant. Grace was amazed at the mildness of the passion which the suspicion engendered in her. She was but little excited, and her jealousy was languid even to death. It told tales of the nature of her affection for him. In truth, her ante-nuptial regard for Fitzpa had been rather of the quality of awe towards a superior being than of tender solicitude for a lover. It had been based upon mystery and strangeness, the mystery of his past, of his knowledge, of his professional skill, of his beliefs. When this structure of ideals was demolished by the intimacy of common life, and she found him as merely human as the Hintock people themselves, a new foundation was in demand for an enduring and staunch affection, a sympathetic interdependence, wherein mutual weaknesses were made the grounds of a defensive alliance. Fitzpa had furnished none of that single-minded confidence and truth out of which alone such a second union could spring, hence it was with a controllable emotion that she now watched the mare brought round. "I'll walk with you to the hill if you are not in a great hurry," she said, rather loath after all to let him go. "Do, there's plenty of time," replied her husband. Accordingly he led along the horse, and walked beside her, impatient enough nevertheless. Thus they proceeded to the turnpike road, and ascended Rub-Down Hill to the gate he had been leaning over when she surprised him 10 days before. This was the end of her excursion. Fitzpa bade her adieu with affection, even with tenderness, and she observed that he looked weary-eyed. "Why do you go to-night?" she said. "You have been called up 2 nights in succession already." "I must go," he answered, almost gloomily. "Don't wait up for me." With these words he mounted his horse, passed through the gate which Grace held open for him, and ambled down the steep bridle-track to the valley. She closed the gate and watched his descent, and then his journey onward. His way was east, the evening sun which stood behind her back beaming full upon him as soon as he got out from the shade of the hill. Notwithstanding this untoward proceeding, she was determined to be loyal if he proved true; and the determination to love one's best will carry a heart a long way towards making that best an ever-growing thing. The conspicuous coat of the active though blanching mare made horse and rider easy objects for the vision. Though Darling had been chosen with such pains by Winterbourne for Grace, she had never ridden the sleek creature, but her husband had found the animal exceedingly convenient, particularly now that he had taken to the saddle, plenty of staying power being left in Darling yet. Fitzpa, like others of his character, while despising Melbury and his station, did not at all disdain to spend Melbury's money, or to appropriate to his own use the horse which belonged to Melbury's daughter. And so the infatuated young surgeon went along through the gorgeous autumn landscape of White Hart Vale, surrounded by orchards lustrous with the reds of apple crops, berries, and foliage, the whole intensified by the gilding of the declining sun. The earth this year had been prodigally bountiful, and now was the supreme moment of her bounty. In the poorest spots the hedges were bowed with haws and blackberries, acorns cracked underfoot, and the burst husks of chestnuts lay exposing their auburn contents as if arranged by anxious sellers in a fruit market. In all this proud show some kernels were unsound as her own situation, and she wondered if there were one world in the universe where the fruit had no worm, and marriage no sorrow. Herr Tannhauser still moved on, his plodding steed rendering him distinctly visible yet. Could she have heard Fitzpa's voice at that moment she would have found him murmuring, "Towards the lodestar of my one desire I flitted, even as a dizzy moth in the owlet light." But he was a silent spectacle to her now. Soon he rose out of the valley and skirted a high plateau of the chalk formation on his right, which rested abruptly upon the fruity district of loamy clay, the character and herbage of the two formations being so distinct that the calcareous upland appeared but as a deposit of a few years' antiquity upon the level vale. He kept along the ridge of this high, unenclosed country, and the sky behind him being deep violet, she could still see white Darling in relief upon it, a mere speck now, a Wouvermans eccentricity reduced to microscopic dimensions. Upon this high ground he gradually disappeared. Thus she had beheld the pet animal purchased for her own use, in pure love of her, by one who had always been true, impressed to convey her husband away from her to the side of a new-found idol. While she was musing on the vicissitudes of horses and wives, she discerned shapes moving up the valley towards her, quite near at hand, though till now hidden by the hedges. Surely they were Giles Winterborne, with his 2 horses and cider apparatus, conducted by Robert Creedle. Upward they crept, a stray beam of the sun alighting now and then like a star on the blades of the pomace shovels, which had been converted to steel mirrors by the action of the malic acid. She opened the gate when he came close, and the panting horses rested as they achieved the ascent. "How do you do, Giles?" said she, under a sudden impulse to be familiar with him. He replied with much more reserve. "You are going for a walk, Mrs. Fitzpa?" he added. "It is pleasant just now." "No, I am returning," said she. The vehicles passed through, the gate slammed, and Winterbourne walked by her side in the rear of the apple mill. He looked and smelt like autumn's very brother, his face being sunburnt to wheat color, his eyes blue as cornflowers, his boots and leggings dyed with fruit stains, his hands clammy with the sweet juice of apples, his hat sprinkled with pips, and everywhere about him that atmosphere of cider which at its first return each season has such an indescribable fascination for those who have been born and bred among the orchards. Her heart rose from its late sadness like a released spring. Her senses reveled in the sudden lapse back to nature unadorned. The consciousness of having to be genteel because of her husband's profession, the veneer of artificiality which she had acquired at the fashionable schools, were thrown off, and she became the crude country girl of her latent earliest instincts. Nature was bountiful, she thought. No sooner had she been starved off by Edgar Fitzpa than another being, impersonating bare and undiluted manliness, had arisen out of the earth, ready to hand. This was an excursion of the imagination, which she did not encourage, and she said suddenly, to disguise the confused regard which had followed her thoughts, "Did you meet my husband?" Winterborne, with some hesitation, "Yes." "Where did you meet him?" "At Calfay Cross. I came from Middleton Abbey. I have been making there for the last week." "Haven't they a mill of their own?" "Yes, but it's out of repair." I heard that Mrs. Charmant had gone there to stay?" "Yes, I have seen her at the windows once or twice." Grace waited an interval before she went on. "Did Mr. Fitzpa take the way to Middleton?" "Yes, I met him on Darling." As she did not reply, he added, with gentler inflection, "You know why the mare was called that?" "Oh, yes, of course," she answered quickly. They had risen so far over the crest of the hill that the whole west sky was revealed. Between the broken clouds they could see far into the recesses of heaven, the eye journeying on under a species of golden arcades, and past fiery obstructions, fancied cairns, Logan stones, stalactites and stalagmite of topaz. Deeper than this their gaze passed thin flakes of incandescence till it plunged into a bottomless medium of soft green fire. Her abandonment to the luscious time after her sense of ill usage, her revolt for the nonce against social law, her passionate desire for primitive life, may have showed in her face. Winterborne was looking at her, his eyes lingering on a flower that she wore in her bosom. Almost with the abstraction of a somnambulist, he reached out his hand and gently caressed the flower. She drew back. "What are you doing, Giles Winterborne?" she exclaimed, with a look of severe surprise. The evident absence of all premeditation from the act, however, speedily led her to think that it was not necessary to stand upon her dignity here and now. "You must bear in mind, Giles," she said kindly, "that we are not as we were, and some people might have said that what you did was taking a liberty." It was more than she need have told him. His action of forgetfulness had made him so angry with himself that he flushed through his tan. "I don't know what I am coming to," he exclaimed savagely. "Ah, I was not once like this." Tears of vexation were in his eyes. "No, now, it was nothing. I was too reproachful." "It would not have occurred to me if I had not seen something like it done elsewhere, at Middleton lately," he said, thoughtfully after a while. "By whom?" "Don't ask it." She scanned him narrowly. "I know quite well enough," she returned indifferently. "It was by my husband, and the woman was Mrs. Charmant. Association of ideas reminded you when you saw me. Giles, tell me all you know about that. Please do, Giles. But no, I won't hear it. Let the subject cease. And as you are my friend, say nothing to my father." They reached a place where their ways divided. Winterborne continued along the highway which kept outside the copse, and Grace opened a gate that entered it. Chapter 29 of the Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 29. She walked up the soft grassy ride, screened on either hand by nut bushes, just now heavy with clusters of 2s and 3s and 4s. A little way on, the track she pursued was crossed by a similar one at right angles. Here Grace stopped. Some few yards up the transverse ride, the buxom Suk damson was visible, her gown tucked up high through her pocket hole, and no bonnet on her head, in the act of pulling down boughs, from which she was gathering and eating nuts with great rapidity, her lover Tim Tangs standing near her engaged in the same pleasant meal. Crack, crack went Suk's jaws every second or two. By an automatic chain of thought, Grace's mind reverted to the tooth-drawing scene described by her husband, and for the first time she wondered if that narrative were really true, Susan's jaws being so obviously sound and strong. Grace turned up towards the nut-gatherers, and conquered her reluctance to speak to the girl who was a little in advance of Tim. "Good evening, Susan," she said. "Good evening, Miss Melbury." Crack. "Mrs. Fitzpa." "Oh, yes, ma'am, Mrs. Fitzpa," said Suk, with a peculiar smile. Grace, not to be daunted, continued. "Take care of your teeth, Suk. That accounts for the toothache." "I don't know what an ache is, either in tooth, ear, or head, thank the Lord." Crack. "Nor the loss of one, either?" "See for yourself, ma'am." She parted her red lips, and exhibited a whole double row, full up and unimpaired. "You've never had one drawn?" "Never." "So much the better for your stomach," said Mrs. Fitzpa in an altered voice, and turning away quickly, she went on. As her husband's character thus shaped itself under the touch of time, Grace was almost startled to find how little she suffered from that jealous excitement which is conventionally attributed to all wives in such circumstances. But though possessed by nothing of that feline wildness which it was her moral duty to experience, she did not fail to know that she had made a frightful mistake in her marriage. Acquiescence in her father's wishes had been degradation to herself. People were not given premonitions for nothing. She should have obeyed her impulse on that early morning, and steadfastly refused her hand. Oh, that plausible tale which her then betrothed had told her about Suk! The dramatic account of her entreaties to him to draw the aching enemy, and the fine artistic touch he had given to the story by explaining that it was a lovely molar without a flaw! She traced the remainder of the woodland track, dazed by the complications of her position. If his protestations to her before their marriage could be believed, her husband had felt affection of some sort for herself and this woman simultaneously, and was now again spreading the same emotion over Mrs. Charmon and herself conjointly, his manner being still kind and fond at times. But surely, rather than that, he must have played the hypocrite towards her in each case with elaborate completeness; and the thought of this sickened her, for it involved the conjecture that if he had not loved her, his only motive for making her his wife must have been her little fortune. Yet here Grace made a mistake, for the love of men like Fitzpa is unquestionably of such quality as to bear division and transference. He had, indeed, once declared, though not to her, that on one occasion he had noticed himself to be possessed by 5 distinct infatuations at the same time. Therein it differed from the highest affection, as the lower orders of the animal world differ from advanced organisms, partition causing, not death, but a multiplied existence. He had loved her sincerely, and had by no means ceased to love her now; but such double and treble-barreled hearts were naturally beyond her conception. Of poor Suk damson, Grace thought no more. She had had her day. "If he does not love me, I will not love him," said Grace proudly, and though these were mere words, it was a somewhat formidable thing for Fitzpa that her heart was approximating to a state in which it might be possible to carry them out. That very absence of hot jealousy which made his courses so easy, and on which, indeed, he congratulated himself, meant, unknown to either wife or husband, more mischief than the inconvenient watchfulness of a jaundiced eye. Her sleep that night was nervous. The wing allotted to her and her husband had never seemed so lonely. At last she got up, put on her dressing gown, and went downstairs. Her father, who slept lightly, heard her descend, and came to the stair-head. "Is that you, Grace? What's the matter?" he said. "Nothing more than that I am restless. Edgar is detained by a case at Owlscombe in White Hart Vale." "But how's that? I saw the woman's husband at Great Hintock just afore bedtime, and she was going on well, and the doctor gone then." "Then he's detained somewhere else," said Grace. "Never mind me. He will soon be home. I expect him about 1." She went back to her room, and dozed and woke several times. 1 o'clock had been the hour of his return on the last occasion; but it passed now by a long way, and Fitzpiers did not come. Just before dawn she heard the men stirring in the yard, and the flashes of their lanterns spread every now and then through her window blind. She remembered that her father had told her not to be disturbed if she noticed them, as they would be rising early to send off 4 loads of hurdles to a distant sheep fair. Peeping out, she saw them bustling about, the hollow turner among the rest. He was loading his wares, wooden bowls, dishes, spigots, spoons, cheese vats, funnels, and so on, upon one of her father's wagons, who carried them to the fair for him every year out of neighborly kindness. The scene and the occasion would have enlivened her but that her husband was still absent, though it was now 5 o'clock. She could hardly suppose him, whatever his infatuation, to have prolonged to a later hour than 10 an ostensibly professional call on Mrs. Charmont at Middleton, and he could have ridden home in 2 hours and a half. What, then, had become of him? That he had been out the greater part of the 2 preceding nights added to her uneasiness. She dressed herself, descended, and went out, the weird twilight of advancing day chilling the rays from the lanterns, and making the men's faces wan. As soon as Melbury saw her he came round, showing his alarm. "Edgar is not come," she said, "and I have reason to know that he's not attending anybody. He has had no rest for 2 nights before this. I was going to the top of the hill to look for him." "I'll come with you," said Melbury. She begged him not to hinder himself, but he insisted; for he saw a peculiar and rigid gloom in her face over and above her uneasiness, and did not like the look of it. Telling the men he would be with them again soon, he walked beside her into the turnpike road, and partly up the hill whence she had watched Fitzpiers the night before across the great White Hart or Blackmoor valley. They halted beneath a half-dead oak, hollow, and disfigured with white tumors, its roots spreading out like accipitrine claws grasping the ground. A chilly wind circled around them, upon whose currents the seeds of a neighboring lime-tree, supported parachute-wise by the wing attached, flew out of the boughs downward like fledglings from their nest. The vale was wrapped in a dim atmosphere of unnaturalness, and the east was like a livid curtain edged with pink. There was no sign nor sound of Fitzpiers. "It's no use standing here," said her father. "He may come home 50 ways. Why, look here! Here be Darling's tracks, turned homeward, and nearly blown dry and hard. He must have come in hours ago without your seeing him." "He has not done that," said she. They went back hastily. On entering their own gates, they perceived that the men had left the wagons, and were standing round the door of the stable which had been appropriated to the doctor's use. "Is there anything the matter?" cried Grace. "Oh, no, ma'am, all's well that ends well," said old Timothy Tangs. "I've heard of such things before, among work-folk, though not among your gentle people, that's true." They entered the stable, and saw the pale shape of Darling standing in the middle of her stall, with Fitzpiers on her back, sound asleep. Darling was munching hay as well as she could with the bit in her mouth, and the reins, which had fallen from Fitzpiers' hand, hung upon her neck. Grace went and touched his hand, shook it before she could arouse him. He moved, started, opened his eyes, and exclaimed, "Ah, Felice! Oh, it's Grace. I could not see in the gloom. What! Am I in the saddle?" "Yes," said she. "How do you come here?" He collected his thoughts, and in a few minutes stammered, "I was riding along homeward through the vale, very, very sleepy, having been up so much of late. When I came opposite Holywell Spring, the mare turned her head that way, as if she wanted to drink. I let her go in, and she drank. I thought she would never finish. While she was drinking, the clock of Owlscombe Church struck 12. I distinctly remember counting the strokes. From that moment I positively recollect nothing until I saw you here by my side." "The name! If it had been any other horse he'd have had a broken neck," murmured Melbury. "'Tis wonderful sure how a quiet hoss will bring a man home at such times," said John Upjohn. "And what's more wonderful than keeping your seat in a deep slumbering sleep? I've knowed men drowse off walking home from Randy's, where the mead and other liquors have gone round well, and keep walking for more than a mile on end without waking. Well, doctor, I don't care who the man is, 'tis a mercy you weren't a drownded or a splintered, or a hanged up to a tree like Absalom, also a handsome gentleman like yourself, as the prophets say." "True," murmured old Timothy. "From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him." "Or leastwise you might have been awounded into tatters almost, and knowed doctor to join your few limbs together within 7 mile." While this grim address was proceeding, Fitzpa had dismounted, and taking Grace's arm walked stiffly indoors with her. Melbury stood staring at the horse, which, in addition to being very weary, was spattered with mud. There was no mud to speak of about the Hintocks just now, only in the clammy hollows of the vale beyond Owlscombe, the stiff soil of which retained moisture for weeks after the uplands were dry. While they were rubbing down the mare, Melbury's mind coupled with the foreign quality of the mud the name he had heard unconsciously muttered by the surgeon when Grace took his hand, Felice. Who was Felice? Why, Mrs. Charmon, and she, as he knew, was staying at Middleton. Melbury had indeed pounced upon the image that filled Fitzpa's half-awakened soul, wherein there had been a picture of a recent interview on a lawn with a capriciously passionate woman who had begged him not to come again in tones whose vibration incited him to disobey. "What are you doing here? Why do you pursue me? Another belongs to you. If they were to see you, they would seize you as a thief." And she had turbulently admitted to his ringing questions that her visit to Middleton had been undertaken less because of the invalid relative than in shamefaced fear of her own weakness if she remained near his home. A triumph then it was to Fitzpa, poor and hampered as he had become, to recognize his real conquest of this beauty, delayed so many years. His was the selfish passion of Congreve's Millamant, to whom love's supreme delight lay in "that heart which others bleed for me." When the horse had been attended to, Melbury stood uneasily here and there about his premises. He was rudely disturbed in the comfortable views which had lately possessed him on his domestic concerns. It is true that he had for some days discerned that Grace more and more sought his company, preferred supervising his kitchen and bakehouse with her stepmother to occupying herself with the lighter details of her own apartments. She seemed no longer able to find in her own hearth an adequate focus for her life, and hence, like a weak queen bee, after leading off to an independent home, had hovered again into the parent hive. But he had not construed these and other incidents of the kind till now. Something was wrong in the dovecot, a ghastly sense that he alone would be responsible for whatever unhappiness should be brought upon her for whom he almost solely lived, whom to retain under his roof he had faced the numerous inconveniences involved in giving up the best part of his house to Fitzpa. There was no room for doubt that, had he allowed events to take their natural course, she would have accepted Winterborne, and realized his old dream of restitution to that young man's family. That Fitzpa could allow himself to look on any other creature for a moment than Grace filled Melbury with grief and astonishment. In the pure and simple life he had led it had scarcely occurred to him that after marriage a man might be faithless. That he could sweep to the heights of Mrs. Charmond's position, lift the veil of Isis, so to speak, would have amazed Melbury by its audacity if he had not suspected encouragement from that quarter. What could he and his simple Grace do to countervail the passions of such as those two sophisticated beings, versed in the world's ways, armed with every apparatus for victory? In such an encounter, the homely timber dealer felt as inferior as a bow and arrow savage before the precise weapons of modern warfare. Grace came out of the house as the morning drew on. The village was silent, most of the folk having gone to the fair. Fitzpa had retired to bed, and was sleeping off his fatigue. She went to the stable and looked at poor darling. In all probability Giles Winterborne, by obtaining for her a horse of such intelligence and docility, had been the means of saving her husband's life. She paused over the strange thought, and then there appeared her father behind her. She saw that he knew things were not as they ought to be, from the troubled dullness of his eye, and from his face, different points of which had independent motions, twitchings, and tremblings, unknown to himself and involuntary. "He was detained, I suppose, last night?" said Melbury. "Oh, yes, a bad case in the Vale," she replied, calmly. "Nevertheless, he should have stayed at home." "But he couldn't, father." Her father turned away. He could hardly bear to see his whilom truthful girl brought to the humiliation of having to talk like that. That night carking Care sat beside Melbury's pillow, and his stiff limbs tossed at its presence. "I can't lie here any longer," he muttered. Striking a light, he wandered about the room. "What have I done, what have I done for her?" he said to his wife, who had anxiously awakened. "I had long planned that she should marry the son of the man I wanted to make amends to. Do ye not mind how I told you all about it, Lucy, the night before she came home? Ah, but I was not content with doing right, I wanted to do more." "Don't raft yourself without good need, George," she replied. "I won't quite believe that things are so much amiss. I won't believe that Mrs. Charmond has encouraged him. Even supposing that she has encouraged a great many, she can have no motive to do it now. What's so likely as that she is not yet quite well, and doesn't care to let another doctor come near her?" He did not heed. "Grace used to be so busy every day, with fixing a curtain here and driving a tin tack there, but she cares for no employment now." "Do you know anything of Mrs. Charmond's past history? Perhaps that would throw some light upon things. Before she came here as the wife of old Charmond 4 or 5 years ago, not a soul seems to have heard aught of her. Why not make inquiries? And then do ye wait and see more. There'll be plenty of opportunity. Time enough to cry when you know 'tis a crying matter, and 'tis bad to meet troubles half-way." There was some good sense in the notion of seeing further. Melbury resolved to inquire and wait, hoping still, but oppressed betweenwhiles with much fear. Chapter 30 of the Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 30. Examine Grace as her father might, she would admit nothing. For the present, therefore, he simply watched. The suspicion that his darling child was being slighted wrought almost a miraculous change in Melbury's nature. No man so furtive for the time as the ingenuous countryman who finds that his ingenuousness has been abused. Melbury's heretofore confidential candor towards his gentlemanly son-in-law was displaced by a feline stealth that did injury to his every action, thought, and mood. He knew that a woman once given to a man for life took, as a rule, her lot as it came and made the best of it, without external interference. But for the first time he asked himself why this so generally should be so. Moreover, this case was not, he argued, like ordinary cases. Leaving out the question of Grace being anything but an ordinary woman, her peculiar situation, as it were in mid-air between two planes of society, together with the loneliness of Hintock, made a husband's neglect a far more tragical matter to her than it would be to one who had a large circle of friends to fall back upon. Wisely or unwisely, and whatever other fathers did, he resolved to fight his daughter's battle still. Mrs. Charmon had returned. But Hintock House scarcely gave forth signs of life, so quietly had she re-entered it. He went to church at Great Hintock one afternoon as usual, there being no service at the smaller village. A few minutes before his departure he had casually heard Fitzpiers, who was no church-goer, tell his wife that he was going to walk in the wood. Melbury entered the building and sat down in his pew. The parson came in, then Mrs. Charmon, then Mr. Fitzpiers. The service proceeded, and the jealous father was quite sure that a mutual consciousness was uninterruptedly maintained between those two. He fancied that more than once their eyes met. At the end, Fitzpiers so timed his movement into the aisle that it exactly coincided with Felice Charmon's from the opposite side, and they walked out with their garments in contact, the surgeon being just that 2 or 3 inches in her rear which made it convenient for his eyes to rest upon her cheek. The cheek warmed up to a richer tone. This was a worse feature in the flirtation than he had expected. If she had been playing with him in an idle freak, the game might soon have wearied her; but the smallest germ of passion, and women of the world do not change color for nothing, was a threatening development. The mere presence of Fitzpiers in the building, after his statement, was well nigh conclusive as far as he was concerned; but Melbury resolved yet to watch. He had to wait long. Autumn drew shiveringly to its end. One day something seemed to be gone from the gardens; the tenderer leaves of vegetables had shrunk under the first smart frost, and hung like faded linen rags. Then the forest leaves, which had been descending at leisure, descended in haste and in multitudes, and all the golden colors that had hung overhead were now crowded together in a degraded mass underfoot, where the fallen myriads got redder and hornier, and curled themselves up to rot. The only suspicious features in Mrs. Charmon's existence at this season were 2. The first, that she lived with no companion or relative about her, which, considering her age and attractions, was somewhat unusual conduct for a young widow in a lonely country house. The other, that she did not, as in previous years, start from Hintock to winter abroad. In Fitzpiers the only change from his last autumn's habits lay in his abandonment of night study. His lamp never shone from his new dwelling as from his old. If the suspected ones met, it was by such adroit contrivances that even Melbury's vigilance could not encounter them together. A simple call at her house by the doctor had nothing irregular about it, and that he had paid 2 or 3 such calls was certain. What had passed at those interviews was known only to the parties themselves, but that Felice Charmon was under some one's influence Melbury soon had opportunity of perceiving. Winter had come on. Owls began to be noisy in the mornings and evenings, and flocks of wood pigeons made themselves prominent again. One day in February, about 6 months after the marriage of Fitzpiers, Melbury was returning from Great Hintock on foot through the lane, when he saw before him the surgeon also walking. Melbury would have overtaken him, but at that moment Fitzpiers turned in through a gate to one of the rambling drives along the trees at this side of the wood, which led to nowhere in particular, and the beauty of those serpentine curves was the only justification of their existence. Felice almost simultaneously trotted down the lane towards the timber dealer, in a little basket carriage which she sometimes drove about the estate, unaccompanied by a servant. She turned in at the same place without having seen either Melbury or apparently Fitzpiers. Melbury was soon at the spot, despite his aches and his 60 years. Mrs. Charmon had come up with the doctor, who was standing immediately behind the carriage. She had turned to him, her arm being thrown carelessly over the back of the seat. They looked in each other's faces without uttering a word, an arch yet gloomy smile wreathing her lips. Fitzpiers clasped her hanging hand, and, while she still remained in the same listless attitude, looking volumes into his eyes, he stealthily unbuttoned her glove, and stripped her hand of it by rolling back the gauntlet over the fingers, so that it came off inside out. He then raised her hand to his mouth, she still reclining passively, watching him as she might have watched a fly upon her dress. At last she said, "Well, sir, what excuse for this disobedience?" "I make none." "Then go your way, and let me go mine." She snatched away her hand, touched the pony with the whip, and left him standing there, holding the reversed glove. Melbury's first impulse was to reveal his presence to Fitzpiers, and upbraid him bitterly. But a moment's thought was sufficient to show him the futility of any such simple proceeding. There was not, after all, so much in what he had witnessed, as in what that scene might be the surface and froth of, probably a state of mind on which censure operates as an aggravation, rather than as a cure. Moreover, he said to himself that the point of attack should be the woman, if either. He therefore kept out of sight, and musing sadly, even tearfully, for he was meek as a child in matters concerning his daughter, continued his way towards Hintock. The insight which is bred of deep sympathy was never more finely exemplified than in this instance. Through her guarded manner, her dignified speech, her placid countenance, he discerned the interior of Grace's life only too truly, hidden as were its incidents from every outer eye. These incidents had become painful enough. Fitzpiers had latterly developed an irritable discontent, which vented itself in monologues when Grace was present to hear them. The early morning of this day had been dull, after a night of wind, and on looking out of the window, Fitzpiers had observed some of Melbury's men dragging away a large limb which had been snapped off a beech tree. Everything was cold and colorless. "My good heaven!" he said, as he stood in his dressing gown, "this is life." He did not know whether Grace was awake or not, and he would not turn his head to ascertain. "Ah, fool!" he went on to himself, "to clip your own wings when you were free to soar! But I could not rest till I had done it. Why do I never recognize an opportunity till I have missed it, nor the good or ill of a step till it is irrevocable? I fell in love. Love indeed! Love's but the frailty of the mind, when 'tis not with ambition joined; a sickly flame which if not fed expires, and feeding wastes in self-consuming fires. Ah, old author of the way of the world, you knew. Grace moved. He thought she had heard some part of his soliloquy. He was sorry, though he had not taken any precaution to prevent her. He expected a scene at breakfast, but she only exhibited an extreme reserve. It was enough, however, to make him repent that he should have done anything to produce discomfort, for he attributed her manner entirely to what he had said. But Grace's manner had not its cause either in his sayings or in his doings. She had not heard a single word of his regrets. Something even nearer home than her husband's blighted prospects, if blighted they were, was the origin of her mood, a mood that was the mere continuation of what her father had noticed when he would have preferred a passionate jealousy in her as the more natural. She had made a discovery, one which to a girl of honest nature was almost appalling. She had looked into her heart, and found that her early interest in Giles Winterborne had become revitalized into luxuriant growth by her widening perceptions of what was great and little in life. His homeliness no longer offended her acquired tastes. His comparative want of so-called culture did not now jar on her intellect. His country dress even pleased her eye. His exterior roughness fascinated her. Having discovered by marriage how much that was humanly not great could coexist with attainments of an exceptional order, there was a revulsion in her sentiments from all that she had formerly clung to in this kind. Honesty, goodness, manliness, tenderness, devotion, for her only existed in their purity now in the breasts of unvarnished men. And here was one who had manifested them towards her from his youth up. There was, further, that never-ceasing pity in her soul for Giles as a man whom she had wronged; a man who had been unfortunate in his worldly transactions, while, not without a touch of sublimity, he had, like Horatio, borne himself throughout his scathing, as one, in suffering all, that suffers nothing. It was these perceptions, and no subtle catching of her husband's murmurs, that had bred the abstraction visible in her. When her father approached the house after witnessing the interview between Fitzpa and Mrs. Charmone, Grace was looking out of her sitting-room window, as if she had nothing to do, or think of, or care for. He stood still. "Ah, Grace," he said, regarding her fixedly. "Yes, father," she murmured. "Waiting for your dear husband?" he inquired, speaking with the sarcasm of pitiful affection. "Oh, no, not especially. He has a great many patients to see this afternoon." Melbury came quite close. "Grace, what's the use of talking like that, when you know— Here, come down and walk with me out in the garden, child." He unfastened the door in the ivy-laced wall, and waited. This apparent indifference alarmed him. He would far rather that she had rushed in all the fire of jealousy to Hintock House, regardless of conventionality, confronted and attacked Felice Charmone unguibus et rostro, and accused her even in exaggerated shape of stealing away her husband. Such a storm might have cleared the air. She emerged in a minute or two, and they went inside together. "You know as well as I do," he resumed, "that there is something threatening mischief to your life. And yet you pretend you do not. Do you suppose I don't see the trouble in your face every day? I am very sure that this quietude is wrong conduct in you. You should look more into matters." "I am quiet because my sadness is not of a nature to stir me to action." Melbury wanted to ask her a dozen questions. Did she not feel jealous? Was she not indignant? But a natural delicacy restrained him. "You are very tame and let alone, I am bound to say," he remarked pointedly. "I am what I feel, father," she repeated. He glanced at her, and there returned upon his mind the scene of her offering to wed Winterborne instead of Fitzpa in the last days before her marriage, and he asked himself if it could be the fact that she loved Winterborne, now that she had lost him, more than she had ever done when she was comparatively free to choose him. "What would you have me do?" she asked in a low voice. He recalled his mind from the retrospective pain to the practical matter before them. "I would have you go to Mrs. Charmone," he said. "Go to Mrs. Charmone? What for?" said she. "Well, if I must speak plain, dear Grace, to ask her, appeal to her in the name of your common womanhood, and your many like sentiments on things, not to make unhappiness between you and your husband. It lies with her entirely to do one or the other, that I can see." Grace's face had heated at her father's words, and the very rustle of her skirts upon the box edging bespoke hauteur. "I shall not think of going to her, father. Of course I could not," she answered. "Why, don't 'ee want to be happier than you be at present?" said Melbury, more moved on her account than she was herself. "I don't wish to be more humiliated. If I have anything to bear, I can bear it in silence." "But, my dear maid, you are too young. You don't know what the present state of things may lead to. Just see the harm done already. Your husband would have gone away to Budmouth to a larger practice if it had not been for this. Although it has gone such a little way, it is poisoning your future even now. Mrs. Charmone is thoughtlessly bad, not bad by calculation, and just a word to her now might save 'ee a peck of woes." "Ah, I loved her once," said Grace with a broken articulation, "and she would not care for me then. Now I no longer love her. Let her do her worst, I don't care." "You ought to care. You have got into a very good position to start with. You have been well educated, well tended, and you have become the wife of a professional man of unusually good family. Surely you ought to make the best of your position." "I don't see that I ought. I wish I had never got into it. I wish you had never thought of educating me. I wish I worked in the woods like Marty South. I hate genteel life, and I want to be no better than she." "Why?" said her amazed father. "Because cultivation has only brought me inconveniences and troubles. I say again, I wish you had never sent me to those fashionable schools you set your mind on. It all arose out of that, father. If I had stayed at home I should have married—" She closed up her mouth suddenly and was silent, and he saw that she was not far from crying. Melbury was much grieved. "What, and you would like to have grown up as we be here in Hintock, knowing no more, and with no more chance of seeing good life than we have here?" "Yes. I have never got any happiness outside Hintock that I know of, and I have suffered many a heartache at being sent away. Oh, the misery of those January days when I had got back to school, and left you all here in the woods so happy. I used to wonder why I had to bear it; and I was always a little despised by the other girls at school, because they knew where I came from, and that my parents were not in so good a station as theirs." Her poor father was much hurt at what he thought her ingratitude and intractability. He had admitted to himself bitterly enough that he should have let young hearts have their way, or rather should have helped on her affection for Winterborne, and given her to him according to his original plan. But he was not prepared for her deprecation of those attainments whose completion had been a labor of years and a severe tax upon his purse. "Very well," he said, with much heaviness of spirit. "If you don't like to go to her, I don't wish to force you." And so the question remained for him still. How should he remedy this perilous state of things? For days he sat in a moody attitude over the fire, a pitcher of cider standing on the hearth beside him, and his drinking horn inverted upon the top of it. He spent a week and more thus composing a letter to the chief offender, which he would every now and then attempt to complete, and suddenly crumple up in his hand. Chapter 31
of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 31. As February merged in March, and lighter evenings broke the gloom of the woodman's homeward journey, the Hintocks great and little began to have ears for a rumor of the events out of which had grown the timber dealer's troubles. It took the form of a wide sprinkling of conjecture, wherein no man knew the exact truth. Tantalizing phenomena, at once showing and concealing the real relationship of the persons concerned, caused a diffusion of excited surprise. Honest people as the Woodlanders were, it was hardly to be expected that they could remain immersed in the study of their trees and gardens amid such circumstances, or sit with their backs turned like the good boroughs of Coventry at the passage of the beautiful lady. Rumor, for a wonder, exaggerated little. There were, in fact, in this case as in thousands, the well-worn incidents, old as the hills, which, with individual variations, made a mourner of Ariadne, a byword of Vashti, and a corpse of the Countess Amy. There were encounters accidental and contrived, stealthy correspondence, sudden misgivings on one side, sudden self-reproaches on the other. The inner state of the twain was one as of confused noise that would not allow the accents of calmer reason to be heard. Determinations to go in this direction, and headlong plunges in that, dignified safeguards, undignified collapses, not a single rash step by deliberate intention, and all against judgment. It was all that Melbury had expected and feared. It was more, for he had overlooked the publicity that would be likely to result, as it now had done. What should he do? Appeal to Mrs. Charmond himself, since Grace would not? He bethought himself of Winterbourne, and resolved to consult him, feeling the strong need of some friend of his own sex to whom he might unburden his mind. He had entirely lost faith in his own judgment. That judgment on which he had relied for so many years seemed recently, like a false companion unmasked, to have disclosed unexpected depth of hypocrisy and speciousness where all had seemed solidity. He felt almost afraid to form a conjecture on the weather, or the time, or the fruit promise, so great was his self-abasement. It was a rimy evening when he set out to look for Giles. The woods seemed to be in a cold sweat. Beads of perspiration hung from every bare twig. The sky had no color, and the trees rose before him as haggard, gray phantoms, whose days of substantiality were past. Melbury seldom saw Winterbourne now, but he believed him to be occupying a lonely hut just beyond the boundary of Mrs. Charmond's estate, though still within the circuit of the woodland. The timber merchant's thin legs stalked on through the pale, damp scenery, his eyes on the dead leaves of last year, while every now and then a hasty "I" escaped his lips in reply to some bitter proposition. His notice was attracted by a thin blue haze of smoke, behind which arose sounds of voices and chopping. Bending his steps that way, he saw Winterbourne just in front of him. It just now happened that Giles, after being for a long time apathetic and unemployed, had become one of the busiest men in the neighborhood. It is often thus. Fallen friends, lost sight of, we expect to find starving. We discover them going on fairly well. Without any solicitation or desire for profit on his part, he had been asked to execute during that winter a very large order for hurdles and other copseware, for which purpose he had been obliged to buy several acres of brushwood standing. He was now engaged in the cutting and manufacture of the same, proceeding with the work daily like an automaton. The hazel tree did not belie its name to-day. The whole of the copsewood where the mist had cleared returned purest tints of that hue, amid which Winterbourne himself was in the act of making a hurdle, the stakes being driven firmly into the ground in a row, over which he bent and wove the twigs. Beside him was a square, compact pile like the altar of Cain, formed of hurdles already finished, which bristled on all sides with the sharp points of their stakes. At a little distance, the men in his employ were assisting him to carry out his contract. Rows of copsewood lay on the ground as it had fallen under the axe, and a shelter had been constructed near at hand, in front of which burned the fire whose smoke had attracted him. The air was so dank that the smoke hung heavy, and crept away amid the bushes without rising from the ground. After wistfully regarding Winterbourne a while, Melbury drew nearer, and briefly inquired of Giles how he came to be so busily engaged, with an undertone of slight surprise that Winterbourne could seem so thriving after being deprived of Grace. Melbury was not without emotion at the meeting, for Grace's affairs had divided them, and ended their intimacy of old times. Winterbourne explained just as briefly, without raising his eyes from his occupation of chopping a bough that he held in front of him. "'Twill be up in April before you get it all cleared," said Melbury. "Yes, there or thereabouts," said Winterbourne, a chop of the bill-hook jerking the last word into two pieces. There was another interval. Melbury still looked on, a chip from Winterbourne's hook occasionally flying against the waistcoat and legs of his visitor, who took no heed. "Ah, Giles, you should have been my partner. You should have been my son-in-law," the old man said at last. It would have been far better for her and for me." Winterbourne saw that something had gone wrong with his former friend, and throwing down the switch he was about to interweave, he responded only too readily to the mood of the timber dealer. "Is she ill?" he said hurriedly. "No, no." Melbury stood without speaking for some minutes, and then, as though he could not bring himself to proceed, turned to go away. Winterbourne told one of his men to pack up the tools for the night, and walked after Melbury. "Heaven forbid that I should seem too inquisitive, sir," he said, "especially since we don't stand as we used to stand to one another. But I hope it is well with them all over your way?" "No," said Melbury, "no." He stopped, and struck the smooth trunk of a young ash-tree with the flat of his hand. "I would that his ear had been where that rent is," he exclaimed. "I should have treated him too little compared with what he deserves." "Now," said Winterbourne, "don't be in a hurry to go home. I've put some cider down to warm in my shelter here, and we'll sit and drink it and talk this over." Melbury turned unresistingly as Giles took his arm, and they went back to where the fire was, and sat down under the screen, the other woodman having gone. He drew out the cider mug from the ashes, and they drank together. "Giles, you ought to have had her, as I said just now," repeated Melbury. "I'll tell you why for the first time." He thereupon told Winterbourne, as with great relief, the story of how he won away Giles's father's chosen one, by nothing worse than a lover's cajoleries, it is true, but by means which, except in love, would certainly have been pronounced cruel and unfair. He explained how he had always intended to make reparation to Winterbourne the father by giving grace to Winterbourne the son, till the devil tempted him in the person of Fitzpiers, and he broke his virtuous vow. How highly I thought of that man, to be sure! Who'd have supposed he'd have been so weak and wrong-headed as this? You ought to have had her, Giles, and there's an end on't." Winterbourne knew how to preserve his calm under this unconsciously cruel tearing of a healing wound, to which Melbury's concentration on the more vital subject had blinded him. The young man endeavored to make the best of the case for Grace's sake. "She would hardly have been happy with me," he said, in the dry, unimpassioned voice under which he hid his feelings. "I was not well enough educated, too rough, in short. I couldn't have surrounded her with the refinements she looked for, anyhow, at all." "Nonsense! You are quite wrong there," said the unwise old man, doggedly. "She told me only this day that she hates refinements and such like. All that my trouble and money bought for her in that way is thrown away upon her quiet. She'd fain be like Mardy South. Think of that! That's the top of her ambition. Perhaps she's right. Giles, she loved you, under the rind. And, what's more, she loves you still. Worse luck for the poor maid." If Melbury only had known what fires he was recklessly stirring up, he might have held his peace. Winterbourne was silent a long time. The darkness had closed in round them, and the monotonous drip of the fog from the branches quickened as it turned to fine rain. "Oh, she never cared much for me," Giles managed to say, as he stirred the embers with a brand. "She did, and does, I tell ye," said the other, obstinately. "However, all that's vain talking now. What I come to ask you about is a more practical matter: how to make the best of things as they are. I am thinking of a desperate step: of calling on the woman Charmant. I am going to appeal to her, since Grace will not. 'Tis she who holds the balance in her hands, not he. While she's got the will to lead him astray he will follow, poor unpractical, lofty-notioned dreamer, and how long she'll do it depends upon her whim. Did ye ever hear anything about her character before she came to Hintock?" "She's been a bit of a charmer in her time, I believe," replied Giles, with the same level quietude as he regarded the red coals. "One who has smiled where she has not loved, and loved where she has not married. Before Mr. Charmant made her his wife she was a play actress." "Hey? But how close you have kept all this, Giles! What besides?" "Mr. Charmant was a rich man, engaged in the iron trade in the north, 20 or 30 years older than she. He married her and retired, and came down here and bought this property, as they do nowadays." "Yes, yes, I know all about that. But the other I did not know. I fear it bodes no good. For how can I go and appeal to the forbearance of a woman in this matter, who has made cross-loves and crooked entanglements her trade for years? I thank you, Giles, for finding it out, but it makes my plan the harder that she should have belonged to that unstable tribe." Another pause ensued, and they looked gloomily at the smoke that beat about the hurdles which sheltered them, through whose weavings a large drop of rain fell at intervals and spat smartly into the fire. Mrs. Charmant had been no friend to Winterborne, but he was manly, and it was not in his heart to let her be condemned without a trial. "She is said to be generous," he answered. "You might not appeal to her in vain." "It shall be done," said Melbury, rising. "For good or for evil, to Mrs. Charmant I'll go." End of chapter. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet.
Chapter 32 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 32. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Melbury dressed himself up in shining broadcloth, creased with folding and smelling of camphor, and started for Hintock House. He was the more impelled to go at once by the absence of his son-in-law in London for a few days, to attend, really or ostensibly, some professional meetings. He said nothing of his destination either to his wife or to Grace, fearing that they might entreat him to abandon so risky a project, and went out unobserved. He had chosen his time with a view, as he supposed, of conveniently catching Mrs. Charmand when she had just finished her breakfast, before any other business people should be about, if any came. Plodding thoughtfully onward, he crossed a glade lying between Little Hintock woods and the plantation which abutted on the park, and the spot being open, he was discerned there by Winterborne from the copse on the next hill, where he and his men were working. Knowing his mission, the younger man hastened down from the copse and managed to intercept the timber merchant. "I have been thinking of this, sir," he said, "and I am of opinion that it would be best to put off your visit for the present." But Melbury would not even stop to hear him. His mind was made up, the appeal was to be made, and Winterborne stood and watched him sadly, till he entered the second plantation and disappeared. Melbury rang at the tradesman's door of the manor-house, and was at once informed that the lady was not yet visible, as indeed he might have guessed had he been anybody but the man he was. Melbury said he would wait, whereupon the young man informed him in a neighbourly way that, between themselves, she was in bed and asleep. "Never mind," said Melbury, retreating into the court. "I'll stand about here." Charged so fully with his mission, he shrank from contact with anybody. But he walked about the paved court till he was tired, and still nobody came to him. At last he entered the house and sat down in a small waiting-room, from which he got glimpses of the kitchen corridor, and of the white-capped maids flitting jauntily hither and thither. They had heard of his arrival, but had not seen him enter, and, imagining him still in the court, discussed freely the possible reason of his calling. They marvelled at his temerity, for though most of the tongues which had been let loose attributed the chief blameworthiness to Fitzpiers, these of her household preferred to regard their mistress as the deeper sinner. Melbury sat with his hands resting on the familiar knobbed thorn walking-stick, whose growing he had seen before he enjoyed its use. The scene to him was not the material environment of his person, but a tragic vision that travelled with him like an envelope. Through this vision the incidents of the moment but gleamed confusedly here and there, as an outer landscape through the high-coloured scenes of a stained window. He waited thus an hour and a half, 2 hours. He began to look pale and ill, whereupon the butler, who came in, asked him to have a glass of wine. Melbury roused himself and said, "No, no. Is she almost ready?" "She is just finishing breakfast," said the butler. "She will soon see you now. I am just going up to tell her you are here." "What? Haven't you told her before?" said Melbury. "Oh, no," said the other. "You see, you came so very early." At last the bell rang. Mrs. Charmand could see him. She was not in her private sitting-room when he reached it, but in a minute he heard her coming from the front staircase, and she entered where he stood. At this time of the morning Mrs. Charmand looked her full age and more. She might almost have been taken for the typical femme de 31, though she was really not more than 7 or 8 and 20. There being no fire in the room, she came in with a shawl thrown loosely round her shoulders, and obviously without the least suspicion that Melbury had called upon any other errand than timber. Felice was, indeed, the only woman in the parish who had not heard the rumour of her own weaknesses. She was at this moment living in a fool's paradise in respect of that rumour, though not in respect of the weaknesses themselves, which, if the truth be told, caused her grave misgivings. "Do sit down, Mr. Melbury. You have felled all the trees that were to be purchased by you this season, except the oaks, I believe." "Yes," said Melbury. "How very nice. It must be so charming to work in the woods just now." She was too careless to affect an interest in an extraneous person's affairs so consummately as to deceive in the manner of the perfect social machine. Hence her words, "very nice," "so charming," were uttered with a perfunctoriness that made them sound absurdly unreal. "Yes, yes," said Melbury in a reverie. He did not take a chair, and she also remained standing. Resting upon his stick, he began. "Mrs. Charmand, I have called upon a more serious matter, at least to me, than tree-throwing, and whatever mistakes I make in my manner of speaking upon it to you, madam, do me the justice to set 'em down to my want of practice, and not to my want of care." Mrs. Charmand looked ill at ease. She might have begun to guess his meaning, but apart from that, she had such dread of contact with anything painful, harsh, or even earnest, that his preliminaries alone were enough to distress her. "Yes, what is it?" she said. "I am an old man," said Melbury, "whom, somewhat late in life, God thought fit to bless with one child, and she a daughter. Her mother was a very dear wife to me, but she was taken away from us when the child was young, and the child became precious as the apple of my eye to me, for she was all I had left to love. For her sake entirely I married as second wife a homespun woman who had been kind as a mother to her. In due time the question of her education came on, and I said, I will educate the maid well, if I live upon bread to do it. Of her possible marriage I could not bear to think, for it seemed like a death that she could cleave to another man, and grow to think his house her home rather than mine. But I saw it was the law of nature that this should be, and that it was for the maid's happiness that she should have a home when I was gone, and I made up my mind without a murmur to help it on for her sake. In my youth I had wronged my dear friend, and to make amends I determined to give her my most precious possession, to my friend's son, seeing that they liked each other well. Things came about which made me doubt if it would be for my daughter's happiness to do this, inasmuch as the young man was poor, and she was delicately reared. Another man came and paid court to her, one her equal in breeding and accomplishments. In every way it seemed to me that he only could give her the home which her training had made a necessity almost. I urged her on, and she married him. But, ma'am, a fatal mistake was at the root of my reckoning. I found that this well-born gentleman I had calculated on so surely was not staunch of heart, and that therein lay a danger of great sorrow for my daughter. Madam, he saw you, and you know the rest. I have come to make no demands, to utter no threats. I have come simply as a father in great grief about his only child, and I beseech you to deal kindly with my daughter, and to do nothing which can turn her husband's heart away from her forever. Forbid him your presence, ma'am, and speak to him on his duty as one with your power over him well can do, and I am hopeful that the rent between them may be patched up, for it is not as if you would lose by so doing. Your course is far higher than the courses of a simple professional man, and the gratitude you would win from me and mine by your kindness is more than I can say." Mrs. Charmant had first rushed into a mood of indignation on comprehending Melbury's story. Hot and cold by turns, she had murmured, "Leave me! Leave me!" But as he seemed to take no notice of this, his words began to influence her, and when he ceased speaking, she said, with hurried hot breath, "What has led you to think this of me? Who says I have won your daughter's husband away from her? Some monstrous calumnies are afloat, of which I have known nothing until now." Melbury started, and looked at her simply. "But surely, ma'am, you know the truth better than I." Her features became a little pinched, and the touches of powder on her handsome face for the first time showed themselves as an extrinsic film. "Will you leave me to myself?" she said, with a faintness which suggested a guilty conscience. "This is so utterly unexpected. You obtain admission to my presence by misrepresentation." "As God's in heaven, ma'am, that's not true. I made no pretense, and I thought in reason you would know why I had come. This gossip—" "I have heard nothing of it. Tell me of it, I say." "Tell you, ma'am? Not I. What the gossip is, no matter. What really is, you know. Set facts straight, and the scandal will right of itself. But pardon me, I speak roughly, and I came to speak gently, to coax you, beg you to be my daughter's friend. She loved you once, ma'am. You began by liking her. Then you dropped her without a reason, and it hurt her warm heart more than I can tell ye. But you were within your right as the superior, no doubt. But if you would consider her position now, surely you would do her no harm." "Certainly I would do her no harm. Melbury's eye met hers. It was curious, but the allusion to Grace's former love for her seemed to touch her more than all Melbury's other arguments. "Oh, Melbury," she burst out, "you have made me so unhappy! How could you come to me like this? It is too dreadful! Now go away! Go! Go!" "I will," he said, in a husky tone. As soon as he was out of the room, she went to a corner and sat there and writhed under an emotion in which hurt, pride, and vexation mingled with better sentiments. Mrs. Charmant's mobile spirit was subject to these fierce periods of stress and storm. She had never so clearly perceived till now that her soul was being slowly invaded by a delirium which had brought about all this, that she was losing judgment and dignity under it, becoming an animated impulse only, a passion incarnate. A fascination had led her on. It was as if she had been seized by a hand of velvet, and this was where she found herself, overshadowed with sudden night, as if a tornado had passed by. While she sat, or rather crouched, unhinged by the interview, lunch-time came, and then the early afternoon, almost without her consciousness. Then, a strange gentleman who says it is not necessary to give his name was suddenly announced. "I cannot see him, whoever he may be. I am not at home to anybody." She heard no more of her visitor, and shortly after, in an attempt to recover some mental serenity by violent physical exercise, she put on her hat and cloak and went out of doors, taking a path which led her up the slopes to the nearest spur of the wood. She disliked the woods, but they had the advantage of being a place in which she could walk comparatively unobserved. The end of Chapter 32. Recording by Mark Penfold.
Chapter 33 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 33. There was agitation today in the lives of all whom these matters concerned. It was not till the Hintock dinner time, 1 o'clock, that Grace discovered her father's absence from the house after a departure in the morning under somewhat unusual conditions. By a little reasoning and inquiry she was able to come to a conclusion on his destination and to divine his errand. Her husband was absent, and her father did not return. He had, in truth, gone on to Sherton after the interview, but this Grace did not know. In an indefinite dread that something serious would arise out of Melbury's visit, by reason of the inequalities of temper and nervous irritation to which he was subject, something, possibly, that would bring her much more misery than accompanied her present negative state of mind, she left the house about 3 o'clock, and took a loitering walk in the woodland track by which she imagined he would come home. This track under the bare trees and over the cracking sticks, screened and roofed in from the outer world of wind and cloud by a network of boughs, led her slowly on till in time she had left the larger trees behind her and swept round into the coppice where Winterborne and his men were clearing the undergrowth. Had Giles's attention been concentrated on his hurdles he would not have seen her, but ever since Melbury's passage across the opposite glade in the morning he had been as uneasy and unsettled as Grace herself, and her advent now was the one appearance which, since her father's avowal, could arrest him more than Melbury's return with his tidings. Fearing that something might be the matter, he hastened up to her. She had not seen her old lover for a long time, and, too conscious of the late pranks of her heart, she could not behold him calmly. "I am only looking for my father," she said, in an unnecessarily apologetic intonation. "I was looking for him too," said Giles. "I think he may, perhaps, have gone on farther." "Then you knew he was going to the house, Giles?" she said, turning her large tender eyes anxiously upon him. "Did he tell you what for?" Winterborne glanced doubtingly at her, and then softly hinted that her father had visited him the evening before, and that their old friendship was quite restored, on which she guessed the rest. "Oh, I am glad indeed that you two are friends again!" she cried. And then they stood, facing each other, fearing each other, troubling each other's souls. Grace experienced acute misery at the sight of these wood-cutting scenes, because she had estranged herself from them, craving, even to its defects and inconveniences, that homely sylvan life of her father which in the best probable succession of events would shortly be denied her. At a little distance, on the edge of the clearing, Marty South was shaping spar gads to take home for manufacture during the evenings. While Winterborne and Mrs. Fitzpiers stood looking at her in their mutual embarrassment at each other's presence, they beheld approaching the girl, a lady in a dark fur mantle and a black hat, having a white veil tied picturesquely round it. She spoke to Marty, who turned and curtsied, and the lady fell into conversation with her. It was Mrs. Charmond. On leaving her house, Mrs. Charmond had walked on and onward under the fret and fever of her mind with more vigor than she was accustomed to show in her normal moods, a fever which the solace of a cigarette did not entirely allay. Reaching the coppice, she listlessly observed Marty at work, threw away her cigarette, and came near. Chop, chop, chop went Marty's little billhook, with never more assiduity, till Mrs. Charmond spoke. "Who is that young lady I see talking to the woodman yonder?" she asked. "Mrs. Fitzpiers, ma'am," said Marty. "Oh," said Mrs. Charmond, with something like a start, for she had not recognized Grace at that distance. "And the man she is talking to?" "That's Mr. Winterborne." A redness stole into Marty's face as she mentioned Giles's name, which Mrs. Charmond did not fail to notice, informed her of the state of the girl's heart. "Are you engaged to him?" she asked, softly. "No, ma'am," said Marty. "She was once, and I think—" But Marty could not possibly explain the complications of her thoughts on this matter, which were nothing less than one of extraordinary acuteness for a girl so young and inexperienced, namely that she saw danger to two hearts naturally honest in Grace being thrown back into Winterbourne's society by the neglect of her husband. Mrs. Charmond, however, with the almost supersensory means to knowledge which women have on such occasions, quite understood what Marty had intended to convey, and the picture thus exhibited to her of lives drifting away, involving the wreck of poor Marty's hopes, prompted her to more generous resolves than all Melbury's remonstrances had been able to stimulate. Full of the new feeling, she bade the girl good afternoon, and went on over the stumps of hazel to where Grace and Winterbourne were standing. They saw her approach, and Winterbourne said, "She is coming to you. It is a good omen. She dislikes me, so I'll go away." He accordingly retreated to where he had been working before Grace came, and Grace's formidable rival approached her, each woman taking the other's measure as she came near. "Dear Mrs. Fitzpiers," said Felice Charmant, with some inward turmoil which stopped her speech, "I have not seen you for a long time." She held out her hand tentatively, while Grace stood like a wild animal on first confronting a mirror or other puzzling product of civilization. Was it really Mrs. Charmant speaking to her thus? If it was, she could no longer form any guess as to what it signified. "I want to talk with you," said Mrs. Charmant imploringly, for the gaze of the young woman had chilled her through. "Can you walk on with me till we are quite alone?" Sick with distaste, Grace nevertheless complied, as by clockwork, and they moved evenly side by side into the deeper recesses of the woods. They went farther, much farther than Mrs. Charmant had meant to go, but she could not begin her conversation, and, in default of it, kept walking. "I have seen your father," she at length resumed, "and I am much troubled by what he told me." "What did he tell you? I have not been admitted to his confidence on anything he may have said to you." "Nevertheless, why should I repeat to you what you can easily divine?" "True, true," returned Grace, mournfully. "Why should you repeat what we both know to be in our minds already?" "Mrs. Fitzpiers, your husband—" The moment that the speaker's tongue touched the dangerous subject, a vivid look of self-consciousness flashed over her, in which her heart revealed, as by a lightning gleam, what filled it to overflowing. So transitory was the expression that none but a sensitive woman, and she in Grace's position, would have had the power to catch its meaning. Upon her the phrase was not lost. "Then you do love him!" she exclaimed, in a tone of much surprise. "What do you mean, my young friend?" "Why," cried Grace, "I thought till now that you had only been cruelly flirting with my husband, to amuse your idle moments, a rich lady with a poor professional gentleman whom in her heart she despised, not much less than her who belongs to him. But I guess from your manner that you love him desperately, and I don't hate you as I did before." "Yes, indeed," continued Mrs. Fitzpiers, with a trembling tongue, "since it is not playing in your case at all, but real. Oh, I do pity you more than I despise you, for you will suffer most." Mrs. Charmant was now as much agitated as Grace. "I ought not to allow myself to argue with you," she exclaimed. "I demean myself by doing it. But I liked you once, and for the sake of that time I try to tell you how mistaken you are." Much of her confusion resulted from her wonder and alarm at finding herself, in a sense, dominated mentally and emotionally by this simple schoolgirl. "I do not love him," she went on, with desperate untruth. "It was a kindness, my making somewhat more of him than one usually does of one's doctor. I was lonely. I talked. Well, I trifled with him. I am very sorry if such child's playing out of pure friendship has been a serious matter to you. Who could have expected it? But the world is so simple here." "Oh, that's affectation," said Grace, shaking her head. "It is no use. You love him. I can see in your face that in this matter of my husband you have not let your acts belie your feelings. During these last 4 or 6 months you have been terribly indiscreet, but you have not been insincere, and that almost disarms me." "I have been insincere, if you will have the word. I mean I have coquetted, and do not love him." But Grace clung to her position like a limpet. "You may have trifled with others, but you love him as you never loved another man." "Oh, well, I won't argue," said Mrs. Charmond, laughing faintly. "And you come to reproach me for it, child." "No," said Grace, magnanimously. "You may go on loving him if you like. I don't mind at all. You'll find it, let me tell you, a bitterer business for yourself than for me in the end. He'll get tired of you soon, as tired as can be. You don't know him so well as I, and then you may wish you had never seen him." Mrs. Charmond had grown quite pale and weak under this prophecy. It was extraordinary that Grace, whom almost everyone would have characterized as a gentle girl, should be of stronger fiber than her interlocutor. "You exaggerate! Cruel, silly young woman," she reiterated, writhing with little agonies. "It is nothing but playful friendship, nothing. It will be proved by my future conduct. I shall at once refuse to see him more, since it will make no difference to my heart, and much to my name." "I question if you will refuse to see him again," said Grace dryly, as with eyes askance she bent a sapling down. "But I am not incensed against you, as you are against me," she added, abandoning the tree to its natural perpendicular. "Before I came, I had been despising you for wanton cruelty. Now I only pity you for misplaced affection. When Edgar has gone out of the house in hope of seeing you, at seasonable hours and unseasonable, when I have found him riding, miles and miles, across the country at midnight, and risking his life, and getting covered with mud, to get a glimpse of you, I have called him a foolish man, the plaything of a finished coquette. I thought that what was getting to be a tragedy to me was a comedy to you, but now I see that tragedy lies on your side of the situation no less than on mine, and more. That if I have felt trouble at my position, you have felt anguish at yours. That, if I have had disappointments, you have had despairs. Heaven may fortify me. God help you." "I cannot attempt to reply to your raving eloquence," returned the other, struggling to restore a dignity which had completely collapsed. "My acts will be my proofs. In the world which you have seen nothing of, friendships between men and women are not unknown, and it would have been better both for you and your father if you had each judged me more respectfully, and left me alone. As it is, I wish never to see or speak to you, madam, any more." Grace bowed, and Mrs. Charmond turned away. The two went apart in directly opposite courses, and were soon hidden from each other by their umbrageous surroundings, and by the shadows of eve. In the excitement of their long argument, they had walked onward and zigzagged about without regarding direction or distance. All sound of the woodcutters had long since faded into remoteness, and even had not the interval been too great for hearing them, they would have been silent and homeward bound at this twilight hour. But Grace went on her course without any misgiving, though there was much underwood here, with only the narrowest passages for walking, across which brambles hung. She had not, however, traversed this the wildest part of the wood since her childhood, and the transformation of outlines had been great. Old trees, which once were landmarks, had been felled or blown down, and the bushes, which then had been small and scrubby, were now large and overhanging. She soon found that her ideas as to direction were vague, that she had indeed no ideas as to direction at all. If the evening had not been growing so dark, and the wind had not put on its night moan so distinctly, Grace would not have minded, but she was rather frightened now, and began to strike across hither and thither in random courses. Denser grew the darkness, more developed the wind voices, and still no recognizable spot or outlet of any kind appeared, nor any sound of the Hintocks floated near, though she had wandered probably between 1 and 2 hours, and began to be weary. She was vexed at her foolishness, since the ground she had covered, if in a straight line, must inevitably have taken her out of the wood to some remote village or other, but she had wasted her forces in countermarches, and now, in much alarm, wondered if she would have to pass the night here. She stood still to meditate, and fancied that between the soughing of the wind she heard shuffling footsteps on the leaves heavier than those of rabbits or hares. Though fearing at first to meet anybody on the chance of his being a friend, she decided that the fellow night rambler, even if a poacher, would not injure her, and that he might possibly be someone sent to search for her. She accordingly shouted a rather timid "Hoi!" The cry was immediately returned by the other person, and Grace, running at once in the direction whence it came, beheld an indistinct figure hastening up to her as rapidly. They were almost in each other's arms when she recognized in her vis-a-vis the outline and white veil of her whom she had parted from an hour and a half before, Mrs. Charmond. "I have lost my way! I have lost my way!" cried that lady. "Oh, is it indeed you? I am so glad to meet you or anybody. I have been wandering up and down ever since we parted, and am nearly dead with terror and misery and fatigue." "So am I," said Grace. "What shall we do?" "You won't go away from me?" asked her companion anxiously. "No, indeed. Are you very tired?" "I can scarcely move. I am scratched dreadfully about the ankles." Grace reflected. Perhaps, as it is dry underfoot, the best thing for us to do would be to sit down for half an hour, and then start again when we have thoroughly rested. By walking straight we must come to a track leading somewhere before the morning. They found a clump of bushy hollies which afforded a shelter from the wind, and sat down under it. Some tufts of dead fern, crisp and dry, that remained from the previous season, forming a sort of nest for them. But it was cold, nevertheless, on this March night, particularly for Grace, who, with the sanguine prematureness of youth in matters of dress, had considered it springtime, and hence was not so warmly clad as Mrs. Charmond, who still wore her winter fur. But after sitting a while, the latter lady shivered no less than Grace as the warmth imparted by her hasty walking began to go off, and they felt the cold air drawing through the holly leaves which scratched their backs and shoulders. Moreover, they could hear some drops of rain falling on the trees, though none reached the nook in which they had ensconced themselves. "If we were to cling close together," said Mrs. Charmond, "we should keep each other warm. But," she added, in an uneven voice, "I suppose you won't come near me for the world." "Why not?" "Because, well, you know." "Yes, I will. I don't hate you at all." They consequently crept up to one another, and being in the dark, lonely and weary, did what neither had dreamed of doing beforehand, clasped each other closely, Mrs. Charmond's furs consoling Grace's cold face, and each one's body, as she breathed alternately, heaving against that of her companion. When a few minutes had been spent thus, Mrs. Charmond said, "I am so wretched," in a heavy, emotional whisper. "You are frightened," said Grace kindly, "but there is nothing to fear. I know these woods well." "I am not frightened at the wood, but I am at other things." Mrs. Charmond embraced Grace more and more tightly, and the younger woman could feel her neighbor's breathings grow deeper and more spasmodic, as though uncontrollable feelings were germinating. "After I had left you," she went on, "I regretted something I had said. I have a confession. I must make it," she whispered, brokenly, the instinct to indulge in warmth of sentiment which she had led this woman of passions to respond to Fitzpiers in the first place, leading her now to find luxurious comfort in opening her heart to his wife. "I said to you I could give him up without pain or deprivation, and that he had only been my pastime. That was untrue. It was said to deceive you. I could not do it without much pain, and, what is more dreadful, I cannot give him up, even if I would. of myself alone." "Why? Because you love him, you mean?" Felice Charmond denoted assent by a movement. "I knew I was right!" said Grace exaltedly. "But that should not deter you," she presently added in a moral tone. "Oh, do struggle against it, and you will conquer." "You are so simple, so simple!" cried Felice. "You think, because you guessed my assumed indifference to him to be a sham, that you know the extremes that people are capable of going to. But a good deal more may have been going on than you have fathomed with all your insight. I cannot give him up until he chooses to give me up." "But surely you are the superior in station and in every way, and the cut must come from you." "Tchut! Must I tell verbatim, you simple child? Oh, I suppose I must. I shall eat away my heart if I do not let out all, after meeting you like this and finding how guileless you are." She thereupon whispered a few words in the girl's ear, and burst into a violent fit of sobbing. Grace started roughly away from the shelter of the fir, and sprang to her feet. "Oh, my God!" she exclaimed, thunderstruck at a revelation transcending her utmost suspicion. "Can it be? Can it be?" She turned as if to hasten away, but Felice Charmond's sobs came to her ear. Deep darkness circled her about, the funeral trees rocked and chanted their dirges and placebos around her, and she did not know which way to go. After a moment of energy, she felt mild again, and turned to the motionless woman at her feet. "Are you rested?" she asked, in what seemed something like her own voice grown 10 years older. Without an answer, Mrs. Charmond slowly rose. "You mean to betray me!" she said from the bitterest depths of her soul. "Oh, fool, fool I!" "No," said Grace shortly, "I mean no such thing. But let us be quick now. We have a serious undertaking before us. Think of nothing but going straight on." They walked on in profound silence, pulling back boughs now growing wet, and treading down woodbine, but still keeping a pretty straight course. Grace began to be thoroughly worn out, and her companion too, when, on a sudden, they broke into the deserted highway at the hilltop, on which the Sheraton man had waited for Mrs. Dollery's van. Grace recognized the spot as soon as she looked around her. "How we have got here I cannot tell," she said, with cold civility. "We have made a complete circuit of Little Hintock. The hazel copse is quite on the other side. Now we have only to follow the road." They dragged themselves onward, turned into the lane, passed the track to Little Hintock, and so reached the park. "Here I turn back," said Grace, in the same passionless voice. "You are quite near home." Mrs. Charmond stood inert, seeming appalled by her late admission. "I have told you something in a moment of irresistible desire to unburden my soul which all but a fool would have kept silent as the grave," she said. "I cannot help it now. Is it to be a secret? Or do you mean war?" "A secret, certainly," said Grace mournfully. "How can you expect war from such a helpless, wretched being as I?" "And I'll do my best not to see him. I am his slave, but I'll try." Grace was naturally kind, but she could not help using a small dagger now. "Pray don't distress yourself," she said, with exquisitely fine scorn. "You may keep him for me." Had she been wounded instead of mortified, she could not have used the words, but Fitzpier's hold upon her heart was slight. They parted thus and there, and Grace went moodily homeward. Passing Marty's cottage, she observed through the window that the girl was writing instead of chopping as usual, and wondered what her correspondence could be. Directly afterwards she met people in search of her, and reached the house to find all in serious alarm. She soon explained that she had lost her way, and her general depression was attributed to exhaustion on that account. Could she have known what Marty was writing, she would have been surprised. The rumor which agitated the other folk of Hintock had reached the young girl, and she was penning a letter to Fitzpiers to tell him that Mrs. Charmond were her heir. It was poor Marty's only card, and she played it, knowing nothing of fashion, and thinking her revelation a fatal one for a lover. End of chapter 33. Recording by Katie Riley. August 2009. Chapter 34 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 34. It was at the beginning of April, a few days after the meeting between Grace and Mrs. Charmond in the wood, that Fitzpiers, just returned from London, was travelling from Sherton Abbas to Hintock in a hired carriage. In his eye there was a doubtful light, and the lines of his refined face showed a vague disquietude. He appeared now like one of those who impress the beholder as having suffered wrong in being born. His position was in truth gloomy, and to his appreciative mind it seemed even gloomier than it was. His practice had been slowly dwindling of late, and now threatened to die out altogether, the irrepressible old Dr. Jones capturing patients up to Fitzpiers' very door. Fitzpiers knew only too well the latest and greatest cause of his unpopularity. And yet, so illogical is man, the second branch of his sadness grew out of a remedial measure proposed for the first, a letter from Felice Charmond imploring him not to see her again. To bring about their severance still more effectually, she added, she had decided during his absence upon almost immediate departure for the Continent. The time was that dull interval in a woodlander's life which coincides with great activity in the life of the woodland itself, a period following the close of the winter tree-cutting, and preceding the barking season, when the saps are just beginning to heave with the force of hydraulic lifts inside all the trunks of the forest. Winterbourne's contract was completed, and the plantations were deserted. It was dusk, there were no leaves as yet, the nightingales would not begin to sing for a fortnight, and the mother of the months was in her most attenuated phase, starved and bent to a more bowed skeleton, which glided along behind the bare twigs in Fitzpiers' company. When he reached home, he went straight up to his wife's sitting-room. He found it deserted and without a fire. He had mentioned no day for his return; nevertheless, he wondered why she was not there waiting to receive him. On descending to the other wing of the house, and inquiring of Mrs. Melbury, he learned with much surprise that Grace had gone on a visit to an acquaintance at Shottsford Forum 3 days earlier, that tidings had on this morning reached her father of her being very unwell there, in consequence of which he had ridden over to see her. Fitzpiers went upstairs again, and the little drawing-room, now lighted by a solitary candle, was not rendered more cheerful by the entrance of Grammer Oliver, with an apron full of wood, which she threw on the hearth while she raked out the grate and rattled about the fire-irons with a view to making things comfortable. Fitzpiers considered that Grace ought to have let him know her plans more accurately before leaving home in a freak like this. He went desultorily to the window, the blind of which had not been pulled down, and looked out at the thin, fast-sinking moon, and at the tall stalk of smoke rising from the top of Suke Damson's chimney, signifying that the young woman had just lit her fire to prepare supper. He became conscious of a discussion in progress on the opposite side of the court. Somebody had looked over the wall to talk to the Sawyers, and was telling them in a loud voice news in which the name of Mrs. Charmond soon arrested his ears. Grammer Don't make so much noise with that grate," said the surgeon, at which Grammar reared herself upon her knees and held the fuel suspended in her hand, while Fitzpiers half opened the casement. "She is off to foreign lands again at last, have made up her mind, quite sudden like, and it is thoughted she'll leave in a day or two. She's been all as if her mind were low for some days past, with a sort of sorrow in her face, as if she reproached her own soul. She's the wrong sort of woman for Hintock, hardly knowing a beech from a woke, that I own. But I don't care who the man is, she's been a very kind friend to me. Well, the day after tomorrow is the Sabbath day, and without charity we are but tinkling simples. But this I do say, that her going will be a blessed thing for a certain married couple who remain." The fire was lighted, and Fitzpiers sat down in front of it, restless as the last leaf upon a tree. A sort of sorrow in her face, as if she reproached her own soul. Poor Felice! How Felice's frame must be pulsing under the conditions of which he had just heard the caricature! How her fair temples must ache! What a mood of wretchedness she must be in! But for the mixing up of his own name with hers, and her determination to sunder their too close acquaintance on that account, she would probably have sent for him professionally. She was now sitting alone, suffering, perhaps wishing that she had not forbidden him to come again. Unable to remain in this lonely room any longer, or to wait for the meal which was in course of preparation, he made himself ready for riding, descended to the yard, stood by the stable door while Darling was being saddled, and rode off down the lane. He would have preferred walking, but was weary with his day's travel. As he approached the door of Marty South's cottage, which it was necessary to pass on his way, she came from the porch, as if she had been awaiting him, and met him in the middle of the road, holding up a letter. Fitzpiers took it without stopping, and asked over his shoulder from whom it came. Marty hesitated. "From me," she said, shyly, though with noticeable firmness. This letter contained, in fact, Marty's declaration that she was the owner of Mrs. Charman's supplementary locks, and enclosed a sample from the native stock, which had grown considerably by this time. It was her long contemplated apple of discord, and much her hand trembled as she handed the document up to him. But it was impossible on account of the gloom for Fitzpiers to read it then, while he had the curiosity to do so, and he put it in his pocket. His imagination having already centered itself on Hintock House, in his pocket the letter remained unopened and forgotten, all the while that Marty was hopefully picturing its excellent weaning effect upon him. He was not long in reaching the precincts of the manor house. He drew rein under a group of dark oaks commanding a view of the front, and reflected awhile. His entry would not be altogether unnatural in the circumstances of her possible indisposition, but upon the whole he thought it best to avoid riding up to the door. By silently approaching he could retreat unobserved in the event of her not being alone. Thereupon he dismounted, hitched Darling to a stray bough hanging a little below the general browsing line of the trees, and proceeded to the door on foot. In the meantime, Melbury had returned from Shottsford Forum. The great court or quadrangle of the timber merchant's house, divided from the shady lane by an ivy-coloured wall, was entered by two white gates, one standing near each extremity of the wall. It so happened that at the moment when Fitzpiers was riding out at the lower gate on his way to the manor house, Melbury was approaching the upper gate to enter it. Fitzpiers, being in front of Melbury, was seen by the latter, but the surgeon, never turning his head, did not observe his father-in-law, ambling slowly and silently along under the trees, though his horse too was a grey one. "How is Grace?" said his wife, as soon as he entered. Melbury looked gloomy. "She is not at all well," he said. I don't like the looks of her at all. I couldn't bear the notion of her biding away in a strange place any longer, and I begged her to let me take her home. At last she agreed to it, but not till after much persuading. I was then sorry that I rode over instead of driving, but I have hired a nice comfortable carriage, the easiest going I could get, and she'll be here in a couple of hours or less. I rode on ahead to tell you to get her room ready, but I see her husband has come back." "Yes," said Mrs. Melbury. She expressed her concern that her husband had hired a carriage all the way from Shottsford. "What it will cost!" she said. "I don't care what it costs!" he exclaimed testily. "I was determined to get her home. Why she went away I can't think. She acts in a way that is not at all likely to mend matters as far as I can see." Grace had not told her father of her interview with Mrs. Charmant, and the disclosure that had been whispered in her startled ear. "Since Edgar is come," he continued, "he might have waited in till I got home, to ask me how she was, if only for a compliment. I saw him go out. Where is he gone?" Mrs. Melbury did not know positively, but she told her husband that there was not much doubt about the place of his first visit after an absence. She had, in fact, seen Fitzpiers take the direction of the manor house. Melbury said no more. It was exasperating to him that just at this moment, when there was every reason for Fitzpiers to stay indoors, or at any rate to ride along the Shottsford road to meet his ailing wife, he should be doing despite to her by going elsewhere. The old man went out of doors again, and his horse being hardly unsaddled as yet, he told Upjohn to retighten the girths, when he again mounted, and rode off at the heels of the surgeon. By the time that Melbury reached the park, he was prepared to go any lengths in combating this rank and reckless errantry of his daughter's husband. He would fetch home Edgar Fitzpiers to-night by some means, rough or fair. In his view there could come of his interference nothing worse than existed at present, and yet to every bad there is a worse. He had entered by the bridle gate, which admitted to the park on this side, and cantered over the soft turf almost in the tracks of Fitzpiers' horse, till he reached the clump of trees under which his precursor had halted. The whitish object that was indistinctly visible here in the gloom of the boughs he found to be Darling, as left by Fitzpiers. D.N. him! Why did he not ride up to the house in an honest way? Said Melbury. He profited by Fitzpiers' example. Dismounting, he tied his horse under an adjoining tree, and went on to the house on foot, as the other had done. He was no longer disposed to stick at trifles in his investigation, and did not hesitate to gently open the front door without ringing. The large square hall, with its oak floor, staircase, and wainscot, was lighted by a dim lamp hanging from a beam. Not a soul was visible. He went into the corridor, and listened at a door which he knew to be that of the drawing-room. There was no sound, and on turning the handle he found the room empty. A fire burning low in the grate was the sole light of the apartment. Its beams flashed mockingly on the somewhat showy Versailles furniture, and gilding here, in style as unlike that of the structural parts of the building as it was possible to be, and probably introduced by Felice to counteract the fine old English gloom of the place. Disappointed in his hope of confronting his son-in-law here, he went on to the dining-room. This was without light or fire, and pervaded by a cold atmosphere, which signified that she had not dined there that day. By this time, Melbury's mood had a little mollified. Everything here was so pacific, so unaggressive in its repose, that he was no longer incited to provoke a collision with Fitzpiers or with anybody. The comparative stateliness of the apartments influenced him to an emotion, rather than to a belief, that where all was outwardly so good and proper, there could not be quite that delinquency within which he had suspected. It occurred to him, too, that, even if his suspicions were justified, his abrupt, if not unwarrantable entry into the house might end in confounding its inhabitant at the expense of his daughter's dignity and his own. Any ill result would be pretty sure to hit Grace hardest in the long run. He would, after all, adopt the more rational course, and plead with Fitzpiers privately, as he had pleaded with Mrs. Charmond. He accordingly retreated as silently as he had come. Passing the door of the drawing-room anew, he fancied that he heard a noise within which was not the crackling of the fire. Melbury gently reopened the door to a distance of a few inches, and saw at the opposite window 2 figures in the act of stepping out, a man and a woman, in whom he recognized the lady of the house and his son-in-law. In a moment they had disappeared amid the gloom of the lawn. He returned into the hall and let himself out by the carriage entrance door, coming round to the lawn front in time to see the 2 figures parting at the railing which divided the precincts of the house from the open park. Mrs. Charmond turned to hasten back immediately that Fitzpiers had left her side, and he was speedily absorbed into the duskiness of the trees. Melbury waited till Mrs. Charmond had re-entered the drawing-room, and then followed after Fitzpiers, thinking that he would allow the latter to mount and ride ahead a little way before overtaking him and giving him a piece of his mind. His son-in-law might possibly see the second horse near his own, but that would do him no harm, and might prepare him for what he was to expect. The event, however, was different from the plan. On plunging into the thick shade of the clump of oaks, he could not perceive his horse Blossom anywhere, but feeling his way carefully along, he by and by discerned Fitzpiers' mare Darling still standing as before under the adjoining tree. For a moment Melbury thought that his own horse, being young and strong, had broken away from her fastening, but on listening intently he could hear her ambling comfortably along a little way ahead, and a creaking of the saddle which showed that she had a rider. Walking on as far as the small gate in the corner of the park, he met a laborer, who, in reply to Melbury's inquiry if he had seen any person on a grey horse, said that he had only met Dr. Fitzpiers. It was just what Melbury had begun to suspect. Fitzpiers had mounted the mare which did not belong to him in mistake for his own, an oversight easily explicable in a man ever unwitting, in horseflesh, by the darkness of the spot and the near similarity of the animals in appearance, though Melbury's was readily enough seen to be the greyer horse by day. He hastened back, and did what seemed best in the circumstances, got upon old Darling, and rode rapidly after Fitzpiers. Melbury had just entered the wood, and was winding along the cartway which led through it, channeled deep in the leaf mould, with large ruts that were formed by the timber wagons in fetching the spoil of the plantations, when all at once he descried in front, at a point where the road took a turning round a large chestnut tree, the form of his own horse Blossom, at which Melbury quickened Darling's pace, thinking to come up with Fitzpiers. Nearer view revealed that the horse had no rider. At Melbury's approach it galloped friskily away under the trees in a homeward direction. Thinking something was wrong, the timber merchant dismounted as soon as he reached the chestnut, and after feeling about for a minute or two, discovered Fitzpiers lying on the ground. "Here! Help!" cried the latter as soon as he felt Melbury's touch. "I have been thrown off, but there is not much harm done, I think." Since Melbury could not now very well read the younger man the lecture he had intended, and as friendliness would be hypocrisy, his instinct was to speak not a single word to his son-in-law. He raised Fitzpiers into a sitting posture, and found that he was a little stunned and stupefied, but, as he had said, no otherwise hurt. How this fall had come about was readily conjecturable. Fitzpiers, imagining there was only old Darling under him, had been taken unawares by the younger horse's sprightliness. Melbury was a traveller of the old-fashioned sort. Having just come from Shottsford Forum, he still had in his pocket the pilgrim's flask of rum which he always carried on journeys exceeding a dozen miles, though he seldom drank much of it. He poured it down the surgeon's throat with such effect that he quickly revived. Melbury got him on his legs, but the question was what to do with him. He could not walk more than a few steps, and the other horse had gone away. With great exertion, Melbury contrived to get him astride Darling, mounting himself behind, and holding Fitzpiers round his waist with one arm. Darling, being broad, straight-backed, and high in the withers, was well able to carry double, at any rate as far as Hintock, and at a gentle pace. End of chapter 34. Recording by Katie Riley. August 2009.
Chapter 35 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 35. The mare paced along with firm and cautious tread through the copse where Winterborne had worked, and into the heavier soil where the oaks grew, past Great Willie, the largest oak in the wood, and thence towards Nellcombe Bottom, intensely dark now with overgrowth, and popularly supposed to be haunted by the spirits of the fratricides exorcised from Hintock House. By this time Fitzpiers was quite recovered as to physical strength, but he had eaten nothing since making a hasty breakfast in London that morning, his anxiety about Felice having hurried him away from home before dining, and as a consequence the old rum administered by his father-in-law flew to the young man's head and loosened his tongue, without his ever having recognized who it was that had lent him a kindly hand. He began to speak in desultory sentences, Melbury still supporting him. "I've come all the way from London to-day," said Fitzpiers. "Ah, that's the place to meet your equals. I live at Hintock. Worse, at Little Hintock, and I am quite lost there. There's not a man within 10 miles of Hintock who can comprehend me. I tell you, farmer, what's your name? That I am a man of education. I know several languages. The poets and I are familiar friends. I used to read more in metaphysics than anybody within 50 miles. And since I gave that up, there's nobody can match me in the whole county of Wessex as a scientist. Yet I am doomed to live with tradespeople in a miserable little hole like Hintock." "Indeed," muttered Melbury. Fitzpiers, increasingly energized by the alcohol, here reared himself up suddenly from the bowed posture he had hitherto held, thrusting his shoulders so violently against Melbury's breast as to make it difficult for the old man to keep a hold on the reins. "People don't appreciate me here," the surgeon exclaimed, lowering his voice. He added, softly and slowly, "except one. Except one. A passionate soul, as warm as she is clever, as beautiful as she is warm, and as rich as she is beautiful. I say, old fellow, those claws of yours clutch me rather tight. Rather like the eagle's, you know, that ate out the liver of the man on Mount Caucasus. People don't appreciate me, I say, except her. Ah, gods, I am an unlucky man. She would have been mine. She would have taken my name. But unfortunately it cannot be so. I stooped to mate beneath me, and now I rue it." The position was becoming a very trying one for Melbury, corporally and mentally. He was obliged to steady Fitzpiers with his left arm, and he began to hate the contact. He hardly knew what to do. It was useless to remonstrate with Fitzpiers in his intellectual confusion from the rum and from the fall. He remained silent, his hold upon his companion however, being stern rather than compassionate. "You hurt me a little, farmer, though I am much obliged to you for your kindness. People don't appreciate me, I say. Between ourselves, I'm losing my practice here. And why? Because I see matchless attraction where matchless attraction is, both in person and position. I mention no names, so nobody will be the wiser. But I have lost her, in a legitimate sense, that is. If I were a free man now, things have come to such a pass that she could not refuse me, while with her fortune, which I don't covet for itself, I should have a chance of satisfying an honorable ambition, a chance I have never had yet, and now never, never shall have, probably." Melbury, his heart throbbing against the other's backbone, and his brain on fire with indignation, ventured to mutter huskily, "Why?" The horse ambled on some steps before Fitzpiers replied, "Because I am tied and bound to another by law, as tightly as I am to you by your arm. Not that I complain of your arm. I thank you for helping me. Well, where are we? Not nearly home yet? Home, say I? It is a home? When I might have been at the other house over there." In a stupefied way he flung his hand in the direction of the park. "I was just 2 months too early in committing myself. Had I only seen the other first!" Here the old man's arm gave Fitzpiers a convulsive shake. "What are you doing?" continued the latter. "Keep still, please, or put me down. I was saying that I lost her by a mere little 2 months. There is no chance for me now in this world, and it makes me reckless. Unless, indeed, anything should happen to the other one. She is amiable enough, but if anything should happen to her, and I hear she is ill, well, if it should, I should be free, and my fame, my happiness would be insured." These were the last words that Fitzpiers uttered in his seat in front of the timber merchant. Unable longer to master himself, Melbury, the skin of his face compressed, whipped away his spare arm from Fitzpiers's waist and seized him by the collar. "You heartless villain! After all that we have done for ye," he cried, with a quivering lip, "and the money of hers that you've had, and the roof we've provided to shelter ye, it is to me, George Melbury, that you dare to talk like that!" The exclamation was accompanied by a powerful swing from the shoulder, which flung the young man headlong into the road. Fitzpiers fell with a heavy thud upon the stumps of some undergrowth which had been cut during the winter preceding. Darling continued her walk for a few paces farther, and stopped. "God forgive me," Melbury murmured, repenting of what he had done. "He tried me too sorely, and now perhaps I've murdered him." He turned round in the saddle and looked towards the spot on which Fitzpiers had fallen. To his great surprise, he beheld the surgeon rise to his feet with a bound, as if unhurt, and walk away rapidly under the trees. Melbury listened till the rustle of Fitzpiers's footsteps died away. It might have been a crime but for the mercy of Providence in providing leaves for his fall, he said to himself, and then his mind reverted to the words of Fitzpiers, and his indignation so mounted within him that he almost wished the fall had put an end to the young man there and then. He had not ridden far when he discerned his own grey mare standing under some bushes. Leaving Dowling for a moment, Melbury went forward and easily caught the younger animal, now disheartened at its freak. He then made the pair of them fast to a tree, and, turning back, endeavoured to find some trace of Fitzpiers, feeling pitifully that after all he had gone further than he intended with the offender. But though he threaded the wood hither and thither, his toes ploughing layer after layer of the little horny scrolls that had once been leaves, he could not find him. He stood still, listening and looking round. The breeze was oozing through the network of boughs as through a strainer. The trunks and larger branches stood against the light of the sky in the forms of writhing men, gigantic candelabra, pikes, halberds, lances, and whatever besides the fancy chose to make of them. Giving up the search, Melbury came back to the horses and walked slowly homeward, leading one in each hand. It happened that on this selfsame evening a boy had been returning from Great to Little Hintock about the time of Fitzpierce's and Melbury's passage home along that route. A horse collar that had been left at the harness mender's to be repaired was required for use at 5 o'clock next morning, and in consequence the boy had to fetch it overnight. He put his head through the collar, and accompanied his walk by whistling the one tune he knew as an antidote to fear. The boy suddenly became aware of a horse trotting rather friskily along the track behind him, and not knowing whether to expect friend or foe, prudence suggested that he should cease his whistling and retreat among the trees till the horse and his rider had gone by, a course to which he was still more inclined when he found how noiselessly they approached, and saw that the horse looked pale, and remembered what he had read about death in the Revelation. He therefore deposited the collar by a tree and hid himself behind it. The horseman came on, and the youth, whose eyes were as keen as telescopes, to his great relief recognized the doctor. As Melbury surmised, Fitzpiers had in the darkness taken Blossom for Darling, and he had not discovered his mistake when he came up opposite the boy, though he was somewhat surprised at the liveliness of his usually placid mare. The only other pair of eyes on the spot whose vision was keen as the young carter's were those of the horse, and with that strongly conservative objection to the unusual which animals show, Blossom, on eyeing the collar under the tree, quite invisible to Fitzpiers, exercised none of the patience of the older horse, but shied sufficiently to unseat so second-rate an equestrian as the surgeon. He fell, and did not move, lying as Melbury afterwards found him. The boy ran away, salving his conscience for the desertion by thinking how vigorously he would spread the alarm of the accident when he got to Hintock, which he uncompromisingly did, encrusting the skeleton event with a load of dramatic horrors. Grace had returned, and the fly hired on her account, though not by her husband, at the Crown Hotel, Shottsford Forum, had been paid for and dismissed. The long drive had somewhat revived her, her illness being a feverish, intermittent nervousness which had more to do with mind than body, and she walked about her sitting-room in something of a hopeful mood. Mrs. Melbury had told her as soon as she arrived that her husband had returned from London. He had gone out, she said, to see a patient, as she supposed, and he must soon be back, since he had had no dinner or tea. Grace would not allow her mind to harbor any suspicion of his whereabouts, and her stepmother said nothing of Mrs. Charmond's rumored sorrows and plans of departure. So the young wife sat by the fire, waiting silently. She had left Hintock in a turmoil of feeling after the revelation of Mrs. Charmond, and had intended not to be at home when her husband returned. But she had thought the matter over, and had allowed her father's influence to prevail and bring her back, and now somewhat regretted that Edgar's arrival had preceded hers. By and by Mrs. Melbury came upstairs with a slight air of flurry and abruptness. "I have something to tell, some bad news," she said. "But you must not be alarmed, as it is not so bad as it might have been. Edgar has been thrown off his horse. We don't think he is hurt much. It happened in the wood, the other side of Nellcombe Bottom, where 'tis said the ghosts of the brothers walk." She went on to give a few of the particulars, but none of the invented horrors that had been communicated by the boy. "I thought it better to tell you at once," she added, "in case he should not be very well able to walk home, and somebody should bring him." Mrs. Melbury really thought matters much worse than she represented, and Grace knew that she thought so. She sat down dazed for a few minutes, returning a negative to her stepmother's inquiry if she could do anything for her. "But please go into the bedroom," Grace said, on second thoughts, and see if all is ready there, in case it is serious." Mrs. Melbury thereupon called Grammer, and they did as directed, supplying the room with everything they could think of for the accommodation of an injured man. Nobody was left in the lower part of the house. Not many minutes passed when Grace heard a knock at the door, a single knock, not loud enough to reach the ears of those in the bedroom. She went to the top of the stairs and said faintly, "Come up," knowing that the door stood as usual in such houses, wide open. Retreating into the gloom of the broad landing, she saw rise up the stairs a woman whom at first she did not recognize, till her voice revealed her to be Sukh Damson. In great fright and sorrow, a streak of light from the partially closed door of Grace's room fell upon her face as she came forward, and it was drawn and pale. "Oh, Miss Melbury, I would say Mrs. Fitzpiers," she said, wringing her hands. "This terrible news! Is he dead? Is he hurted very bad? Tell me. I couldn't help coming. Please forgive me, Miss Melbury. Mrs. Fitzpiers, I would say." Grace sank down on the oak chest which stood on the landing and put her hands to her now flushed face and head. Could she order Sukh Damson downstairs and out of the house? Her husband might be brought in at any moment, and what would happen? But could she order this genuinely grieved woman away? There was a dead silence of half a minute or so, till Sukh said, "Why don't she speak? Is he here? Is he dead? If so, why can't I see him? Would it be so very wrong?" Before Grace had answered, somebody else came to the door below, a footfall light as a rose. There was a hurried tapping upon the panel, as if with the impatient tips of fingers whose owner thought not whether a knocker were there or no. Without a pause, and possibly guided by the stray beam of light on the landing, the newcomer ascended the staircase as the first had done. Grace was sufficiently visible, and the lady, for a lady it was, came to her side. "I could make nobody hear downstairs," said Felice Charmond, with lips whose dryness could almost be heard, and panting as she stood like one ready to sink on the floor with distress. "What is the matter? Tell me the worst. Can he live?" She looked at Grace imploringly, without perceiving poor Sukh, who, dismayed at such a presence, had shrunk away into the shade. Mrs. Charmond's little feet were covered with mud. She was quite unconscious of her appearance now. "I have heard such a dreadful report," she went on. "I came to ascertain the truth of it. Is he killed?" "She won't tell us. He's dying. He's in that room," burst out Sukh, regardless of consequences, as she heard the distant movements of Mrs. Melbury and Grammer in the bedroom at the end of the passage. "Where?" said Mrs. Charmond, and on Sukh pointing out the direction, she made as if to go thither. Grace barred the way. "He is not there," she said. "I have not seen him any more than you. I have heard a report only. Not so bad as you think. It must have been exaggerated to you." "Please do not conceal anything. Let me know all," said Felice doubtingly. "You shall know all I know. You have a perfect right to know. Who can have a better than either of you?" said Grace, with a delicate sting which was lost upon Felice Charmond now. "I repeat, I have only heard a less alarming account than you have heard. How much it means, and how little, I cannot say. I pray God that it means not much. In common humanity, you probably pray the same, for other reasons." She regarded them both there in the dim light awhile. They stood dumb in their trouble, not stinging back at her, not heeding her mood. A tenderness spread over Grace like a dew. It was well, very well, conventionally, to address either one of them in the wife's regulation terms of virtuous sarcasm, as woman, creature, or thing, for losing their hearts to her husband. But life, what was it, and who was she? She had, like the singer of the psalm of Asaph, been plagued and chastened all the day long. But could she, by retributive words, in order to please herself, the individual, offend against the generation, as he would not? "Is he dying, perhaps?" blubbered Sukh Damson, putting her apron to her eyes. In their gestures and faces there were anxieties, affection, agony of heart, all for a man who had wronged them, had never really behaved towards either of them anyhow but selfishly. Neither one but would have well-nigh sacrificed half her life to him even now. The tears which his possibly critical situation could not bring to her eyes surged over at the contemplation of these fellow women. She turned to the balustrade, bent herself upon it, and wept. Thereupon Felice began to cry also, without using her handkerchief, and letting the tears run down silently. While these three poor women stood together thus, pitying another, though most to be pitied themselves, the pacing of a horse or horses became audible in the court, and in a moment Melbury's voice was heard calling to his stableman. Grace at once started up, ran down the stairs and out into the quadrangle as her father crossed it towards the door. "Father, what is the matter with him?" she cried. "Who? Edgar?" said Melbury abruptly. "Matter? Nothing. What, my dear? And have you got home safe? Why, you are better already. But you ought not to be out in the air like this." "But he has been thrown off his horse." I know. I saw it. He got up again and walked off as well as ever. A fall in the leaves didn't hurt a spry fellow like him. He did not come this way," he added significantly. "I suppose he went to look for his horse. I tried to find him, but could not. But after seeing him go away under the trees, I found the horse and have led it home for safety. So he must walk. Now don't you stay out here in this night air." She returned to the house with her father. When she had again ascended to the landing and to her own rooms beyond, it was a great relief to her to find that both Petticoat the First and Petticoat the Second of her bien-aime had silently disappeared. They had, in all probability, heard the words of her father, and departed with their anxieties relieved. Presently her parents came up to Grace, and busied themselves to see that she was comfortable. Perceiving soon that she would prefer to be left alone, they went away. Grace waited on. The clock raised its voice now and then, but her husband did not return. At her father's usual hour for retiring, he again came in to see her. "Do not stay up," she said, as soon as he entered. "I am not at all tired. I will sit up for him." "I think it will be useless, Grace," said Melbury slowly. "Why?" "I have had a bitter quarrel with him, and on that account I hardly think he will return tonight." "A quarrel? Was that after the fall seen by the boy?" Melbury nodded an affirmative, without taking his eyes off the candle. "Yes, it was as we were coming home together," he said. Something had been swelling up in Grace while her father was speaking. "How could you want to quarrel with him?" she cried suddenly. "Why could you not let him come home quietly if he were inclined to? He is my husband, and now you have married me to him, surely you need not provoke him unnecessarily. First you induce me to accept him, and then you do things that divide us more than we should naturally be divided." "How can you speak so unjustly to me, Grace?" said Melbury, with indignant sorrow. "I divide you from your husband, indeed! You little think—" He was inclined to say more, to tell her the whole story of the encounter, and that the provocation he had received had lain entirely in hearing her despised. But it would have greatly distressed her, and he forbore. "You had better lie down. You are tired," he said, soothingly. "Good night." The household went to bed, and a silence fell upon the dwelling, broken only by the occasional skeer of a halter in Melbury's stables. Despite her father's advice, Grace still waited up, but nobody came. It was a critical time in Grace's emotional life that night. She thought of her husband a good deal, and for the nonce forgot Winterbourne. "How these unhappy women must have admired Edgar," she said to herself. "How attractive he must be to everybody. And indeed he is attractive. The possibility is that, piqued by rivalry, these ideas might have been transformed into their corresponding emotions by a show of the least reciprocity in Fitzpiers. There was, in truth, a love-bird yearning to fly from her heart, and it wanted a lodging badly. But no husband came. The fact was that Melbury had been much mistaken about the condition of Fitzpiers. People do not fall headlong on stumps of underwood with impunity. Had the old man been able to watch Fitzpiers narrowly enough, he would have observed that on rising and walking into the thicket he dropped blood as he went, that he had not proceeded 50 yards before he showed signs of being dizzy, and, raising his hands to his head, reeled and fell down. End of chapter 35. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 36 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 36. Grace was not the only one who watched and meditated in Hintock that night. Felice Charmond was in no mood to retire to rest at a customary hour, and over her drawing-room fire at the manor-house she sat as motionless and in as deep a reverie as Grace in her little apartment at the homestead. Having caught ear of Melbury's intelligence while she stood on the landing at his house, and been eased of much of her mental distress, her sense of personal decorum returned upon her with a rush. She descended the stairs and left the door like a ghost, keeping close to the walls of the building till she got round to the gate of the quadrangle, through which she noiselessly passed almost before Grace and her father had finished their discourse. Sukh Damson had thought it well to imitate her superior in this respect, and, descending the back stairs as Felice descended the front, went out at the side door and home to her cottage. Once outside Melbury's gates, Mrs. Charmond ran with all her speed to the manor-house, without stopping or turning her head, and splitting her thin boots in her haste. She entered her own dwelling as she had emerged from it, by the drawing-room window. In other circumstances she would have felt some timidity at undertaking such an unpremeditated excursion alone, but her anxiety for another had cast out her fear for herself. Everything in her drawing-room was just as she had left it, the candles still burning, the casement closed, and the shutters gently pulled to, so as to hide the state of the window from the cursory glance of a servant entering the apartment. She had been gone about 3/4 of an hour by the clock, and nobody seemed to have discovered her absence. Tired in body, but tense in mind, she sat down, palpitating, round-eyed, bewildered at what she had done. She had been betrayed by a frighted love into a visit which, now that the emotion instigating it had calmed down under her belief that Fitzpiers was in no danger, was the saddest surprise to her. This was how she had set about doing her best to escape her passionate bondage to him. Somehow, in declaring to Grace and to herself the unseemliness of her infatuation, she had grown a convert to its irresistibility. If Heaven would only give her strength! But Heaven never did. One thing was indispensable. She must go away from Hintock if she meant to withstand further temptation. The struggle was too wearying, too hopeless, while she remained. It was but a continual capitulation of conscience to what she dared not name. By degrees, as she sat, Felice's mind, helped perhaps by the anticlimax of learning that her lover was unharmed after all her fright about him, grew wondrously strong in wise resolve. For the moment she was in a mood, in the words of Mrs. Elizabeth Montagu, to run mad with discretion, and was so persuaded that discretion lay in departure that she wished to set about going that very minute. Jumping up from her seat, She began to gather together some small personal knick-knacks scattered about the room, to feel that preparations were really in train. While moving here and there she fancied that she heard a slight noise out of doors, and stood still. Surely it was a tapping at the window. A thought entered her mind and burned her cheek. He had come to that window before, yet was it possible that he should dare to do so now? All the servants were in bed, and in the ordinary course of affairs she would have retired also. Then she remembered that on stepping in by the casement and closing it, she had not fastened the window shutter, so that a streak of light from the interior of the room might have revealed her vigil to an observer on the lawn. How all things conspired against her, keeping faith with grace! The tapping recommenced, light as from the bill of a little bird. Her illegitimate hope overcame her vow. She went and pulled back the shutter, determining, however, to shake her head at him and keep the casement securely closed. What she saw outside might have struck terror into a heart stouter than a helpless woman's at midnight. In the center of the lowest pane of the window, close to the glass, was a human face, which she barely recognized as the face of Fitzpiers. It was surrounded with the darkness of the night without, corpse-like in its pallor, and covered with blood. As disclosed in the square area of the pane, it met her frightened eyes like a replica of the Sudarium of St. Veronica. He moved his lips and looked at her imploringly. Her rapid mind pieced together in an instant a possible concatenation of events which might have led to this tragical issue. She unlatched the casement with a terrified hand, and bending down to where he was crouching, pressed her face to his with passionate solicitude. She assisted him into the room without a word, to do which it was almost necessary to lift him bodily. Quickly closing the window and fastening the shutters, she bent over him breathlessly. "Are you hurt much? Much?" she cried faintly. "Oh, how is this?" "Rather much, but don't be frightened," he answered in a difficult whisper, and turning himself to obtain an easier position if possible. "A little water, please." She ran across into the dining-room and brought a bottle and glass, from which he eagerly drank. He could then speak much better, and with her help got upon the nearest couch. "Are you dying, Edgar?" she said. "Do speak to me." "I am half dead," said Fitzpiers, "but perhaps I shall get over it. It is chiefly loss of blood." "But I thought your fall did not hurt you," said she. "Who did this?" "Felice, my father-in-law. I have crawled to you more than a mile on my hands and knees. God! I thought I should never have got here. I have come to you because you are the only friend I have in the world now. I can never go back to Hintock, never, to the roof of the Melburys. Not Poppy nor Mandragora will ever medicine this bitter feud. If I were only well again. Let me bind your head now that you have rested. Yes, but wait a moment. It has stopped bleeding, fortunately, or I should be a dead man before now. While in the wood I managed to make a tourniquet of some haypins and my handkerchief, as well as I could in the dark. But listen, dear Felice, can you hide me till I am well? Whatever comes, I can be seen in Hintock no more. My practice is nearly gone, you know, and after this I would not care to recover it if I could." By this time Felice's tears began to blind her. Where were now her discreet plans for sundering their lives forever? To administer to him in his pain and trouble and poverty was her single thought. The first step was to hide him, and she asked herself where. A place occurred to her mind. She got him some wine from the dining-room, which strengthened him much. Then she managed to remove his boots, and as he could now keep himself upright by leaning upon her on one side and a walking-stick on the other, they went thus in slow march out of the room and up the stairs. At the top she took him along a gallery, pausing whenever he required rest, and thence up a smaller staircase to the least used part of the house, where she unlocked a door. Within was a lumber room, containing abandoned furniture of all descriptions, built up in piles which obscured the light of the windows, and formed between them nooks and lairs in which a person would not be discerned even should an eye gaze in at the door. The articles were mainly those that had belonged to the previous owner of the house, and had been bought in by the late Mr. Charmond at the auction. But changing fashion, and the tastes of a young wife, had caused them to be relegated to this dungeon. Here Fitzpiers sat on the floor against the wall till she had hauled out materials for a bed, which she spread on the floor in one of the aforesaid nooks. She obtained water and a basin and washed the dried blood from his face and hands, and when he was comfortably reclining, fetched food from the larder. While he ate, her eyes lingered anxiously on his face, following its every movement with such loving kindness as only a fond woman can show. He was now in better condition, and discussed his position with her. What I fancy I said to Melbury must have been enough to enrage any man, if uttered in cold blood, and with knowledge of his presence, but I did not know him, and I was stupefied by what he had given me, so that I hardly was aware of what I said. Well, the veil of that temple is rent in twain. As I am not going to be seen again in Hintock, my first efforts must be directed to allay any alarm that may be felt at my absence, before I am able to get clear away. Nobody must suspect that I have been hurt, or there will be a country talk about me. Felice, I must at once concoct a letter to check all search for me. I think if you can bring me a pen and paper, I may be able to do it now. I could rest better if it were done. Poor thing, how I tire her with running up and down." She fetched writing materials and held up the blotting-book as a support to his hand, while he pinned a brief note to his nominal wife. "The animosity shown towards me by your father," he wrote, in this coldest of marital epistles, "is such that I cannot return again to a roof which is his, even though it shelters you. A parting is unavoidable, as you are sure to be on his side in this division. I am starting on a journey which will take me a long way from Hintock, and you must not expect to see me there again for some time." He then gave her a few directions bearing upon his professional engagements and other practical matters, concluding without a hint of his destination or a notion of when she would see him again. He offered to read the note to Felice before he closed it up, but she would not hear or see it. That side of his obligations distressed her beyond endurance. She turned away from Fitzpiers and sobbed bitterly. "If you can get this posted at a place some miles away," he whispered, exhausted by the effort of writing, "at Shottsford, or Port Ready, or still better, Budmouth, it will divert all suspicion from this house as the place of my refuge. I will drive to one or the other of the places myself, anything to keep it unknown," she murmured, her voice weighted with vague foreboding, now that the excitement of helping him had passed away. Fitzpiers told her that there was yet one thing more to be done. "In creeping over the fence onto the lawn," he said, "I made the rail bloody, and it shows rather much on the white paint. I could see it in the dark. At all hazards it should be washed off. Could you do that also, Felice?" What will not women do on such devoted occasions? Weary as she was, she went all the way down the rambling staircases to the ground floor, then to search for a lantern, which she lighted and hid under her cloak, then for a wet sponge, and next went forth into the night. The white railing stared out in the darkness at her approach, and a ray from the enshrouded lantern fell upon the blood, just where he had told her it would be found. She shuddered. It was almost too much to bear in one day, but with a shaking hand she sponged the rail clean and returned to the house. The time occupied by these several proceedings was not much less than 2 hours. When all was done, and she had smoothed his extemporized bed, and placed everything within his reach that she could think of, she took her leave of him and locked him in. End of chapter 36. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 37 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 37. When her husband's letter reached Grace's hands, bearing upon it the postmark of a distant town, it never once crossed her mind that Fitzpiers was within a mile of her still. She felt relieved that he did not write more bitterly of the quarrel with her father, whatever its nature might have been. But the general frigidity of his communication quenched in her the incipient spark that events had kindled so shortly before. From this centre of information it was made known in Hintock that the doctor had gone away, and as none but the Melbury household was aware that he did not return on the night of his accident, no excitement manifested itself in the village. Thus the early days of May passed by. None but the nocturnal birds and animals observed that late one evening, towards the middle of the month, a closely wrapped figure, with a crutch under one arm and a stick in his hand, crept out from Hintock House across the lawn to the shelter of the trees, taking thence a slow and laborious walk to the nearest point of the turnpike road. The mysterious personage was so disguised that his own wife would hardly have known him. Felice Charmond was a practised hand at make-ups, as well she might be, and she had done her utmost in padding and painting Fitzpiers with the old materials of her art in the recesses of the lumber-room. In the highway he was met by a covered carriage, which conveyed him to Sherton Abbas, whence he proceeded to the nearest port on the south coast and immediately crossed the Channel. But it was known to everybody that 3 days after this time Mrs. Charmond executed her long-deferred plan of setting out for a long term of travel and residence on the Continent. She went off one morning as unostentatiously as could be, and took no maid with her, having, she said, engaged one to meet her at a point farther on in her route. After that, Hintock House, so frequently deserted, was again to be let. Spring had not merged in summer when a clinching rumour, founded on the best of evidence, reached the parish and neighbourhood. Mrs. Charmond and Fitzpiers had been seen together in Baden, in relations which set at rest the question that had agitated the little community ever since the winter. Melbury had entered the valley of humiliation even farther than Grace. His spirit seemed broken. But once a week he mechanically went to market as usual, and here, as he was passing by the conduit one day, his mental condition expressed largely by his gait, he heard his name spoken by a voice formerly familiar. He turned and saw a certain Fred Bocock, once a promising lawyer's clerk and local dandy, who had been called the cleverest fellow in Sherton, without whose brains the firm of solicitors employing him would be nowhere. But later on Bocock had fallen into the mire. He was invited out a good deal, sang songs at agricultural meetings and burgesses' dinners, in sum, victualled himself with spirits more frequently than was good for the clever brains or body either. He lost his situation, and after an absence spent in trying his powers elsewhere, came back to his native town, where, at the time of the foregoing events in Hintock, he gave legal advice for astonishingly small fees, mostly carrying on his profession on public-house settles, in whose recesses he might often have been overheard making country people's wills for half-a-crown, calling with a learned voice for pen and ink and a halfpenny sheet of paper, on which he drew up the testament while resting it in a little space wiped with his hand on the table amid the liquid circles formed by the cups and glasses. An idea implanted early in life is difficult to uproot, and many elderly tradespeople still clung to the notion that Fred Bocock knew a great deal of law. It was he who had called Melbury by name. "You look very down, Mr. Melbury, very, if I may say as much," he observed when the timber merchant turned. "But I know, a very sad case, very. I was bred to the law, as you know, and am professionally no stranger to such matters. Well, Mrs. Fitzpiers has her remedy." "How? What? A remedy?" said Melbury. "Under the new law, sir. A new court was established last year, and under the new statute, 20 and 21 Vic, cap. 85, unmarrying is as easy as marrying. No more acts of Parliament necessary. No longer one law for the rich and another for the poor. But come inside. I was just going to have a niblikin of rum hot. I'll explain it all to you." The intelligence amazed Melbury, who saw little of newspapers, and though he was a severely correct man in his habits and had no taste for entering a tavern with Fred Bocock, nay, would have been quite uninfluenced by such a character on any other matter in the world, such fascination lay in the idea of delivering his poor girl from bondage that it deprived him of the critical faculty. He could not resist the ex-lawyer's clerk and entered the inn. Here they sat down to the rum, which Melbury paid for as a matter of course, Bocock leaning back in the settle with a legal gravity which would hardly allow him to be conscious of the spirits before him, though they nevertheless disappeared with mysterious quickness. How much of the exaggerated information on the then new divorce laws which Bocock imparted to his listener was the result of ignorance, and how much of dupery, was never ascertained. But he related such a plausible story of the ease with which Grace could become a free woman that her father was irradiated with the project, and though he scarcely wetted his lips, Melbury never knew how he came out of the inn, or when or where he mounted his gig to pursue his way homeward. But home he found himself, his brain having all the way seemed to ring sonorously as a gong in the intensity of its stir. Before he had seen Grace, he was accidentally met by Winterborne, who found his face shining as if he had, like the lawgiver, conversed with an angel. He relinquished his horse and took Winterborne by the arm to a heap of rindlewood, as barked oak was here called, which lay under a privet hedge. "Giles," he said, when they had sat down upon the logs, "there's a new law in the land. Grace can be free quite easily. I only knew it by the merest accident. I might not have found it out for the next 10 years. She can get rid of him, do you hear? Get rid of him. Think of that, my friend Giles." He related what he had learned of the new legal remedy. A subdued tremulousness about the mouth was all the response that Winterborne made, and Melbury added, "My boy, you shall have her yet, if you want her." His feelings had gathered volume as he said this, and the articulate sound of the old idea drowned his sight in mist. "Are you sure about this new law?" asked Winterborne, so disquieted by a gigantic exultation which loomed alternately with fearful doubt that he evaded the full acceptance of Melbury's last statement. Melbury said that he had no manner of doubt, for since his talk with Bocock it had come into his mind that he had seen some time ago in the weekly paper an allusion to such a legal change, but, having no interest in those desperate remedies at the moment, he had passed it over. "But I'm not going to let the matter rest doubtful for a single day," he continued. "I am going to London. Bocock will go with me, and we shall get the best advice as soon as we possibly can. Bocock is a thorough lawyer, nothing the matter with him but a fiery palate. I knew him as the stay and refuge of Sheridan in knots of law at one time. Winterbourne's replies were of the vaguest. The new possibility was almost unthinkable by him at the moment. He was what was called at Hintock a solid-going fellow. He maintained his abeyant mood not from want of reciprocity, but from a taciturn hesitancy, taught by life as he knew it. But, continued the timber merchant, a temporary crease or two of anxiety supplementing those already established in his forehead by time and care, Grace is not at all well. Nothing constitutional, you know, but she has been in a low, nervous state ever since that night of fright. I don't doubt but that she will be all right soon. I wonder how she is this evening." He rose with the words as if he had too long forgotten her personality in the excitement of her previsioned career. They had sat till the evening was beginning to dye the garden brown, and now went towards Melbury's house, Giles a few steps in the rear of his old friend, who was stimulated by the enthusiasm of the moment to outstep the ordinary walking of Winterbourne. He felt shy of entering Grace's presence as her reconstituted lover, which was how her father's manner would be sure to present him, before definite information as to her future state was forthcoming. It seemed too nearly like the act of those who rush in where angels fear to tread. A chill to counterbalance all the growing promise of the day was prompt enough in coming. No sooner had he followed the timber merchant in at the door than he heard Grammer inform him that Mrs. Fitzpiers was still more unwell than she had been in the morning. Old Dr. Jones being in the neighborhood, they had called him in, and he had instantly directed them to get her to bed. They were not, however, to consider her illness serious. A feverish, nervous attack, the result of recent events, was what she was suffering from, and she would doubtless be well in a few days. Winterbourne, therefore, did not remain, and his hope of seeing her that evening was disappointed. Even this aggravation of her morning condition did not greatly depress Melbury. He knew, he said, that his daughter's constitution was sound enough. It was only these domestic troubles that were pulling her down. Once free, she would be blooming again. Melbury diagnosed rightly, as parents usually do. He set out for London the next morning, Jones having paid another visit and assured him that he might leave home without uneasiness, especially on an errand of that sort, which would the sooner put an end to her suspense. The timber merchant had been away only a day or two when it was told in Hintock that Mr. Fitzpiers's hat had been found in the wood. Later on in the afternoon the hat was brought to Melbury, and by a piece of ill fortune into Grace's presence. It had doubtless lain in the wood ever since his fall from the horse, but it looked so clean and uninjured, the summer weather and leafy shelter having much favored its preservation, that Grace could not believe it had remained so long concealed. A very little of fact was enough to set her fevered fancy at work at this juncture. She thought him still in the neighborhood. She feared his sudden appearance, and her nervous malady developed consequences so grave that Dr. Jones began to look serious, and the household was alarmed. It was the beginning of June, and the cuckoo at this time of the summer scarcely ceased his cry for more than 2 or 3 hours during the night. The bird's note, so familiar to her ears from infancy, was now absolute torture to the poor girl. On the Friday following the Wednesday of Melbury's departure, and the day after the discovery of Fitzpiers's hat, the cuckoo began at 2 o'clock in the morning with a sudden cry from one of Melbury's apple trees, not 3 yards from the window of Grace's room. "Oh, he is coming!" she cried, and in her terror sprang clean from the bed out upon the floor. These starts and frights continued till noon, and when the doctor had arrived and had seen her and had talked with Mrs. Melbury, he sat down and meditated. That ever-present terror it was indispensable to remove from her mind at all hazards, and he thought how this might be done. Without saying a word to anybody in the house, or to the disquieted Winterbourne waiting in the lane below, Dr. Jones went home and wrote to Mr. Melbury at the London address he had obtained from his wife. The gist of his communication was that Mrs. Fitzpiers should be assured as soon as possible that steps were being taken to sever the bond which was becoming a torture to her, that she would soon be free, and was even then virtually so. "If you can say it, at once, it may be the means of averting much harm," he said. "Write to herself, not to me." On Saturday he drove over to Hintock and assured her with mysterious pacifications that in a day or two she might expect to receive some assuring news. So it turned out. When Sunday morning came there was a letter for Grace from her father. It arrived at 7 o'clock, the usual time at which the toddling postman passed by Hintock. At 8 Grace awoke, having slept an hour or two, for a wonder, and Mrs. Melbury brought up the letter. "Can you open it yourself?" said she. "Oh, yes, yes," said Grace, with feeble impatience. She tore the envelope, unfolded the sheet, and read, when a creeping blush tinctured her white neck and cheek. Her father had exercised a bold discretion. He informed her that she need have no further concern about Fitzpierce's return, that she would shortly be a free woman, and therefore, if she should desire to wed her old lover, which he trusted was the case, since it was his own deep wish, she would be in a position to do so. In this Melbury had not written beyond his belief, but he very much stretched the facts in adding that the legal formalities for dissolving her union were practically settled. The truth was that on the arrival of the doctor's letter poor Melbury had been much agitated, and could with difficulty be prevented by Beaucock from returning to her bedside. What was the use of his rushing back to Hintock, Beaucock had asked him. The only thing that could do her any good was a breaking of the bond, though he had not as yet had an interview with the eminent solicitor they were about to consult. He was on the point of seeing him, and the case was clear enough. Thus the simple Melbury, urged by his parental alarm at her danger by the representations of his companion, and by the doctor's letter, had yielded, and sat down to tell her roundly that she was virtually free. "And you'd better write also to the gentleman," suggested Beaucock, who, scenting notoriety and the germ of a large practice in the case, wished to commit Melbury to it irretrievably, to effect which he knew that nothing would be so potent as awakening the passion of Grace for Winterbourne, so that her father might not have the heart to withdraw from his attempt to make her love legitimate when he discovered that there were difficulties in the way. The nervous, impatient Melbury was much pleased with the idea of "starting them at once," as he called it. To put his long-delayed reparative scheme in train had become a passion with him now. He added to the letter addressed to his daughter a passage hinting that she ought to begin to encourage Winterbourne, lest she should lose him altogether, and he wrote to Giles that the path was virtually open for him at last. Life was short, he declared. There were slips betwixt the cup and the lip. Her interest in him should be reawakened at once, that all might be ready when the good time came for uniting them. End of chapter 37. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, June 2009. Chapter 38 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders, by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 38. At these warm words Winterbourne was not less dazed than he was moved in heart. The novelty of the avowal rendered what it carried with it inapprehensible by him in its entirety. Only a few short months ago, completely estranged from this family, beholding Grace going to and fro in the distance, clothed with the alienating radiance of obvious superiority, the wife of the then popular and fashionable Fitzpiers, hopelessly outside his social boundary down to so recent a time that flowers then folded were hardly faded yet. He was now asked by that jealously guarding father of hers to take courage, to get himself ready for the day when he should be able to claim her. The old times came back to him in dim procession. How he had been snubbed, how Melbury had despised his Christmas party, how that sweet, coy Grace herself had looked down upon him and his household arrangements, and poor Creedle's contrivances. Well, he could not believe it. Surely the adamantine barrier of marriage with another could not be pierced like this. It did violence to custom. Yet a new law might do anything. But was it at all within the bounds of probability that a woman who, over and above her own attainments, had been accustomed to those of a cultivated professional man, could ever be the wife of such as he? Since the date of his rejection he had almost grown to see the reasonableness of that treatment. He had said to himself again and again that her father was right, that the poor Sheol, Giles Winterborne, would never have been able to make such a dainty girl happy. Yet now that she had stood in a position farther removed from his own than at first, he was asked to prepare to woo her. He was full of doubt. Nevertheless, it was not in him to show backwardness. To act so promptly as Melbury desired him to act seemed, indeed, scarcely wise, because of the uncertainty of events. Giles knew nothing of legal procedure, but he did know that for him to step up to Grace as a lover, before the bond which bound her was actually dissolved, was simply an extravagant dream of her father's overstrained mind. He pitied Melbury for his almost childish enthusiasm, and saw that the aging man must have suffered acutely to be weakened to this unreasoning desire. Winterborne was far too magnanimous to harbor any cynical conjecture that the timber merchant, in his intense affection for Grace, was courting him now because that young lady, when disunited, would be left in an anomalous position, to escape which a bad husband was better than none. He felt quite sure that his old friend was simply on tenterhooks of anxiety to repair the almost irreparable error of dividing two whom nature had striven to join together in earlier days, and that in his ardor to do this he was oblivious of formalities. The cautious supervision of his past years had overleaped itself at last. Hence Winterborne perceived that, in this new beginning, the necessary care not to compromise Grace by too early advances must be exercised by himself. Perhaps Winterborne was not quite so ardent as heretofore. There is no such thing as a stationary love. Men are either loving more or loving less. But Giles himself recognized no decline in his sense of her dearness. If the flame did indeed burn lower now than when he had fetched her from Sheraton at her last return from school, the marvel was small. He had been laboring ever since his rejection and her marriage to reduce his former passion to a docile friendship, out of pure regard to its expediency, and their separation may have helped him to a partial success. A week and more passed, and there was no further news of Melbury. But the effect of the intelligence he had already transmitted upon the elastic-nerved daughter of the woods had been much what the old Surgeon Jones had surmised. It had soothed her perturbed spirit better than all the opiates in the pharmacopoeia. She had slept unbrokenly a whole night and a day. The "new law" was to her a mysterious, beneficent, godlike entity, lately descended upon earth, that would make her as she once had been, without trouble or annoyance. Her position fretted her, its abstract features rousing an aversion which was even greater than her aversion to the personality of him who had caused it. It was mortifying, productive of slights, undignified. Him she could forget. Her circumstances she had always with her. She saw nothing of Winterborne during the days of her recovery, and perhaps on that account her fancy wove about him a more romantic tissue than it could have done if he had stood before her with all the specks and flaws inseparable from corporeity. He rose upon her memory as the fruit god and the wood god in alternation, sometimes leafy, and smeared with green lichen, as she had seen him among the sappy boughs of the plantations, sometimes cider-stained, and with apple-pips in the hair of his arms, as she had met him on his return from cider-making in White Hart Vale, with his vats and presses beside him. In her secret heart she almost approximated to her father's enthusiasm in wishing to show Giles once for all how she still regarded him. The question whether the future would indeed bring them together for life was a standing wonder with her. She knew that it could not with any propriety do so just yet, but reverently believing in her father's sound judgment and knowledge, as good girls are wont to do, she remembered what he had written about her giving a hint to Winterbourne, lest there should be risk in delay, and her feelings were not averse to such a step, so far as it could be done without danger at this early stage of the proceedings. From being a frail phantom of her former equable self she returned in bounds to a condition of passable philosophy. She bloomed again in the face in the course of a few days, and was well enough to go about as usual. One day Mrs. Melbury proposed that for a change she should be driven in the gig to Sheraton Market, whither Melbury's man was going on other errands. Grace had no business whatever in Sheraton, but it crossed her mind that Winterbourne would probably be there, and this made the thought of such a drive interesting. On the way she saw nothing of him, but when the horse was walking slowly through the obstructions of Sheep Street, she discerned the young man on the pavement. She thought of that time when he had been standing under his apple-tree on her return from school, and of the tender opportunity then missed through her fastidiousness. Her heart rose in her throat. She abjured all such fastidiousness now. Nor did she forget the last occasion on which she had beheld him in that town, making cider in the courtyard of the Earl of Wessex Hotel, while she was figuring as a fine lady in the balcony above. Grace directed the man to set her down there in the midst, and immediately went up to her lover. Giles had not before observed her, and his eyes now suppressedly looked his pleasure, without the embarrassment that had formerly marked him at such meetings. When a few words had been spoken, she said archly, "I have nothing to do. Perhaps you are deeply engaged." "I? Not a bit. My business now at the best of times is small, I am sorry to say." "Well, then, I am going into the Abbey. Come along with me." The proposition had suggested itself as a quick escape from publicity, for many eyes were regarding her. She had hoped that sufficient time had elapsed for the extinction of curiosity, but it was quite otherwise. The people looked at her with tender interest as the deserted girl-wife, without obtrusiveness and without vulgarity, but she was ill-prepared for scrutiny in any shape. They walked about the Abbey aisles, and presently sat down. Not a soul was in the building save themselves. She regarded a stained window with her head sideways, and tentatively asked him if he remembered the last time they were in that town alone. He remembered it perfectly, and remarked, "You were a proud miss then, and as dainty as you were high. Perhaps you are now." Grace slowly shook her head. "Affliction has taken all that out of me," she answered impressively. "Perhaps I am too far the other way now." As there was something lurking in this that she could not explain, she added so quickly as not to allow him time to think of it, "Has my father written to you at all?" "Yes," said Winterbourne. She glanced ponderingly up at him. "Not about me?" "Yes." His mouth was lined with charactery, which told her that he had been bidden to take the hint as to the future which she had been bidden to give. The unexpected discovery sent a scarlet pulsation through Grace for the moment. However, it was only Giles who stood there, of whom she had no fear, and her self-possession returned. "He said I was to sound you with a view to what you will understand if you care to," continued Winterbourne in a low voice. Having been put on this track by herself, he was not disposed to abandon it in a hurry. They had been children together, and there was between them that familiarity as to personal affairs which only such acquaintanceship can give. "You know, Giles," she answered, speaking in a very practical tone, "that is all very well, but I am in a very anomalous position at present, and I cannot say anything to the point about such things as those." "No," he said, with a stray air as regarded the subject. He was looking at her with a curious consciousness of discovery. He had not been imagining that their renewed intercourse would show her to him thus. For the first time he realized an unexpectedness in her, which, after all, should not have been unexpected. She before him was not the girl Grace Melbury whom he used to know. Of course he might easily have prefigured as much, but it had never occurred to him. She was a woman who had been married. She had moved on, and without having lost her girlish modesty, she had lost her girlish shyness. The inevitable change, though known to him, had not been heeded, and it struck him into a momentary fixity. The truth was that he had never come into close comradeship with her since her engagement to Fitzpiers, with the brief exception of the evening encounter on Rubdown Hill, when she met him with his cider apparatus, and that interview had been of too cursory a kind for insight. Winterbourne had advanced too. He could criticize her. Times had been when to criticize a single trait in Grace Melbury would have lain as far beyond his powers as to criticize a deity. This thing was sure. It was a new woman in many ways whom he had come out to see, a creature of more ideas, more dignity, and, above all, more assurance than the original Grace had been capable of. He could not at first decide whether he were pleased or displeased at this, but upon the whole the novelty attracted him. She was so sweet and sensitive that she feared his silence betokened something in his brain of the nature of an enemy to her. "What are you thinking of that makes those lines come in your forehead?" she asked. "I did not mean to offend you by speaking of the time being premature as yet." Touched by the genuine loving kindness which had lain at the foundation of these words, and much moved, Winterbourne turned his face aside as he took her by the hand. He was grieved that he had criticized her. "You are very good, dear Grace," he said in a low voice. "You are better, much better than you used to be." "How?" He could not very well tell her how, and said with an evasive smile, "You are prettier," which was not what he really had meant. He then remained still holding her right hand in his own right, so that they faced in opposite ways, and as he did not let go, she ventured upon a tender remonstrance. "I think we have gone as far as we ought to go at present, and far enough to satisfy my poor father that we are the same as ever. You see, Giles, my case is not settled yet, and if—oh, suppose I never get free! There should be any hitch or informality." She drew a catching breath and turned pale. The dialogue had been affectionate comedy up to this point. The gloomy atmosphere of the past and the still gloomy horizon of the present had been for the interval forgotten. Now the whole environment came back. The due balance of shade among the light was restored. "It is sure to be all right, I trust," she resumed, in uneasy accents. "What did my father say the solicitor had told him?" "Oh, that all is sure enough. The case is so clear. Nothing could be clearer. But the legal part is not yet quite done and finished, as is natural." "Oh, no, of course not," she said, sunk in meek thought. "But father said it was almost, did he not? Do you know anything about the new law that makes these things so easy?" "Nothing, except the general fact that it enables ill-assorted husbands and wives to part in a way they could not formally do without an act of Parliament." "Have you to sign a paper or swear anything? Is it something like that?" "Yes, I believe so." "How long has it been introduced?" "About 6 months or a year, the lawyer said, I think." To hear these two poor Arcadian innocents talk of imperial law would have made a humane person weep who should have known what a dangerous structure they were building up on their supposed knowledge. They remained in thought, like children in the presence of the incomprehensible. "Giles," she said at last, "it makes me quite weary when I think how serious my situation is, or has been. Shall we not go out from here now, as it may seem rather fast of me, our being so long together, I mean. If anybody were to see us, I am almost sure," she added uncertainly, "that I ought not to let you hold my hand yet, knowing that the documents, or whatever it may be, have not been signed, so that I am still as married as ever, or almost. My dear father has forgotten himself. Not that I feel morally bound to any one else after what has taken place. No woman of spirit could, now, too, that several months have passed. But I wish to keep the proprieties as well as I can." "Yes, yes. Still, your father reminds us that life is short. I myself feel that it is. That is why I wish to understand you in this that we have begun. At times, dear Grace, since receiving your father's letter, I am as uneasy and fearful as a child at what he said. If one of us were to die before the formal signing and sealing, that is, to release you, have been done, if we should drop out of the world and never have made the most of this little, short, but real opportunity, I should think to myself as I sunk down dying, would to my God that I had spoken out my whole heart, given her one poor little kiss when I had the chance to give it. But I never did, although she had promised to be mine some day, and now I never can. That's what I should think." She had begun by watching the words from his lips with a mournful regard, as though their passage were visible, but as he went on she dropped her glance. "Yes," she said, "I have thought that too, and because I have thought it, I by no means meant, in speaking of the proprieties, to be reserved and cold to you who loved me so long ago, or to hurt your heart as I used to do at that thoughtless time. Oh, not at all, indeed. But ought I to allow you? Oh, it is too quick, surely." Her eyes filled with tears of bewildered, alarmed emotion. Winterbourne was too straightforward to influence her further against her better judgment. "Yes, I suppose it is," he said repentantly. "I'll wait till all is settled. What did your father say in that last letter?" "He meant about his progress with the petition, but she, mistaking him, frankly spoke of the personal part. He said what I have implied. Should I tell more plainly?" "Oh, no, don't, if it is a secret." "Not at all. I will tell every word straight out, Giles, if you wish. He said I was to encourage you. There. But I cannot obey him further to-day. Come, let us go now." She gently slid her hand from his and went in front of him out of the Abbey. "I was thinking of getting some dinner," said Winterbourne, changing to the prosaic as they walked. "And you, too, must require something. Do let me take you to a place I know." Grace was almost without a friend in the world outside her father's house. Her life with Fitzpiers had brought her no society, had sometimes, indeed, brought her deeper solitude and inconsideration than any she had ever known before. Hence it was a treat to her to find herself again the object of thoughtful care. But she questioned if to go publicly to dine with Giles Winterbourne were not a proposal due rather to his unsophistication than to his discretion. She said gently that she would much prefer his ordering her lunch at some place and then coming to tell her it was ready, while she remained in the Abbey porch. Giles saw her secret reasoning, thought how hopelessly blind to propriety he was beside her, and went to do as she wished. He was not absent more than 10 minutes, and found Grace where he had left her. "It will be quite ready by the time you get there," he said, and told her the name of the inn at which the meal had been ordered, which was one that she had never heard of. "I'll find it by inquiry," said Grace, setting out. "And shall I see you again?" "Oh, yes. Come to me there. It will not be like going together. I shall want you to find my father's man and the gig for me." He waited on some 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, till he thought her lunch ended, and that he might fairly take advantage of her invitation to start her on her way home. He went straight to the 3 Tuns, a little tavern in a side street, scrupulously clean, but humble and inexpensive. On his way he had an occasional misgiving as to whether the place had been elegant enough for her, and as soon as he entered it and saw her ensconced there, he perceived that he had blundered. Grace was seated in the only dining-room that the simple old hostelry could boast of, which was also a general parlour on market days, a long low apartment, with a sanded floor herring-boned with a broom, a wide red-curtained window to the street, and another to the garden. Grace had retreated to the end of the room looking out upon the latter, the front part being full of a mixed company which had dropped in since he was there. She was in a mood of the greatest depression. On arriving and seeing what the tavern was like, she had been taken by surprise, but having gone too far to retreat, she had heroically entered and sat down on the well-scrubbed settle, opposite the narrow table with its knives and steel forks, tin pepper-boxes, blue salt-cellars, and posters advertising the sale of bullocks against the wall. The last time that she had taken any meal in a public place it had been with Fitzpiers at the grand new Earl of Wessex Hotel in that town, after a 2 months' roaming and sojourning at the gigantic hotels of the Continent. How could she have expected any other kind of accommodation in present circumstances than such as Giles had provided? And yet how unprepared she was for this change! The tastes that she had acquired from Fitzpiers had been imbibed so subtly that she hardly knew she possessed them till confronted by this contrast. The elegant Fitzpiers, in fact, at that very moment owed a long bill at the above-mentioned hotel for the luxurious style in which he used to put her up there whenever they drove to Sherton. But such is social sentiment that she had been quite comfortable under those dead impending conditions, while she felt humiliated by her present situation, which Winterbourne had paid for honestly on the nail. He had noticed in a moment that she shrunk from her position, and all his pleasure was gone. It was the same susceptibility over again which had spoiled his Christmas party long ago. But he did not know that this recrudescence was only the casual result of Grace's apprenticeship to what she was determined to learn in spite of it, a consequence of one of those sudden surprises which confront everybody bent upon turning over a new leaf. She had finished her lunch, which he saw had been a very mincing performance, and he brought her out of the house as soon as he could. "Now," he said, with great sad eyes, "you have not finished it all well, I know. Come round to the Earl of Wessex. I'll order a tea there. I did not remember that what was good enough for me was not good enough for you." Her face faded into an aspect of deep distress when she saw what had happened. "Oh, no, Giles," she said with extreme pathos. "Certainly not. Why do you say that when you know better? You ever will misunderstand me." "Indeed, that's not so, Mrs. Fitzpiers. Can you deny that you felt out of place at the Three Tuns?" "I don't know. Well, since you make me speak, I do not deny it. And yet I have felt at home there these 20 years. Your husband used always to take you to the Earl of Wessex, did he not?" "Yes," she reluctantly admitted. How could she explain in the street of a market town that it was her superficial and transitory taste which had been offended, and not her nature or her affection? Fortunately or unfortunately, at that moment they saw Melbury's man driving vacantly along the street in search of her, the hour having passed at which he had been told to take her up. Winterbourne hailed him, and she was powerless then to prolong the discourse. She entered the vehicle sadly, and the horse trotted away. End of chapter 38. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 39 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 39. All night did Winterbourne think over that unsatisfactory ending of a pleasant time, forgetting the pleasant time itself. He feared anew that they could never be happy together, even should she be free to choose him. She was accomplished, he was unrefined. It was the original difficulty, which he was too sensitive to recklessly ignore, as some men would have done in his place. He was one of those silent, unobtrusive beings who want little from others in the way of favor or condescension, and perhaps on that very account scrutinize those others' behavior too closely. He was not versatile, but one in whom a hope or belief which had once had its rise, meridian, and decline seldom again exactly recurred as in the breasts of more sanguine mortals. He had once worshipped her, laid out his life to suit her, wooed her, and lost her. Though it was with almost the same zest, it was with not quite the same hope, that he had begun to tread the old tracks again, and allowed himself to be so charmed with her that day. Move another step towards her he would not. He would even repulse her, as a tribute to conscience. It would be sheer sin to let her prepare a pitfall for her happiness, not much smaller than the first, by inveigling her into a union with such as he. Her poor father was now blind to these subtleties, which he had formerly beheld as in noontide light. It was his own duty to declare them, for her dear sake. Grace, too, had a very uncomfortable night, and her solicitous embarrassment was not lessened the next morning when another letter from her father was put into her hands. Its tenor was an intenser strain of the one that had preceded it. After stating how extremely glad he was to hear that she was better and able to get out of doors, he went on: "This is a wearisome business, the solicitor we have come to see being out of town. I do not know when I shall get home. My great anxiety in this delay is still lest you should lose Giles Winterborne. I cannot rest at night for thinking that while our business is hanging fire, he may become estranged, or go away from the neighborhood. I have set my heart upon seeing him your husband, if you ever have another. Do then, Grace, give him some temporary encouragement, even though it is over early. For when I consider the past, I do think God will forgive me and you for being a little forward. I have another reason for this, my dear. I feel myself going rapidly downhill, and late affairs have still further helped me that way, and until this thing is done, I cannot rest in peace." He added a postscript: "I have just heard that the solicitor is to be seen to-morrow. Possibly, therefore, I shall return in the evening after you get this." The paternal longing ran on all fours with her own desire, and yet in forwarding it yesterday she had been on the brink of giving offence. While craving to be a country girl again, just as her father requested, to put off the old Eve, the fastidious Miss, or rather Madam, completely, her first attempt had been beaten by the unexpected vitality of that fastidiousness. Her father, on returning and seeing the trifling coolness of Giles, would be sure to say that the same perversity which had led her to make difficulties about marrying Fitzpiers was now prompting her to blow hot and cold with poor Winterbourne. If the latter had been the most subtle hand at touching the stops of her delicate soul, instead of one who had just bound himself to let her drift away from him again, if she would, on the wind of her estranging education, he could not have acted more seductively than he did that day. He chanced to be superintending some temporary work in a field opposite her windows. She could not discover what he was doing, but she read his mood keenly and truly. She could see in his coming and going an air of determined abandonment of the whole landscape that lay in her direction. Oh, how she longed to make it up with him! Her father coming in the evening, which meant, she supposed, that all formalities would be in train, her marriage virtually annulled, and she be free to be one again. How could she look him in the face if he should see them estranged thus? It was a fair green evening in June. She was seated in the garden in the rustic chair which stood under the laurel bushes, made of peeled oak branches that came to Melbury's premises as refuse after barking time. The mass of full-juiced leafage on the heights around her was just swayed into faint gestures by a nearly spent wind which, even in its enfeebled state, did not reach her shelter. All day she had expected Giles to call, to inquire how she had got home, or something or other, but he had not come, and he still tantalized her by going athwart and across that orchard opposite. She could see him as she sat. A slight diversion was presently created by Creedle bringing him a letter. She knew from this that Creedle had just come from Sheraton, and had called as usual at the post office for anything that had arrived by the afternoon post, of which there was no delivery at Hintock. She pondered on what the letter might contain, particularly whether it were a second refresher for Winterbourne from her father, like her own of the morning. But it appeared to have no bearing upon herself whatever. Giles read its contents and almost immediately turned away to a gap in the hedge of the orchard, if that could be called a hedge, which, owing to the drippings of the trees, was little more than a bank with a bush upon it, here and there. He entered the plantation and was no doubt going that way homeward to the mysterious hut he occupied on the other side of the woodland. The sad sands were running swiftly through Time's glass. She had often felt it in these latter days, and like Giles she felt it doubly now, after the solemn and pathetic reminder in her father's communication. Her freshness would pass. The long-suffering devotion of Giles might suddenly end, might end that very hour. Men were so strange. The thought took away from her all her former reticence, and made her action bold. She started from her seat. If the little breach, quarrel, or whatever it might be called of yesterday was to be healed up, it must be done by her on the instant. She crossed into the orchard and clambered through the gap after Giles, just as he was diminishing to a fawn-like figure under the green canopy and over the brown floor. Grace had been wrong, very far wrong, in assuming that the letter had no reference to herself, because Giles had turned away into the wood after its perusal. It was, sad to say, because the missive had so much reference to herself that he had thus turned away. He feared that his grieved discomfiture might be observed. The letter was from Beaucock, written a few hours later than Melbury's to his daughter. It announced failure. Giles had once done that thriftless man a good turn, and now was the moment when Beaucock had chosen to remember it in his own way. During his absence in town with Melbury, the lawyer's clerk had naturally heard a great deal of the timber merchant's family scheme of justice to Giles, and his communication was to inform Winterbourne at the earliest possible moment that their attempt had failed, in order that the young man should not place himself in a false position towards Grace in the belief of its coming success. The news was, in sum, that Fitzpiers's conduct had not been sufficiently cruel to Grace to enable her to snap the bond, She was apparently doomed to be his wife till the end of the chapter. Winterbourne quite forgot his superficial differences with the poor girl under the warm rush of deep and distracting love for her which the almost tragical information engendered. To renounce her forever, that was then the end of it for him, after all. There was no longer any question about suitability or room for tiffs on petty tastes. The curtain had fallen again between them. She could not be his. The cruelty of their late revived hope was now terrible. How could they all have been so simple as to suppose this thing could be done? It was at this moment that, hearing someone coming behind him, he turned and saw her hastening on between the thickets. He perceived in an instant that she did not know the blighting news. "Giles, why didn't you come across to me?" she asked, with arch reproach. "Didn't you see me sitting there ever so long?" "Oh, yes," he said, in unprepared, extemporized tones, for her unexpected presence caught him without the slightest plan of behavior in the conjuncture. His manner made her think that she had been too chiding in her speech, and a mild scarlet wave passed over her as she resolved to soften it. "I have had another letter from my father," she hastened to continue. "He thinks he may come home this evening, and, in view of his hopes, it will grieve him if there is any little difference between us, Giles." "There is none," he said, sadly, regarding her from the face downward as he pondered how to lay the cruel truth bare. "Still, I fear you have not quite forgiven me about my being uncomfortable at the inn." "I have, Grace, I'm sure. But you speak in quite an unhappy way," she returned, coming up close to him with the most winning of the many pretty airs that appertained to her. "Don't you think you will ever be happy, Giles?" He did not reply for some instants. "When the sun shines on the north front of Sherton Abbey, that's when my happiness will come to me," said he, staring as it were into the earth. "But then that means that there is something more than my offending you in not liking the 3 tons. If it is because I did not like to let you kiss me in the Abbey, well, you know, Giles, that it was not on account of my cold feelings, but because I did certainly, just then, think it was rather premature, in spite of my poor father. That was the true reason, the sole one. But I don't want to be hard. God knows I do not," she said, her voice fluctuating. "And perhaps, as I am on the verge of freedom, I am not right, after all, in thinking there is any harm in your kissing me." "Oh, God!" said Winterbourne within himself. His head was turned askance as he still resolutely regarded the ground. For the last several minutes he had seen this great temptation approaching him in regular siege, and now it had come. The wrong, the social sin of now taking advantage of the offer of her lips had a magnitude, in the eyes of one whose life had been so primitive, so ruled by purest household laws as Giles's, which can hardly be explained. "Did you say anything?" she asked timidly. "Oh, no. Only that—" "You mean that it must be settled, since my father is coming home?" she said gladly. Winterbourne, though fighting valiantly against himself all this while, though he would have protected Grace's good repute as the apple of his eye, was a man, and, as Desdemona said, men are not gods. In face of the agonizing seductiveness shown by her, in her unenlightened schoolgirl simplicity about the laws and ordinances, he betrayed a man's weakness. Since it was so, since it had come to this, that Grace, deeming herself free to do it, was virtually asking him to demonstrate that he loved her, since he could demonstrate it only too truly, since life was short and love was strong, he gave way to the temptation, notwithstanding that he perfectly well knew her to be wedded irrevocably to Fitzpiers. Indeed, he cared for nothing past or future, simply accepting the present and what it brought, desiring once in his life to clasp in his arms her he had watched over and loved so long. She started back suddenly from his embrace, influenced by a sort of inspiration. "Oh, I suppose," she stammered, "that I am really free? That this is right? Is there really a new law? Father cannot have been too sanguine in saying—" He did not answer, and a moment afterwards Grace burst into tears in spite of herself. "Oh, why does not my father come home and explain," she sobbed, "and let me know clearly what I am? It is too trying, this, to ask me to, and then to leave me so long in so vague a state that I do not know what to do, and perhaps do wrong." Winterbourne felt like a very Cain, over and above his previous sorrow. How he had sinned against her in not telling her what he knew. He turned aside. The feeling of his cruelty mounted higher and higher. How could he have dreamed of kissing her? He could hardly refrain from tears. Surely nothing more pitiable had ever been known than the condition of this poor young thing, now as heretofore the victim of her father's well-meant but blundering policy. Even in the hour of Melbury's greatest assurance Winterbourne had harboured a suspicion that no law, new or old, could undo Grace's marriage without her appearance in public, though he was not sufficiently sure of what might have been enacted to destroy by his own words her pleasing idea that a mere dash of the pen, on her father's testimony, was going to be sufficient. But he had never suspected the sad fact that the position was irremediable. Poor Grace, perhaps feeling that she had indulged in too much fluster for a mere kiss, calmed herself at finding how grave he was. "I am glad we are friends again, anyhow," she said, smiling through her tears. "Giles, if you had only shown half the boldness before I married that you show now, you would have carried me off for your own first instead of second. If we do marry, I hope you will never think badly of me for encouraging you a little. But my father is so impatient, you know, as his years and infirmities increase, that he will wish to see us a little advanced when he comes. That is my only excuse." To Winterbourne all this was sadder than it was sweet. How could she so trust her father's conjectures? He did not know how to tell her the truth and shame himself. And yet he felt that it must be done. "We may have been wrong," he began, almost fearfully, "in supposing that it can all be carried out while we stay here at Hintock. I am not sure but that people may have to appear in a public court, even under the new Act. And if there should be any difficulty, and we cannot marry after all—" Her cheeks became slowly bloodless. "Oh, Giles," she said, grasping his arm, "you have heard something. What? Cannot my father conclude it there and now? Surely he has done it. Oh, Giles, Giles, don't deceive me. What terrible position am I in?" He could not tell her, try as he would. The sense of her implicit trust in his honour absolutely disabled him. "I cannot inform you," he murmured, his voice as husky as that of the leaves underfoot. "Your father will soon be here. Then we shall know. I will take you home." Inexpressibly dear as she was to him, he offered her his arm with the most reserved air, as he added correctingly, "I will take you at any rate into the drive." Thus they walked on together, Grace vibrating between happiness and misgiving. It was only a few minutes' walk to where the drive ran, and they had hardly descended into it when they heard a voice behind them cry, "Take out that arm." For a moment they did not heed, and the voice repeated more loudly and hoarsely, "Take out that arm." It was Melbury's. He had returned sooner than they expected, and now came up to them. Grace's hand had been withdrawn like lightning on her hearing the second command. "I don't blame you. I don't blame you," he said, in the weary cadence of one broken down with scourgings. "But you two must walk together no more. I have been surprised. I have been cruelly deceived. Giles, don't say anything to me, but go away." He was evidently not aware that Winterbourne had known the truth before he brought it, and Giles would not stay to discuss it with him then. When the young man had gone, Melbury took his daughter indoors to the room he used as his office. There he sat down and bent over the slope of the bureau, her bewildered gaze fixed upon him. When Melbury had recovered a little, he said, "You are now, as ever, Fitzpiers's wife. I was deluded. He has not done you enough harm. You are still subject to his beck and call." "Then let it be and never mind, father," she said, with dignified sorrow. "I can bear it. It is your trouble that grieves me most." She stooped over him and put her arm round his neck, which distressed Melbury still more. "I don't mind at all what comes to me," Grace continued, "whose wife I am or whose I am not. I do love Giles. I cannot help that, and I have gone further with him than I should have done, if I had known exactly how things were. But I do not reproach you." "Then Giles did not tell you?" said Melbury. "No," said she. "He could not have known it. His behaviour to me proved that he did not know." Her father said nothing more, and Grace went away to the solitude of her chamber. Her heavy disquietude had many shapes, and for a time she put aside the dominant fact to think of her too free conduct towards Giles. His love-making had been brief as it was sweet, but would he on reflection contemn her for forwardness? How could she have been so simple as to suppose she was in a position to behave as she had done? Thus she mentally blamed her ignorance, and yet in the centre of her heart she blessed it a little for what it had momentarily brought her. End of chapter 39. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 40 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 40. Life among the people involved in these events seemed to be suppressed and hidebound for a while. Grace seldom showed herself outside the house, never outside the garden, for she feared she might encounter Giles Winterborne, and that she could not bear. This pensive intramural existence of the self-constituted nun appeared likely to continue for an indefinite time. She had learned that there was one possibility in which her formerly imagined position might become real, and only one: that her husband's absence should continue long enough to amount to positive desertion. But she never allowed her mind to dwell much upon the thought. Still less did she deliberately hope for such a result. Her regard for Winterbourne had been rarefied by the shock which followed its avowal into an ethereal emotion that had little to do with living and doing. As for Giles, he was lying, or rather sitting, ill at his hut. A feverish indisposition which had been hanging about him for some time, the result of a chill caught the previous winter, seemed to acquire virulence with the prostration of his hopes. But not a soul knew of his languor, and he did not think the case serious enough to send for a medical man. After a few days he was better again, and crept about his home in a greatcoat, attending to his simple wants as usual with his own hands. So matters stood when the limpid inertia of Grace's pool-like existence was disturbed as by a geyser. She received a letter from Fitzpiers. Such a terrible letter it was in its import, though couched in the gentlest language. In his absence Grace had grown to regard him with toleration, and her relation to him with equanimity, till she had almost forgotten how trying his presence would be. He wrote briefly and unaffectedly. He made no excuses, but informed her that he was living quite alone, and had been led to think that they ought to be together, if she would make up her mind to forgive him. He therefore purported to cross the Channel to Budmouth by the steamer on a day he named, which she found to be 3 days after the time of her present reading. He said that he could not come to Hintock for obvious reasons, which her father would understand even better than herself. As the only alternative, she was to be on the quay to meet the steamer when it arrived from the opposite coast, probably about half an hour before midnight, bringing with her any luggage she might require, join him there, and pass with him into the twin vessel, which left immediately the other entered the harbour, returning thus with him to his continental dwelling-place, which he did not name. He had no intention of showing himself on land at all. The troubled Grace took the letter to her father, who now continued for long hours by the fireless summer chimney-corner, as if he thought it were winter, the pitcher of cider standing beside him, mostly untasted and coated with a film of dust. After reading it he looked up. "You shan't go," said he. "I had felt I would not," she answered, "but I did not know what you would say." "If he comes and lives in England, not too near here, and in a respectable way, and wants you to come to him, I'm not sure that I'll oppose him in wishing it," muttered Melbury. "I'd stint myself to keep you both in a genteel and seemly style, but go abroad you never shall with my consent." There the question rested that day. Grace was unable to reply to her husband in the absence of an address, and the morrow came, and the next day, and the evening on which he had requested her to meet him. Throughout the whole of it she remained within the 4 walls of her room. The sense of her harassment, carking doubt of what might be impending, hung like a cowl of blackness over the Melbury household. They spoke almost in whispers, and wondered what Fitzpiers would do next. It was the hope of every one that, finding she did not arrive, he would return again to France, and as for Grace, she was willing to write to him on the most kindly terms, if he would only keep away. The night passed, Grace lying tense and wide awake, and her relatives in great part likewise. When they met the next morning they were pale and anxious, though neither speaking of the subject which occupied all their thoughts. The day passed as quietly as the previous ones, and she began to think that in the rank caprice of his moods he had abandoned the idea of getting her to join him as quickly as it was formed. All on a sudden some person who had just come from Sheridan entered the house with the news that Mr. Fitzpiers was on his way home to Hintock. He had been seen hiring a carriage at the Earl of Wessex Hotel. Her father and Grace were both present when the intelligence was announced. "Now," said Melbury, "we must make the best of what has been a very bad matter. The man is repenting. The partner of his shame, I hear, is gone away from him to Switzerland, so that chapter of his life is probably over. If he chooses to make a home for ye, I think you should not say him nay, Grace. Certainly he cannot very well live at Hintock without a blow to his pride. But if he can bear that, and likes Hintock best, why, there's the empty wing of the house as it was before." "Oh, father," said Grace, turning white with dismay. "Why not?" said he, a little of his former doggedness returning. He was, in truth, disposed to somewhat more leniency towards her husband just now than he had shown formerly, from a conviction that he had treated him over roughly in his anger. "Surely it is the most respectable thing to do," he continued. "I don't like this state that you are in, neither married nor single. It hurts me and it hurts you. and it will always be remembered against us in Hintock. There has never been any scandal like it in the family before." "He will be here in less than an hour," murmured Grace. The twilight of the room prevented her father seeing the despondent misery of her face. The one intolerable condition, the condition she had deprecated above all others, was that of Fitzpiers's reinstatement there. "Oh, I won't see him," she said, sinking down. She was almost hysterical. "Try if you cannot," he returned moodily. "Oh, yes, I will," she went on inconsequently. "I'll try." And jumping up suddenly, she left the room. In the darkness of the apartment to which she flew nothing could have been seen during the next half hour. But from a corner a quick breathing was audible from this impressible creature, who combined modern nerves with primitive emotions, and was doomed by such coexistence to be numbered among the distressed, and to take her scourgings to their exquisite extremity. The window was open. On this quiet late summer evening, whatever sound arose in so secluded a district, the chirp of a bird, a call from a voice, the turning of a wheel, extended over bush and tree to unwonted distances. Very few sounds did arise, but as Grace invisibly breathed in the brown glooms of the chamber, the small, remote noise of light wheels came in to her, accompanied by the trot of a horse on the turnpike road. There seemed to be a sudden hitch or pause in the progress of the vehicle, which was what first drew her attention to it. She knew the point whence the sound proceeded, the hilltop over which travellers passed on their way hitherward from Sherton Abbas, the place at which she had emerged from the wood with Mrs. Charmond. Grace slid along the floor and bent her head over the window-sill, listening with open lips. The carriage had stopped, and she heard a man use exclamatory words. Then another said, "What the devil is the matter with the horse?" She recognized the voice as her husband's. The accident, such as it had been, was soon remedied, and the carriage could be heard descending the hill on the Hintock side, soon to turn into the lane leading out of the highway, and then into the drong which led out of the lane to the house where she was. A spasm passed through Grace. The Daphnean instinct, exceptionally strong in her as a girl, had been revived by her widowed seclusion, and it was not lessened by her affronted sentiments towards the comer, and her regard for another man. She opened some little ivory tablets that lay on the dressing-table, scribbled in pencil on one of them, "I am gone to visit one of my school friends," gathered a few toilet necessaries into a handbag, and not 3 minutes after that voice had been heard, her slim form, hastily wrapped up from observation, might have been seen passing out of the back door of Melbury's house. Thence she skimmed up the garden path, through the gap in the hedge, and into the mossy cart-track under the trees which led into the depth of the woods. The leaves overhead were now in their latter green, so opaque that it was darker at some of the densest spots than in winter-time, scarce a crevice existing by which a ray could get down to the ground. But in open places she could see well enough. Summer was ending. In the daytime singing insects hung in every sunbeam. Vegetation was heavy nightly with globes of dew, and after showers creeping damps and twilight chills came up from the hollows. The plantations were always weird at this hour of eve, more spectral far than in the leafless season, when there were fewer masses and more minute lineality. The smooth surfaces of glossy plants came out like weak, lidless eyes. There were strange faces and figures from expiring lights that had somehow wandered into the canopied obscurity, while now and then low peeps of the sky between the trunks were like sheeted shapes, and on the tips of boughs sat faint cloven tongues. But Grace's fear just now was not imaginative or spiritual, and she heeded these impressions but little. She went on as silently as she could, avoiding the hollows wherein leaves had accumulated, and stepping upon soundless moss and grass tufts. She paused breathlessly once or twice, and fancied that she could hear, above the beat of her strumming pulse, the vehicle containing Fitzpiers turning in at the gate of her father's premises. She hastened on again. The Hintock woods owned by Mrs. Charmond were presently left behind, and those into which she next plunged were divided from the latter by a bank, from whose top the hedge had long ago perished, starved for want of sun. It was with some caution that Grace now walked, though she was quite free from any of the commonplace timidities of her ordinary pilgrimages to such spots. She feared no lurking harms, but that her effort would be all in vain, and her return to the house rendered imperative. She had walked between 3 and 4 miles when that prescriptive comfort and relief to wanderers in woods, a distant light, broke at last upon her searching eyes. It was so very small as to be almost sinister to a stranger, but to her it was what she sought. She pushed forward, and the dim outline of a dwelling was disclosed. The house was a square cot of 1 story only, sloping up on all sides to a chimney in the midst. It had formerly been the home of a charcoal burner, in times when that fuel was still used in the county houses. Its only appurtenance was a paled enclosure, there being no garden, the shade of the trees preventing the growth of vegetables. She advanced to the window whence the rays of light proceeded, and the shutters being as yet unclosed, she could survey the whole interior through the panes. The room within was kitchen, parlor, and scullery all in one. The natural sandstone floor was worn into hills and dales by long treading, so that none of the furniture stood level, and the table slanted like a desk. A fire burned on the hearth, in front of which revolved the skinned carcass of a rabbit, suspended by a string from a nail. Leaning with one arm on the mantel-shelf stood Winterborne, his eyes on the roasting animal, his face so rapt that speculation could build nothing on it concerning his thoughts, more than that they were not with the scene before him. She thought his features had changed a little since she saw them last. The firelight did not enable her to perceive that they were positively haggard. Grace's throat emitted a gasp of relief at finding the result so nearly as she had hoped. She went to the door and tapped lightly. He seemed to be accustomed to the noises of woodpeckers, squirrels, and such small creatures, for he took no notice of her tiny signal, and she knocked again. This time he came and opened the door. When the light of the room fell upon her face he started, and, hardly knowing what he did, crossed the threshold to her, placing his hands upon her 2 arms, while surprise, joy, alarm, sadness chased through him by turns. With Grace it was the same. Even in this stress there was the fond fact that they had met again. Thus they stood, long tears upon their faces, waxen white with extreme sad delight. He broke the silence by saying in a whisper, "Come in." "No, no, Giles," she answered hurriedly, stepping yet farther back from the door. "I am passing by, and I have called on you. I won't enter. Will you help me? I am afraid. I want to get by a roundabout way to Sheridan, and so to Exbury. I have a schoolfellow there. But I cannot get to Sheridan alone. Oh, if you will only accompany me a little way. Don't condemn me, Giles, and be offended. I was obliged to come to you because I have no other help here. 3 months ago you were my lover. Now you are only my friend. The law has stepped in and forbidden what we thought of. It must not be. But we can act honestly, and yet you can be my friend for 1 little hour. I have no other." She could get no further. Covering her eyes with one hand, by an effort of repression she wept a silent trickle, without a sigh or sob. Winterborne took her other hand. "What has happened?" he said. "He has come." There was a stillness as of death till Winterbourne asked, "You mean this, Grace, that I am to help you to get away?" "Yes," said she. "Appearance is no matter when the reality is right. I have said to myself I can trust you." Giles knew from this that she did not suspect his treachery, if it could be called such, earlier in the summer, when they met for the last time as lovers; and in the intensity of his contrition for that tender wrong, he determined to deserve her faith now at least, and so wipe out that reproach from his conscience. "I'll come at once," he said. "I'll light a lantern." He unhooked a dark lantern from a nail under the eaves, and she did not notice how his hand shook with the slight strain, or dream that in making this offer he was taxing a convalescence which could ill afford such self-sacrifice. The lantern was lit, and they started. End of chapter 40. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 41 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 41. The first 100 yards of their course lay under motionless trees, whose upper foliage began to hiss with falling drops of rain. By the time that they emerged upon a glade, it rained heavily. "This is awkward," said Grace, with an effort to hide her concern. Winterbourne stopped. "Grace," he said, preserving a strictly business manner which belied him, "you cannot go to Sheraton tonight." "But I must." "Why? It is 9 miles from here. It is almost an impossibility in this rain." "True. Why?" she replied mournfully at the end of a silence. "What is reputation to me?" "Now hearken," said Giles. "You won't go back to your—" "No, no, no! Don't make me!" she cried piteously. "Then let us turn." They slowly retraced their steps, and again stood before his door. "Now this house from this moment is yours, and not mine," he said deliberately. "I have a place near by where I can stay very well." Her face had drooped. "Oh," she murmured as she saw the dilemma, "what have I done?" There was a smell of something burning within, and he looked through the window. The rabbit that he had been cooking to coax a weak appetite was beginning to char. "Please go in and attend to it," he said. "Do what you like. Now I leave. You will find everything about the hut that is necessary." "But, Giles, your supper!" she exclaimed. "An outhouse would do for me. Anything till to-morrow at daybreak." He signified a negative. "I tell you to go in. You may catch agues out here in your delicate state. You can give me my supper through the window if you feel well enough. I'll wait a while." He gently urged her to pass the doorway, and was relieved when he saw her within the room sitting down. Without so much as crossing the threshold himself, he closed the door upon her and turned the key in the lock. Tapping at the window, he signified that she should open the casement, and when she had done this he handed in the key to her. "You are locked in," he said, "and your own mistress." Even in her trouble she could not refrain from a faint smile at his scrupulousness as she took the door-key. "Do you feel better?" he went on. "If so, and you wish to give me some of your supper, please do. If not, it is of no importance. I can get some elsewhere." The grateful sense of his kindness stirred her to action, though she only knew half what that kindness really was. At the end of some 10 minutes she again came to the window, pushed it open, and said in a whisper, "Giles?" He at once emerged from the shade, and saw that she was preparing to hand him his share of the meal upon a plate. "I don't like to treat you so hardly," she murmured with deep regret in her words as she heard the rain pattering on the leaves. "But I suppose it is best to arrange like this." "Oh, yes," he said quickly. "I feel that I could never have reached Sheraton." It was impossible. "Are you sure you have a snug place out there?" with renewed misgiving. "Quite. Have you found everything you want? I am afraid it is rather rough accommodation." "Can I notice defects? I have long passed that stage, and you know it, Giles, or you ought to." His eyes sadly contemplated her face as its pale responsiveness modulated through a crowd of expressions that showed only too clearly to what a pitch she was strung. If ever Winterbourne's heart fretted his bosom, it was at this sight of a perfectly defenseless creature conditioned by such circumstances. He forgot his own agony in the satisfaction of having at least found her a shelter. He took his plate and cup from her hand, saying, "Now I'll push the shutter to, and you will find an iron pin on the inside, which you must fix into the bolt. Do not stir in the morning till I come and call you." She expressed an alarmed hope that he would not go very far away. "Oh, no, I shall be quite within hail," said Winterbourne. She bolted the window as directed, and he retreated. His snug place proved to be a wretched little shelter of the roughest kind, formed of 4 hurdles thatched with brake fern. Underneath were dry sticks, hay, and other litter of the sort, upon which he sat down, and there in the dark tried to eat his meal. But his appetite was quite gone. He pushed the plate aside, and shook up the hay and sacks so as to form a rude couch, on which he flung himself down to sleep, for it was getting late. But sleep he could not, for many reasons, of which not the least was thought of his charge. He sat up and looked towards the cot through the damp obscurity. With all its external features the same as usual, he could scarcely believe that it contained the dear friend (he would not use a warmer name) who had come to him so unexpectedly, and he could not help admitting, so rashly. He had not ventured to ask her any particulars, but the position was pretty clear without them. Though social law had negatived forever their opening paradise of the previous June, it was not without stoical pride that he accepted the present trying conjuncture. There was one man on earth in whom she believed absolutely, and he was that man. That this crisis could end in nothing but sorrow was a view for a moment effaced by this triumphant thought of her trust in him, and the purity of the affection with which he responded to that trust rendered him more than proof against any frailty that besieged him in relation to her. The rain, which had never ceased, now drew his attention by beginning to drop through the meagre screen that covered him. He rose to attempt some remedy for this discomfort, but the trembling of his knees and the throbbing of his pulse told him that in his weakness he was unable to fence against the storm, and he lay down to bear it as best he might. He was angry with himself for his feebleness, he who had been so strong. It was imperative that she should know nothing of his present state, and to do that she must not see his face by daylight, for its color would inevitably betray him. The next morning, accordingly, when it was hardly light, he rose and dragged his stiff limbs about the precincts, preparing for her everything she could require for getting breakfast within. On the bench outside the window-sill he placed water, wood, and other necessaries, writing with a piece of chalk beside them, "It is best that I should not see you. Put my breakfast on the bench." At 7 o'clock he tapped at her window, as he had promised, retreating at once, that she might not catch sight of him. But from his shelter under the boughs he could see her very well, when, in response to his signal, she opened the window and the light fell upon her face. The languid largeness of her eyes showed that her sleep had been little more than his own, and the pinkness of their lids that her waking hours had not been free from tears. She read the writing, seemed, he thought, disappointed, but took up the materials he had provided, evidently thinking him some way off. Giles waited on, assured that a girl who, in spite of her culture, knew what country life was, would find no difficulty in the simple preparation of their food. Within the cot it was all very much as he conjectured, though Grace had slept much longer than he. After the loneliness of the night she would have been glad to see him, but appreciating his feeling when she read the writing, she made no attempt to recall him. She found abundance of provisions laid in, his plan being to replenish his buttery weekly, and this being the day after the victualling van had called from Sherton. When the meal was ready, she put what he required outside, as she had done with the supper, and, notwithstanding her longing to see him, withdrew from the window promptly, and left him to himself. It had been a leaden dawn, and the rain now steadily renewed its fall. As she heard no more of Winterbourne, she concluded that he had gone away to his daily work, and forgotten that he had promised to accompany her to Sherton. An erroneous conclusion, for he remained all day, by force of his condition, within 50 yards of where she was. The morning wore on, and in her doubt when to start and how to travel, she lingered yet, keeping the door carefully bolted lest an intruder should discover her. Locked in this place, she was comparatively safe at any rate, and doubted if she would be safe elsewhere. The humid gloom of an ordinary wet day was doubled by the shade and drip of the leafage. Autumn this year was coming in with rains. Gazing in her enforced idleness from the one window of the living-room, she could see various small members of the animal community that lived unmolested there, creatures of hair, fluff, and scale, the tooth kind and the billed kind, underground creatures, jointed and ringed, circumambulating the hut, under the impression that, Giles having gone away, nobody was there, and eyeing it inquisitively with a view to winter quarters. Watching these neighbors, who knew neither law nor sin, distracted her a little from her trouble, and she managed to while away some portion of the afternoon by putting Giles's home in order and making little improvements which she deemed that he would value when she was gone. Once or twice she fancied that she heard a faint noise amid the trees, resembling a cough, but as it never came any nearer, she concluded that it was a squirrel or a bird. At last the daylight lessened, and she made up a larger fire, for the evenings were chilly. As soon as it was too dark, which was comparatively early, to discern the human countenance in this place of shadows, there came to the window, to her great delight, a tapping which she knew from its method to be Giles's. She opened the casement instantly and put out her hand to him, though she could only just perceive his outline. He clasped her fingers, and she noticed the heat of his palm and its shakiness. He has been walking fast in order to get here quickly, she thought. How could she know that he had just crawled out from the straw of the shelter hard by, and that the heat of his hand was feverishness? "My dear, good Giles," she burst out impulsively. "Anybody would have done it for you," replied Winterbourne, with as much matter of fact as he could summon. "About my getting to Exbury," she said. "I have been thinking," responded Giles, with tender deference, "that you had better stay where you are for the present, if you wish not to be caught. I need not tell you that the place is yours as long as you like, and perhaps in a day or two, finding you absent, he will go away. At any rate, in 2 or 3 days I can do anything to assist, such as make inquiries, or go a great way toward Sherton Abbas with you, for the cider season will soon be coming on, and I want to run down to the Vale to see how the crops are, and I shall go by the Sherton road. But for a day or two I am busy here." He was hoping that by the time mentioned he would be strong enough to engage himself actively on her behalf. "I hope you do not feel overmuch melancholy in being a prisoner." She declared that she did not mind it, but she sighed. From long acquaintance they could read each other's heart symptoms like books of large type. "I fear you are sorry you came," said Giles, "and that you think I should have advised you more firmly than I did not to stay." "Oh, no, dear, dear friend," answered Grace, with a heaving bosom. "Don't think that that is what I regret. What I regret is my enforced treatment of you, dislodging you, excluding you from your own house. Why should I not speak out? You know what I feel for you, what I have felt for no other living man, what I shall never feel for a man again. but as I have vowed myself to somebody else than you, and cannot be released, I must behave as I do behave, and keep that vow. I'm not bound to him by any divine law, after what he has done, but I have promised, and I will pay." The rest of the evening was passed in his handing her such things as she would require the next day, and casual remarks thereupon, an occupation which diverted her mind to some degree from pathetic views of her attitude towards him and of her life in general. The only infringement, if infringement it could be called, of his predetermined bearing towards her was an involuntary pressing of her hand to his lips when she put it through the casement to bid him good night. He knew she was weeping, though he could not see her tears. She again entreated his forgiveness for so selfishly appropriating the cottage, but it would only be for a day or two more, she thought, since go she must. He replied yearningly, I don't like you to go away." "Oh, Giles," said she, I know, but I am a woman and you are a man. I cannot speak more plainly. Whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are of good report. You know what is in my mind, because you know me so well." "Yes, Grace, yes. I do not at all mean that the question between us has not been settled by the fact of your marriage turning out hopelessly unalterable. I merely meant, well, a feeling, no more. In a week at the outside I should be discovered if I stayed here, and I think that by law he could compel me to return to him." "Yes, perhaps you are right. Go when you wish, dear Grace." His last words that evening were a hopeful remark that all might be well with her yet, that Mr. Fitzpiers would not intrude upon her life if he found that his presence cost her so much pain. Then the window was closed, the shutters folded, and the rustle of his footsteps died away. No sooner had she retired to rest that night than the wind began to rise, and after a few prefatory blasts, to be accompanied by rain. The wind grew more violent, and as the storm went on, it was difficult to believe that no opaque body, but only an invisible, colorless thing, was trampling and climbing over the roof, making branches creak, springing out of the trees upon the chimney, popping its head into the flue, and shrieking and blaspheming at every corner of the walls. As in the old story, the assailant was a spectre which could be felt but not seen. She had never before been so struck with the devilry of a gusty night in a wood, because she had never been so entirely alone in spirit as she was now. She seemed almost to be apart from herself, a vacuous duplicate only. The recent self of physical animation and clear intentions was not there. Sometimes a bough from an adjoining tree was swayed so low as to smite the roof in the manner of a gigantic hand smiting the mouth of an adversary, to be followed by a trickle of rain, as blood from the wound. To all this weather Giles must be more or less exposed. How much, she did not know. At last Grace could hardly endure the idea of such a hardship in relation to him. Whatever he was suffering, it was she who had caused it. He vacated his house on account of her. She was not worth such self-sacrifice. She should not have accepted it of him. And then, as her anxiety increased with increasing thought, there returned upon her mind some incidents of her late intercourse with him, which she had heeded but little at the time. The look of his face. What had there been about his face which seemed different from its appearance as of yore? Was it not thinner, less rich in hue, less like that of ripe autumn's brother to whom she had formerly compared him? And his voice. She had distinctly noticed a change in tone. And his gait. Surely it had been feebler, stiffer, more like the gait of a weary man. That slight occasional noise she had heard in the day and attributed to squirrels, it might have been his cough after all. Thus conviction took root in her perturbed mind that Winterbourne was ill, or had been so, and that he had carefully concealed his condition from her, that she might have no scruples about accepting a hospitality which, by the nature of the case, expelled her entertainer. My own true I? My dear kind friend, she cried to herself. Oh, it shall not be! It shall not be! She hastily wrapped herself up and obtained a light, with which she entered the adjoining room, the cot possessing only one floor. Setting down the candle on the table here, she went to the door with the key in her hand and placed it in the lock. Before turning it she paused, her fingers still clutching it, and pressing her other hand to her forehead, she fell into agitating thought. A tattoo on the window, caused by the tree droppings blowing against it, brought her indecision to a close. She turned the key and opened the door. The darkness was intense, seeming to touch her pupils like a substance. She only now became aware how heavy the rainfall had been and was. The dripping of the eaves splashed like a fountain. She stood listening with parted lips, and holding the door in one hand, till her eyes, growing accustomed to the obscurity, discerned the wild brandishing of their boughs by the adjoining trees. At last she cried loudly with an effort, "Giles, you may come in." There was no immediate answer to her cry, and, overpowered by her own temerity, Grace retreated quickly, shut the door, and stood looking on the floor. But it was not for long. She again lifted the latch, and with far more determination than at first. "Giles, Giles!" she cried with the full strength of her voice, and without any of the shamefacedness that had characterized her first cry. "Oh, come in, come in! Where are you? I have been wicked. I have thought too much of myself. Do you hear? I don't want to keep you out any longer. I cannot bear that you should suffer so. Giles!" A reply. It was a reply. Through the darkness and wind a voice reached her, floating upon the weather as though a part of it. "Here I am, all right. Don't trouble about me. Don't you want to come in? Are you not ill? I don't mind what they say or what they think any more." "I am all right," he repeated. "It is not necessary for me to come. Good night, good night." Grace sighed, turned and shut the door slowly. Could she have been mistaken about his health? Perhaps, after all, she had perceived a change in him because she had not seen him for so long. Time sometimes did his aging work in jerks, as she knew. Well, she had done all she could. He would not come in. She retired to rest again. End of chapter 41. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 42 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 42. The next morning Grace was at the window early. She felt determined to see him somehow that day, and prepared his breakfast eagerly. 8 o'clock struck, and she had remembered that he had not come to arouse her by a knocking as usual, her own anxiety having caused her to stir. The breakfast was set in its place without, but he did not arrive to take it, and she waited on. 9 o'clock arrived, and the breakfast was cold, and still there was no Giles. A thrush, that had been repeating itself a good deal on an opposite bush for some time, came and took a morsel from the plate and bolted it, waited, looked around, and took another. At 10 o'clock she drew in the tray and sat down to her own solitary meal. He must have been called away on business early, the rain having cleared off. Yet she would have liked to assure herself by thoroughly exploring the precincts of the hut that he was nowhere in its vicinity. But as the day was comparatively fine, the dread lest some stray passenger or woodman should encounter her in such a reconnoitre paralyzed her wish. The solitude was further accentuated to-day by the stopping of the clock for want of winding, and the fall into the chimney-corner of flakes of soot loosened by the rains. At noon she heard a slight rustling outside the window, and found that it was caused by an eft which had crept out of the leaves to bask in the last sun-rays that would be worth having till the following May. She continually peeped out through the lattice, but could see little. In front lay the brown leaves of last year, and upon them some yellowish-green ones of this season that had been prematurely blown down by the gale. Above stretched an old beech, with vast armpits and great pocket-holes in its sides where branches had been amputated in past times. A black slug was trying to climb it. Dead boughs were scattered about like ichthyosauri in a museum, and beyond them were perishing woodbine stems resembling old ropes. From the other window all she could see were more trees, jacketed with lichen and stockinged with moss. At their roots were stemless yellow fungi, like lemons and apricots, and tall fungi with more stem than stool. Next were more trees close together, wrestling for existence, their branches disfigured with wounds resulting from their mutual rubbings and blows. It was the struggle between these neighbors that she had heard in the night. Beneath them were the rotting stumps of those of the group that had been vanquished long ago, rising from their mossy setting like decayed teeth from green gums. Farther on were other tufts of moss in islands divided by the shed-leaves, variety upon variety, dark green and pale green, moss like little fir-trees, like plush, like malachite stars, like nothing on earth except moss. The strain upon Grace's mind in various ways was so great on this the most desolate day she had passed there that she felt it would be well-nigh impossible to spend another in such circumstances. The evening came at last. The sun, when its chin was on the earth, found an opening through which to pierce the shade, and stretched irradiated gauzes across the damp atmosphere, making the wet trunks shine, and throwing splotches of such ruddiness on the leaves beneath the beech that they were turned to gory hues. When night at last arrived, and with it the time for his return, she was nearly broken down with suspense. The simple evening meal, partly tea, partly supper, which Grace had prepared, stood waiting upon the hearth, and yet Giles did not come. It was now nearly 24 hours since she had seen him. As the room grew darker, and only the firelight broke against the gloom of the walls, she was convinced that it would be beyond her staying power to pass the night without hearing from him or from somebody. Yet 8 o'clock drew on, and his form at the window did not appear. The meal remained untasted. Suddenly rising from before the hearth of smoldering embers, where she had been crouching with her hands clasped over her knees, she crossed the room, unlocked the door, and listened. Every breath of wind had ceased with the decline of day, but the rain had resumed the steady dripping of the night before. Grace might have stood there 5 minutes, when she fancied she heard that old sound, a cough, at no great distance, and it was presently repeated. If it were Winterbourne's, he must be near her. Why, then, had he not visited her? A horrid misgiving that he could not visit her took possession of Grace, and she looked up anxiously for the lantern which was hanging above her head. To light it and go in the direction of the sound would be the obvious way to solve the dread problem. But the conditions made her hesitate, and in a moment a cold sweat pervaded her at further sounds from the same quarter. They were low mutterings, at first like persons in conversation, but gradually resolving themselves into varieties of one voice. It was an endless monologue. like that we sometimes hear from inanimate nature in deep, secret places where water flows, or where ivy leaves flap against stones. But by degrees she was convinced that the voice was Winterbourne's. Yet who could be his listener, so mute and patient? For though he argued so rapidly and persistently, nobody replied. A dreadful enlightenment spread through the mind of Grace. "Oh!" she cried in her anguish, as she hastily prepared herself to go out. "How selfishly correct I am always! Too correct! Cruel propriety is killing the dearest heart that ever woman clasped to her own." While speaking thus to herself she had lit the lantern, and, hastening out without further thought, took the direction whence the mutterings had proceeded. The course was marked by a little path, which ended at a distance of about 40 yards in a small erection of hurdles, not much larger than a shock of corn, such as were frequent in the woods and copses when the cutting season was going on. It was too slight even to be called a hovel, and was not high enough to stand upright in, appearing, in short, to be erected for the temporary shelter of fuel. The side towards Grace was open, and, turning the light upon the interior, she beheld what her prescient fear had pictured in snatches all the way thither. Upon the straw within, Winterbourne lay in his clothes, just as she had seen him during the whole of her stay here, except that his hat was off and his hair matted and wild. Both his clothes and the straw were saturated with rain. His arms were flung over his head. His face was flushed to an unnatural crimson. His eyes had a burning brightness, and though they met her own, she perceived that he did not recognize her. "Oh, my Giles!" she cried. "What have I done to you?" But she stopped no longer even to reproach herself. She saw that the first thing to be thought of was to get him indoors. How Grace performed that labor she never could have exactly explained, but by dint of clasping her arms round him, rearing him into a sitting posture, and straining her strength to the uttermost, she put him on one of the hurdles that was loose alongside, and, taking the end of it in both her hands, dragged him along the path to the entrance of the hut, and, after a pause for breath, in at the doorway. It was somewhat singular that Giles, in his semi-conscious state, acquiesced unresistingly in all that she did, but he never for a moment recognized her, continuing his rapid conversation to himself, and seeming to look upon her as some angel or other supernatural creature of the visionary world in which he was mentally living. The undertaking occupied her more than 10 minutes, but by that time, to her great thankfulness, he was in the inner room, lying on the bed, his damp outer clothing removed. Then the unhappy Grace regarded him by the light of the candle. There was something in his look which agonized her. In the rush of his thoughts, accelerating their speed from minute to minute, he seemed to be passing through the universe of ideas like a comet, erratic, inapprehensible, untraceable. Grace's distraction was almost as great as his. In a few moments she firmly believed he was dying. Unable to withstand her impulse, she knelt down beside him, kissed his hands and his face and his hair, exclaiming in a low voice, "How could I? How could I?" Her timid morality had, indeed, underrated his chivalry till now, though she knew him so well. The purity of his nature, his freedom from the grosser passions, his scrupulous delicacy, had never been fully understood by Grace till this strange self-sacrifice in lonely juxtaposition to her own person was revealed. The perception of it added something that was little short of reverence to the deep affection for him of a woman who, herself, had more of Artemis than of Aphrodite in her constitution. All that a tender nurse could do Grace did, and the power to express her solicitude in action, unconscious though the sufferer was, brought her mournful satisfaction. She bathed his hot head, wiped his perspiring hands, moistened his lips, cooled his fiery eyelids, sponged his heated skin, and administered whatever she could find in the house that the imagination could conceive as likely to be in any way alleviating. That she might have been the cause, or partially the cause, of all this, interfused misery with her sorrow. 6 months before this date a scene, almost similar in its mechanical parts, had been enacted at Hintock House. It was between a pair of persons most intimately connected in their lives with these. Outwardly like as it had been, it was yet infinite in spiritual difference, though a woman's devotion had been common to both. Grace rose from her attitude of affection, and, bracing her energies, saw that something practical must immediately be done. Much as she would have liked, in the emotion of the moment, to keep him entirely to herself, medical assistance was necessary while there remained a possibility of preserving him alive. Such assistance was fatal to her own concealment, but even had the chance of benefiting him been less than it was, she would have run the hazard for his sake. The question was, where should she get a medical man, competent and near? There was one such man, and only one, within accessible distance. A man who, if it were possible to save Winterbourne's life, had the brain most likely to do it. If human pressure could bring him, that man ought to be brought to the sick Giles's side. The attempt should be made. Yet she dreaded to leave her patient, and the minutes raced past. And yet she postponed her departure. At last, when it was after 11 o'clock, Winterbourne fell into a fitful sleep, and it seemed to afford her an opportunity. She hastily made him as comfortable as she could, put on her things, cut a new candle from the bunch hanging in the cupboard, and having set it up, and placed it so that the light did not fall upon his eyes, she closed the door and started. The spirit of Winterbourne seemed to keep her company and banish all sense of darkness from her mind. The rains had imparted a phosphorescence to the pieces of touchwood and rotting leaves that lay about her path, which, as scattered by her feet, spread abroad like spilt milk. She would not run the hazard of losing her way by plunging into any short, unfrequented track through the denser parts of the woodland, but followed a more open course, which eventually brought her to the highway. Once here, she ran along with great speed, animated by a devoted purpose which had much about it that was stoical, and it was with scarcely any faltering of spirit that, after an hour's progress, she passed over Rubdown Hill and onward towards that same Hintock and that same house out of which she had fled a few days before in irresistible alarm. But that had happened which, above all other things of chance and change, could make her deliberately frustrate her plan of flight and sink all regard of personal consequences. One speciality of Fitzpierce's was respected by Grace as much as ever, his professional skill. In this she was right. Had his persistence equaled his insight, instead of being the spasmodic and fitful thing it was, fame and fortune need never have remained a wish with him. His freedom from conventional errors and crusted prejudices had indeed been such as to retard rather than accelerate his advance in Hintock and its neighborhood, where people could not believe that nature herself effected cures, and that the doctor's business was only to smooth the way. It was past midnight when Grace arrived opposite her father's house, now again temporarily occupied by her husband, unless he had already gone away. Ever since her emergence from the denser plantations about Winterbourne's residence, a pervasive lightness had hung in the damp autumn sky, in spite of the vault of cloud, signifying that a moon of some age was shining above its arch. The two white gates were distinct, and the white balls on the pillars, and the puddles and damp ruts left by the recent rain, had a cold, corpse-eyed luminousness. She entered by the lower gate and crossed the quadrangle to the wing wherein the apartments that had been hers since her marriage were situate, till she stood under a window which, if her husband were in the house, gave light to his bedchamber. She faltered and paused with her hand on her heart, in spite of herself. Could she call to her presence the very cause of all her foregoing troubles? Alas! Old Jones was 7 miles off. Giles was possibly dying. What else could she do? It was in a perspiration wrought even more by consciousness than by exercise that she picked up some gravel, threw it at the panes, and waited to see the result. The night bell, which had been fixed when Fitzpiers first took up his residence there, still remained, but as it had fallen into disuse with the collapse of his practice and his elopement, she did not venture to pull it now. Whoever slept in the room had heard her signal, slight as it was. In half a minute the window was opened, and a voice said, "Yes?" inquiringly. Grace recognized her husband in the speaker at once. Her effort was now to disguise her own accents. "Doctor," she said, in as unusual a tone as she could command, "a man is dangerously ill in one chimney hut, out towards Delborough, and you must go to him at once, in all mercy." "I will, readily." The alacrity, surprise, and pleasure expressed in his reply amazed her for a moment, but in truth they denoted the sudden relief of a man who, having got back in a mood of contrition from erratic abandonment to fearful joys, found the soothing routine of professional practice unexpectedly opening anew to him. The highest desire of his soul just now was for a respectable life of painstaking. If this, his first summons since his return, had been to attend upon a cat or dog, he would scarcely have refused it in the circumstances. "Do you know the way?" she asked. "Yes," said he. "One chimney hut," she repeated. "And immediately." "Yes, yes," said Fitzpiers. Grace remained no longer. She passed out of the white gate without slamming it, and hastened on her way back. Her husband, then, had re-entered her father's house. How he had been able to effect a reconciliation with the old man, what were the terms of the treaty between them, she could not so much as conjecture. Some sort of truce must have been entered into, that was all she could say. But close as the question lay to her own life, there was a more urgent one which banished it, and she traced her steps quickly along the meandering trackways. Meanwhile, Fitzpiers was preparing to leave the house. The state of his mind, over and above his professional zeal, was peculiar. At Grace's first remark he had not recognized or suspected her presence, but as she went on, he was awakened to the great resemblance of the speaker's voice to his wife's. He had taken in such good faith the statement of the household on his arrival that she had gone on a visit for a time because she could not at once bring her mind to be reconciled to him, that he could not quite actually believe this comer to be she. It was one of the features of Fitzpiers's repentant humor at this date that on receiving the explanation of her absence he had made no attempt to outrage her feelings by following her, though nobody had informed him how very shortly her departure had preceded his entry, and of all that might have been inferred from her precipitancy. Melbury, after much alarm and consideration, had decided not to follow her either. He sympathized with her flight, much as he deplored it. Moreover, the tragic colour of the antecedent events that he had been a great means of creating checked his instinct to interfere. He prayed and trusted that she had got into no danger on her way, as he supposed, to Sherton and thence to Exbury, if that were the place she had gone to, forbearing all inquiry which the strangeness of her departure would have made natural. A few months before this time a performance by Grace of 1/10 the magnitude of this would have aroused him to unwonted investigation. It was in the same spirit that he had tacitly assented to Fitzpierce's domiciliation there. The two men had not met face to face, but Mrs. Melbury had proposed herself as an intermediary, who made the surgeon's re-entrance comparatively easy to him. Everything was provisional, and nobody asked questions. Fitzpiers had come in the performance of a plan of penitence, which had originated in circumstances hereafter to be explained. His self-humiliation to the very bass string was deliberate, and as soon as a call reached him from the bedside of a dying man, his desire was to set to work and do as much good as he could, with the least possible fuss or show. He therefore refrained from calling up a stableman to get ready any horse or gig, and set out for One Chimney Hut on foot, as Grace had done. End of chapter 42. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009. Chapter 43 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 43. She re-entered the hut, flung off her bonnet and cloak, and approached the sufferer. He had begun anew those terrible mutterings, and his hands were cold. As soon as she saw him there returned to her that agony of mind which the stimulus of her journey had thrown off for a time. Could he really be dying? She bathed him, kissed him, forgot all things but the fact that lying there before her was he who had loved her more than the mere lover would have loved, had martyred himself for her comfort, cared more for her self-respect than she had thought of caring. This mood continued till she heard quick, smart footsteps without. She knew whose footsteps they were. Grace sat on the inside of the bed against the wall, holding Giles's hand, so that when her husband entered the patient lay between herself and him. He stood transfixed at first, noticing Grace only. Slowly he dropped his glance and discerned who the prostrate man was. Strangely enough, though Grace's distaste for her husband's company had amounted almost to dread, and culminated in actual flight, at this moment her last and least feeling was personal. Sensitive femininity was eclipsed by self-effacing purpose, and that it was a husband who stood there was forgotten. The first look that possessed her face was relief. Satisfaction at the presence of the physician obliterated thought of the man, which only returned in the form of a subconsciousness that did not interfere with her words. "Is he dying? Is there any hope?" she cried. "Grace," said Fitzpiers in an indescribable whisper, more than invocating, if not quite deprecatory. He was arrested by the spectacle, not so much in its intrinsic character, though that was striking enough to a man who called himself the husband of the sufferer's friend and nurse, but in its character as the counterpart of one that had its hour many months before, in which he had figured as the patient and the woman had been Felice Charmond. "Is he in great danger? Can you save him?" she cried again. Fitzpiers aroused himself, came a little nearer, and examined Winterbourne as he stood. His inspection was concluded in a mere glance. Before he spoke, he looked at her contemplatively as to the effect of his coming words. "He is dying," he said, with dry precision. "What?" said she. "Nothing can be done, by me or any other man. It will soon be all over. The extremities are dead already." His eyes still remained fixed on her, the conclusion to which he had come seeming to end his interest, professional and otherwise, in Winterbourne for ever. "But it cannot be. He was well 3 days ago." "Not well, I suspect. This seems like a secondary attack, which has followed some previous illness, possibly typhoid. It may have been months ago, or recently." "Ah, he was not well. You are right. He was ill. He was ill when I came." There was nothing more to do or say. She crouched down at the side of the bed, and Fitzpiers took a seat. Thus they remained in silence, and long as it lasted she never turned her eyes, or apparently her thoughts, at all to her husband. He occasionally murmured with automatic authority some slight directions for alleviating the pain of the dying man, which she mechanically obeyed, bending over him during the intervals in silent tears. Winterbourne never recovered consciousness of what was passing, and that he was going became soon perceptible also to her. In less than an hour the delirium ceased. Then there was an interval of somnolent painlessness and soft breathing, at the end of which Winterbourne passed quietly away. Then Fitzpiers broke the silence. "Have you lived here long?" said he. Grace was wild with sorrow, with all that had befallen her, with the cruelties that had attacked her, with life, with heaven. She answered at random, "Yes. By what right do you ask?" "Don't think I claim any right," said Fitzpiers sadly. "It is for you to do and say what you choose. I admit quite as much as you feel that I am a vagabond, a brute, not worthy to possess the smallest fragment of you. But here I am, and I have happened to take sufficient interest in you to make that inquiry." "He is everything to me," said Grace, hardly heeding her husband, and laying her hand reverently on the dead man's eyelids, where she kept it a long time, pressing down their lashes with gentle touches, as if she was stroking a little bird. He watched her a while, and then glanced round the chamber, where his eyes fell upon a few dressing necessaries that she had brought. "Grace, if I may call you so," he said, "I have been already humiliated almost to the depths. I have come back since you refused to join me elsewhere. I have entered your father's house and borne all that cost me, without flinching, because I have felt that I deserved humiliation. But is there a yet greater humiliation in store for me? You say you have been living here, that he is everything to you. Am I to draw from that the obvious, the extremest inference? Triumph at any price is sweet to men and women, especially the latter. It was her first and last opportunity of repaying him for the cruel contumely which she had borne at his hands so docilely. "Yes," she answered, and there was that in her subtly compounded nature which made her feel a thrill of pride as she did so. Yet the moment after she had so mightily belied her character, she half repented. Her husband had turned as white as the wall behind him. It seemed as if all that remained to him of life and spirit had been abstracted at a stroke. Yet he did not move, and in his efforts at self-control closed his mouth together as a vice. His determination was fairly successful, though she saw how very much greater than she had expected her triumph had been. Presently he looked across at Winterbourne. "Would it startle you to hear," he said, as if he hardly had breath to utter the words, "that she who was to me what he was to you is dead also?" "Dead? She dead?" exclaimed Grace. "Yes. Felice Charmond is where this young man is." "Never," said Grace, vehemently. He went on without heeding the insinuation. "And I came back to try to make it up with you. But—" Fitzpiers rose and moved across the room to go away, looking downward with the droop of a man whose hope was turned to apathy if not despair. In going round the door his eye fell upon her once more. She was still bending over the body of Winterbourne, her face close to the young man's. "Have you been kissing him during his illness?" asked her husband. "Yes." "Since his fevered state set in?" "Yes." "On his lips?" "Yes." "Then you will do well to take a few drops of this in water as soon as possible." He drew a small vial from his pocket and returned to offer it to her. Grace shook her head. "If you don't do as I tell you, you may soon be like him." "I don't care. I wish to die." "I'll put it here," said Fitzpiers, placing the bottle on a ledge beside him. "The sin of not having warned you will not be upon my head at any rate, among my other sins. I am now going, and I will send somebody to you. Your father does not know that you are here, so I suppose I shall be bound to tell him." "Certainly." Fitzpiers left the cot, and the stroke of his feet was soon immersed in the silence that pervaded the spot. Grace remained kneeling and weeping, she hardly knew how long, and then she sat up, covered poor Giles's features, and went towards the door where her husband had stood. No sign of any other comer greeted her ear, the only perceptible sounds being the tiny cracklings of the dead leaves, which, like a feather-bed, had not yet done rising to their normal level where indented by the pressure of her husband's receding footsteps. It reminded her that she had been struck with the change in his aspect. The extremely intellectual look that had always been in his face was wrought to a finer phase by thinness, and a careworn dignity had been superadded. She returned to Winterbourne's side, and during her meditations another tread drew near the door, entered the outer room, and halted at the entrance of the chamber where Grace was. "What, Marty?" said Grace. "Yes, I have heard," said Marty, whose demeanour had lost all its girlishness under the stroke that seemed almost literally to have bruised her. "He died for me," murmured Grace heavily. Marty did not fully comprehend, and she answered, "He belongs to neither of us now, and your beauty is no more powerful with him than my plainness. I have come to help you, ma'am. He never cared for me, and he cared much for you, but he cares for us both alike now. Oh, don't, Marty." Marty said no more, but knelt over Winterbourne from the other side. "Did you meet my Mr. Fitzpiers? Then what brought you here?" "I come this way sometimes. I have got to go to the farther side of the wood this time of the year, and am obliged to get there before 4 o'clock in the morning, to begin heating the oven for the early baking. I have passed by here often at this time." Grace looked at her quickly. "Then did you know I was here?" "Yes, ma'am." "Did you tell anybody?" "No. I knew you lived in the hut, that he had gied it up to ye, and lodged out himself." "Did you know where he lodged?" "No, that I couldn't find out. Was it at Delborough?" "No, it was not there, Marty. Would it had been. It would have saved. To check her tears she turned, and seeing a book on the window bench, took it up. "Look, Marty, this is a psalter. He was not an outwardly religious man, but he was pure and perfect in his heart. Shall we read a psalm over him?" "Oh, yes, we will, with all my heart." Grace opened the thin brown book, which poor Giles had kept at hand mainly for the convenience of whetting his penknife upon its leather covers. She began to read in that rich devotional voice peculiar to women only on such occasions. When it was over, Marty said, "I should like to pray for his soul." "So should I," said her companion, "but we must not." "Why? Nobody would know." Grace could not resist the argument, influenced as she was by the sense of making amends for having neglected him in the body, and their tender voices united and filled the narrow room with supplicatory murmurs that a Calvinist might have envied. They had hardly ended when now and more numerous footfalls were audible, also persons in conversation, one of whom Grace recognized as her father. She rose and went to the outer apartment, in which there was only such light as beamed from the inner one. Melbury and Mrs. Melbury were standing there. "I don't reproach you, Grace," said her father, with an estranged manner and in a voice not at all like his old voice. "What has come upon you and us is beyond reproach, beyond weeping, and beyond wailing. Perhaps I drove you to it. But I am hurt. I am scourged. I am astonished. In the face of this there is nothing to be said." Without replying, Grace turned and glided back to the inner chamber. "Marty," she said quickly, "I cannot look my father in the face until he knows the true circumstances of my life here. Go and tell him what you have told me, what you saw, that he gave up his house to me." She sat down, her face buried in her hands, and Marty went, and after a short absence returned. Then Grace rose, and going out, asked her father if he had met her husband. "Yes," said Melbury. "And you know all that has happened?" "I do. Forgive me, Grace, for suspecting ye of worse than rashness. I ought to know ye better. Are you coming with me to what was once your home?" "No, I stay here with him. Take no account of me any more." The unwanted, perplexing, agitating relations in which she had stood to Winterbourne quite lately, brought about by Melbury's own contrivance, could not fail to soften the natural anger of a parent at her more recent doings. "My daughter, things are bad," he rejoined. "But why do you persevere to make 'em worse? What good can you do to Giles by staying here with him? Mind, I ask no questions. I don't inquire why you decided to come here, or anything as to what your course would have been if he had not died, though I know there's no deliberate harm in ye. As for me, I have lost all claim upon you, and I make no complaint. But I do say that by coming back with me now, you will show no less kindness to him, and escape any sound of shame." "But I don't wish to escape it." "If you don't on your own account, cannot you wish to on mine and hers? Nobody except our household knows that you have left home. Then why should you, by a piece of perverseness, bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave?" "If it were not for my husband," she began, moved by his words. "But how can I meet him there? How can any woman who is not a mere man's creature join him after what has taken place?" "He would go away again rather than keep you out of my house." "How do you know that, father?" "We met him on our way here, and he told us so," said Mrs. Melbury. "He had said something like it before. He seems very much upset altogether." "He declared to her when he came to our house that he would wait for time and devotion to bring about his forgiveness," said her husband. "That was it, wasn't it, Lucy?" "Yes, that he would not intrude upon you, Grace, till you gave him absolute permission," Mrs. Melbury added. This antecedent considerateness in Fitzpiers was as welcome to Grace as it was unexpected, and though she did not desire his presence, she was sorry that by her retaliatory fiction she had given him a different reason for avoiding her. She made no further objections to accompanying her parents, taking them into the inner room to give Winterbourne a last look, and gathering up the 2 or 3 things that belonged to her. While she was doing this the 2 women came who had been called by Melbury, and at their heels poor Creedle. "Forgive me, but I can't rule my mourning nohow as a man should, Mr. Melbury," he said. "I han't seen him since Thursday night, and have wondered for days and days where he's been keeping. There was I expecting him to come and tell me to wash out the cider barrels against the making, and here was he. Well, I've knowed him from table high. I knowed his father. Used to bide about upon 2 sticks in the sun afore he died. And now I've seen the end of the family, which we can ill afford to lose, we such a scanty lot of good folk in Hintock as we've got. And now Robert Creedle will be nailed up in parish boards, I believe, and nobody will glutch down a sigh for he." They started for home, Maudie and Creedle remaining behind. For a time Grace and her father walked side by side without speaking. It was just in the blue of the dawn, and the chilling tone of the sky was reflected in her cold, wet face. The whole wood seemed to be a house of death, pervaded by loss to its uttermost length and breadth. Winterborne was gone, and the copses seemed to show the want of him. Those young trees, so many of which he had planted, and of which he had spoken so truly when he said that he should fall before they fell, were at that very moment sending out their roots in the direction that he had given them with his subtle hand. "One thing made it tolerable to us that your husband should come back to the house," said Melbury at last. "The death of Mrs. Charmond." "Ah, yes," said Grace, arousing slightly to the recollection. "He told me so." "Did he tell you how she died?" "It was no such death as Giles's. She was shot by a disappointed lover. It occurred in Germany. The unfortunate man shot himself afterwards. He was that South Carolina gentleman of very passionate nature who used to haunt this place to force her to an interview, and followed her about everywhere. So ends the brilliant Felice Charmond, once a good friend to me, but no friend to you." "I can forgive her," said Grace absently. "Did Edgar tell you of this?" "No, but he put a London newspaper, giving an account of it, on the hall table, folded in such a way that we should see it. It will be in the Sheraton paper this week, no doubt." To make the event more solemn still to him, he had just before had sharp words with her, and left her. He told Lucy this, as nothing about him appears in the newspaper, and the cause of the quarrel was, of all people, she we've left behind us. "Do you mean Marty?" Grace spoke the words but perfunctorily, for pertinent and pointed as Melbury's story was, she had no heart for it now. "Yes, Marty South." Melbury persisted in his narrative, to divert her from her present grief, if possible. Before he went away, she wrote him a letter, which he kept in his pocket a long while before reading. He chanced to pull it out in Mrs. Charmond's presence, and read it out loud. It contained something which teased her very much, and that led to the rupture. She was following him to make it up when she met with her terrible death. Melbury did not know enough to give the gist of the incident, which was that Marty South's letter had been concerning a certain personal adornment common to herself and Mrs. Charmond. Her bullet reached its billet at last. The scene between Fitzpiers and Felice had been sharp, as only a scene can be which arises out of the mortification of one woman by another in the presence of a lover. True, Marty had not effected it by word of mouth. The charge about the locks of hair was made simply by Fitzpiers reading her letter to him aloud to Felice in the playfully ironical tones of one who had become a little weary of his situation, and was finding his friend, in the phrase of George Herbert, a flat delight. He had stroked those false tresses with his hand many a time, without knowing them to be transplanted, and it was impossible, when the discovery was so abruptly made, to avoid being finely satirical, despite her generous disposition. That was how it had begun, and tragedy had been its end. On his abrupt departure she had followed him to the station, but the train was gone, and in travelling to Baden in search of him she had met his rival, whose reproaches led to an altercation and the death of both. Of that precipitate scene of passion and crime, Fitzpiers had known nothing till he saw an account of it in the papers, where, fortunately for himself, no mention was made of his prior acquaintance with the unhappy lady. Nor was there any allusion to him in the subsequent inquiry, the double death being attributed to some gambling losses, though in point of fact neither one of them had visited the tables. Melbury and his daughter drew near their house, having seen but one living thing on their way, a squirrel, which did not run up its tree, but, dropping the sweet chestnut which it carried, cried "Chut, chut, chut," and stamped with its hind legs on the ground. When the roofs and chimneys of the homestead began to emerge from the screen of boughs, Grace started, and checked herself in her abstracted advance. "You clearly understand," she said to her stepmother, some of her old misgiving returned, "that I am coming back only on condition of his leaving as he promised. Will you let him know this, that there may be no mistake?" Mrs. Melbury, who had some long private talks with Fitzpiers, assured Grace that she need have no doubts on that point, and that he would probably be gone by the evening. Grace then entered with them into Melbury's wing of the house, and sat down listlessly in the parlour, while her stepmother went to Fitzpiers. The prompt obedience to her wishes which the surgeon showed did honour to him, if anything could. Before Mrs. Melbury had returned to the room, Grace, who was sitting on the parlour window bench, saw her husband go from the door under the increasing light of morning, with a bag in his hand. While passing through the gate he turned his head. The firelight of the room she sat in threw her figure into dark relief against the window as she looked through the panes, and he must have seen her distinctly. In a moment he went on. The gate fell to, and he disappeared. At the hut she had declared that another had displaced him, and now she had banished him. End of chapter 43. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, July 2009.
Chapter 44 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ray Smith. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 44. Fitzpiers had hardly been gone an hour when Grace began to sicken. The next day she kept her room. Old Jones was called in. He murmured some statements in which the words feverish symptoms occurred. Grace heard them, and guessed the means by which she had brought this visitation upon herself. One day, while she still lay there with her head throbbing, wondering if she were really going to join him who had gone before, Grandma Oliver came to her bedside. "I don't know where this is meant for you to take, ma'am," she said, "but I have found it on the table. It was left by Marty, I think, when she came this morning." Grace turned her hot eyes upon what Grandma held up. It was the vial left at the hut by her husband, when he had begged her to take some drops of its contents, if she wished to preserve herself from falling a victim to the malady which had pulled down Winterborne. She examined it as well as she could. The liquid was an opaline hue, and bore a label with an inscription in Italian. He had probably got it in his wanderings abroad. She knew but little Italian, but could understand that the cordial was a febrifuge of some sort. Her father, her mother, and all of the household were anxious for her recovery, and she resolved to obey her husband's directions. Whatever the risk, if any, she was prepared to run it. A glass of water was brought, and the drops dropped in. The effect, though not miraculous, was remarkable. In less than an hour she felt calmer, cooler, better able to reflect, less inclined to fret and chafe and wear herself away. She took a few drops more. From that time the fever retreated and went out like a damped conflagration. "How clever he is," she said regretfully. "Why could he have not had more principle, so as to turn his great talents to good account? Perhaps he has saved my useless life, but he doesn't know it, and doesn't care whether he has saved it or not, and on that account will never be told by me. Probably he only gave it to me in the arrogance of his skill, to show the greatness of his resources beside mine, as Elijah drew down fire from heaven." As soon as she had quite recovered from this foiled attack upon her life, Grace went to Marty South's cottage. The current of her being had again set toward the lost Giles Winterborne. "Marty," she said, "we both loved him. We will go to his grave together." Great Hintock Church stood at the upper part of the village, and could be reached without passing through the street. In the dusk of the late September day, they went thither by secret ways, walking mostly in silence side by side, each busied with her own thoughts. Grace had a trouble exceeding Marty's, that haunting sense of having put out the lights of his life by her own hasty doings. She had tried to persuade herself that he might have died of his illness, even if she had not taken possession of his house. Sometimes she succeeded in her attempt, sometimes she did not. They stood by the grave together, and though the sun had gone down, they could see over the woodland for miles, and down in the vale in which he had been accustomed to descend every year with his portable mill and press to make cider about this time. Perhaps Grace's first grief, the discovery that if he had lived he could never have claimed her, had some power in softening this, the second. On Marty's part there was the same consideration. Never would she have been his. As no anticipation of gratified affection had been in existence while he was with them, there was none to be disappointed now that he was gone. Grace was abashed when, by degrees, she found that she had never understood Giles as Marty had done. Marty South alone, of all the women in Hintock and the world, had approximated to Winterbourne's level of intelligent intercourse with nature. In that respect she had formed the complement to him in the other sex, had lived as his counterpart, had subjoined her thoughts to his as a corollary. The casual glimpses which the ordinary population bestowed upon that wondrous world of sap and leaves called the Hintock woods had been with these two, Giles and Marty, a clear gaze. They had been possessed of its finer mysteries as of commonplace knowledge, had been able to read its hieroglyphs as ordinary writings. To them the sights and sounds of night, winter, wind, storm, amid those dense boughs which had to Grace a touch of the uncanny, and even the supernatural, were simply occurrences whose origin, continuance, and laws they foreknew. They had planted together, and together they had felled. Together they had, with the run of the years, mentally collected those remoter signs and symbols, which seen in few were of runic obscurity, but all together made an alphabet. From the light lashings of the twigs upon their faces, when brushing through them in the dark, they could pronounce upon the species of the tree whence they stretched. From the quality of the wind's murmur through the bough they could in like manner name its sort afar off. They knew by a glance at a trunk if its heart were sound, or tainted with the incipient decay, and by the state of its upper twigs, the stratum that had been reached by its roots. The artifices of the seasons were seen by them from the conjurer's own point of view, and not from that of the spectators. "He ought to have married you, Marty, and nobody else in the world," said Grace, with conviction, after thinking somewhat in the above strain. Marty shook her head. "In all of our outdoor days and years together, ma'am," she had replied, "the one thing he never spoke to me was love, nor I to him. Yet you and he could speak in a tongue that nobody else knew, not even my father, though he came nearest knowing the tongues of the trees and the fruits and the flowers themselves." She could indulge in mournful fancies like this to Marty, but the hard cord of her grief, which Marty's had not, remained. Had she been sure that Giles's death resulted entirely from his exposure, it would have driven her well nigh to insanity. But there was always that bare possibility that his exposure had only precipitated what was inevitable. She longed to believe that it had not done even this. There was only one man whose opinion on these circumstances she would be at all disposed to trust. Her husband was that man. Yet to ask him it would be necessary to detail the true conditions in which she and Winterbourne had lived through those 3 or 4 critical days that followed her flight, and in withdrawing her original defiant announcement On that point there seemed a weakness she did not care to show. She never doubted that Fitzpiers would believe her if she had made a clean confession of the actual situation, but to volunteer the correction would seem like signaling for a truce, and that, in her present state of mind, was what she did not feel the need of. It will probably not appear a surprising statement, after what has already declared of Fitzpiers, that the man whom Grace's fidelity could not keep faithful was stung into passionate throbs of interest concerning her by her avowal of the contrary. He declared to himself that he would never know her dangerously full compass if she were capable of such a reprisal, and melancholy as it may be to admit the fact, his own humiliation and regret engendered a smouldering admiration of her. He passed a month or two of great misery at Eckert-Boulet, the place to which he had retired, quite as much misery indeed as Grace, could she have known of it, would have been inclined to inflict upon any living creature, how much soever he might have wronged her. Then a sudden hope dawned on him. He wondered if her affirmation were true. He asked himself whether it were not the act of a woman whose natural purity and innocence had blinded her to the contingencies of such an announcement. His wide experience of the sex had taught him that, in many cases, women who ventured on hazardous matters did so because they lacked an imagination sensuous enough to feel their full force. In this light, Grace's bold avowal might merely have denoted the desperation of one who was a child to the realities of obliquity. Fitzpiers' mental suffering and suspense led him at last to take a melancholy journey to the neighbourhood of Little Hintock, and here he hovered for hours around the scene of the purest emotional experience that he had ever known in his life. He walked about the woods that surrounded Melbury's house, keeping out of sight like a criminal. It was a fine evening, and on his way homeward he passed near Marty South's cottage. As usual, she had lighted her candle without closing her shutters. He saw her within as he had seen her many times before. She was polishing tools, and though he had not wished to show himself, he could not resist speaking into her through the half-open door. "What are you doing that for, Marty?" "Because I want to clean them. They were not mine." He could see indeed that they were not hers, for one was a spade, large and heavy, and another was a billhook, which she could only have used with both hands. The spade, though not new, had been so completely burnished that it was bright as silver. Fitzpiers somehow divined that they were Giles Winterborne's, and he put the question to her. She replied in the affirmative. "I am going to keep them," she said, "but I can't get his apple mill and press. I wish I could." "It is going to be sold, they say." "Then I will buy it for you," said Fitzpiers. "That will be making you a return for a kindness you did me." His glance fell upon the girl's rare-coloured hair, which had grown again. "Oh, Marty, those locks of yours, and that letter!" "But it was a kindness to send it, nevertheless," he said musingly. After this there was confidence between them, such confidence as there had never been before. Marty was shy, indeed, of speaking about the letter and her motives in writing it, but she thanked him warmly for his promise of the cider press. She would travel with it in the autumn season, as he had done, she said. She would be quite strong enough with old Creedle as an assistant. "Ah, there was one nearer to him than you," said Fitzpiers, referring to Winterborne. "One who lived where he lived, and was with him when he died." Then Marty, suspecting that he did not know the true circumstances, from the fact that Mrs. Fitzpiers and himself were living apart, told him of Giles's generosity to Grace in giving up his house to her at the risk and possibly the sacrifice of his own life. When the surgeon heard it, he almost envied Giles his chivalrous character. He expressed a wish to Marty that his visit to her should be kept secret, and went home thoughtful, feeling that in more than one sense his journey to Hintock had not been in vain. He would have given much to win Grace's forgiveness then, but whatever he dared hope for, in that kind from the future, there was nothing to be done yet, while Giles Winterborne's memory was green. To wait was imperative. A little time might melt her frozen thoughts, and lead her to look on him with tolerance, if not with love. End of chapter 44. Recording by Ray Smith, Phoenix, Arizona.
Chapter 45 of The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Knight. Chapter 45. Weeks and months of mourning for Winterborne had been passed by Grace in the soothing monotony of the memorial act to which she and Marty had devoted themselves. Twice a week the pair went in the dusk to Great Hintock, and, like the two mourners in Cymbeline, sweetened his sad grave with their flowers and their tears. Sometimes Grace thought that it was a pity neither one of them had been his wife for a little while, and given the world a copy of him who was so valuable in their eyes. Nothing ever had brought home to her with such force as this death how little acquirements and culture weigh beside sterling personal character. While her simple sorrow for his loss took a softer edge with the lapse of the autumn and winter seasons, her self-reproach at having had a possible hand in causing it knew little abatement. Little occurred at Hintock during these months of the fall and decay of the leaf. Discussion of the almost contemporaneous death of Mrs. Charmond abroad had waxed and waned. Fitzpiers had had a marvellous escape from being dragged into the inquiry which followed it, through the accident of their having parted just before under the influence of Marty South's letter, the tiny instrument of a cause deep in nature. Her body was not brought home. It seemed to accord well with the fitful fever of that impassioned woman's life that she should not have found a native grave. She had enjoyed but a life interest in the estate, which, after her death, passed to a relative of her husband's, one who knew not for lease, one whose purpose seemed to be to blot out every vestige of her. On a certain day in February, the cheerful day of St. Valentine, in fact, a letter reached Mrs. Fitzpiers, which had been mentally promised her for that particular day a long time before. It announced that Fitzpiers was living at some midland town, where he had obtained a temporary practice as assistant to some local medical man, whose curative principles were all wrong, though he dared not set them right. He had thought fit to communicate with her on that day of tender traditions, to inquire if, in the event of his obtaining a substantial practice that he had in view elsewhere, she could forget the past and bring herself to join him. There the practical part ended. He then went on, "My last year of experience has added 10 years to my age, dear Grace, and dearest wife, that ever erring man undervalued. You may be absolutely indifferent to what I say, but let me say it. I have never loved any woman, alive or dead, as I love, respect, and honour you at this present moment. What you told me in the pride and haughtiness of your heart I never believed. This, by the way, was not strictly true. But even if I had believed it, it could never have estranged me from you. Is there any use in telling you, no, there is not, that I dream of your ripe lips more frequently than I say my prayers? That old familiar rustle of your dress often returns upon my mind till it distracts me. If you could condescend even only to see me again, you would be breathing life into a corpse. My pure, pure Grace, modest as a turtle dove, how came I ever to possess you? For the sake of being present in your mind on this lover's day, I think I would almost rather have you hate me a little than not think of me at all. You may call my fancies whimsical, but remember, sweet, lost one, that nature is one in love, and where 'tis fine it sends some instance of itself. I will not intrude upon you further now. Make me a little bit happy by sending back one line to say that you will consent, at any rate, to a short interview. I will meet you and leave you as a mere acquaintance, if you will only afford me this slight means of making a few explanations, and of putting my position before you. Believe me, in spite of all you may do or feel. Your lover always, once your husband. E. It was, oddly enough, the first occasion, or nearly the first, on which Grace had ever received a love letter from him. His courtship having taken place under conditions which rendered letter writing unnecessary. Its perusal, therefore, had a certain novelty for her. She thought that, upon the whole, he wrote love letters very well. But the chief rational interest of the letter to the reflective Grace lay in the chance that such a meeting as he proposed would have afforded her of setting her doubts at rest, one way or the other, on her actual share in Winterbourne's death. The relief of consulting a skilled mind, the one professional man who had seen Giles at that time, would be immense. As for that statement that she had uttered in her disdainful grief, which at the time she had regarded as her triumph, she was quite prepared to admit to him that his belief was the true one. For in wronging herself as she did when she made it, she had done what to her was a far more serious thing, wronged Winterbourne's memory. Without consulting her father, or any one in the house or out of it, Grace replied to the letter. She agreed to meet Fitzpiers on 2 conditions, of which the first was that the place of meeting should be the top of Rubdown Hill. The second, that he would not object to Marty South accompanying her. Whatever part, much or little, there may have been in Fitzpiers' so-called Valentine to his wife, he felt a delight as of the bursting of spring when her brief reply came. It was one of the few pleasures that he had experienced of late years, at all resembling those of his early youth. He promptly replied that he accepted the conditions, and named the day and hour at which he would be on the spot she mentioned. A few minutes before 3 on the appointed day found him climbing the well-known hill, which had been the axis of so many critical movements in their lives during his residence at Hintock. The sight of each homely and well-remembered object swelled the regret that seldom left him now. Whatever paths might lie open to his future, the soothing shades of Hintock were forbidden him for ever as a permanent dwelling-place. He longed for the society of Grace, but to lay offerings on her slighted altar was his first aim, and until her propitiation was complete, he would constrain her in no way to return to him. The least reparation that he could make, in a case where he would gladly have made much, would be to let her feel herself absolutely free to choose between living with him and without him. Moreover, a subtlest in emotions, he cultivated, as under glasses, strange and mournful pleasures that he would not willingly let die just at present. To show any forwardness in suggesting a modus vivendi to Grace would be to put an end to these exotics. To be the vassal of her sweet will for a time, he demanded no more, and found solace in the contemplation of the soft miseries she caused him. Approaching the hilltop, with a mind strung to these notions, Fitzpiers discerned a gay procession of people coming over the crest, and was not long in perceiving it to be a wedding party. Though the wind was keen, the women were in light attire, and the flowered waistcoats of the men had a pleasing vividness of pattern. Each of the gentler ones clung to the arm of her partner so tightly as to have with him one step, rise, swing, gait, almost one centre of gravity. In the buxom bride, Fitzpiers recognised no other than Sukey Damson, who in her light gown looked a giantess. The small husband beside her he saw to be Tim Tangs. Fitzpiers could not escape, for they had seen him, though of all the beauties of the world whom he did not wish to meet, Sukey was the chief. But he put the best face on the matter that he could and came on, the approaching company evidently discussing him and his separation from Mrs. Fitzpiers. As the couples closed upon him, he expressed his congratulations. "We be just walking round the parishes to show ourselves a bit," said Tim. "First we head across to Delborough, then athwart to here, and from here we go to Rubdown and Millshot, and then round by the crossroads home." "Home," says I, "but it won't be that long. We be off next month." "Indeed, where to?" Tim informed him that they were going to New Zealand. Not but that he would have been contented with Hintock, but his wife was ambitious and wanted to leave, so he had given way. "Then good-bye," said Fitzpiers. "I may not see you again." He shook hands with Tim and turned to the bride. "Good-bye, Sukey," he said, taking her hand also. "I wish you and your husband prosperity in the country you have chosen." With this he left them and hastened on to his appointment. The wedding party reformed and resumed march likewise. But in restoring his arm to Sukey, Tim noticed that her full and blooming countenance had undergone a change. "Holloa, my dear, what's the matter?" said Tim. "Nothing to speak of," she said, but to give light to her assertion she was seized with lachrymose twitches that soon produced a dribbling face. "What the devil's this about?" exclaimed the bridegroom. "She's a little wee bit overcome, poor dear," said the first bridesmaid, unfolding her handkerchief and wiping Sukey's eyes. "I never did like parting from people," said Sukey as soon as she could speak. "Why him in particular?" "Well, he's such a clever doctor that 'tis a thousand pities we shan't see him any more. There'll be no such clever doctor as he in New Zealand, if I should require one, and the thought got the better of my feelings." They walked on, but Tim's face had grown rigid and pale, for he recalled slight circumstances disregarded at the time of their occurrence. The former boisterous laughter of the wedding party at the groomsmen's jokes was heard ringing through the woods no more. By this time Fitzpiers had advanced on his way to the top of the hill, where he saw two figures emerging from the bank on the right hand. These were the expected ones, Grace and Marty South, who had evidently come there by a short and secret path through the wood. Grace was muffled up in her winter dress, and he thought that she had never looked so seductive as at this moment, in the noontide bright but heatless sun, and the keen wind, and the purplish grey masses of brushwood around. Fitzpiers continued to regard the nearing picture, till at length their glances met for a moment, when she demurely sent hers off at a tangent, and gave him the benefit of her three-quarter face, while with courteous completeness of conduct he lifted his hat in a large arc. Marty dropped behind, and when Fitzpiers held out his hand, Grace touched it with her fingers. "I have agreed to be here mostly because I wanted to ask you something important," said Mrs. Fitzpiers, her intonation modulating in a direction that she had not quite wished it to take. "I am most attentive," said her husband. "Shall we take to the wood for privacy?" Grace demurred, and Fitzpiers gave in, and they kept the public road. At any rate, she would take his arm? This also was gravely negatived, the refusal being audible to Marty. "Why not?" he inquired. "Oh, Mr. Fitzpiers, how can you ask?" "Right, right," said he, his effusiveness shrivelled up. As they walked on she returned to her inquiry. "It is about a matter that may perhaps be unpleasant to you, but I think I need not consider that too carefully." "Not at all," said Fitzpiers heroically. She then took him back to the time of poor Winterborne's death, and related the precise circumstances amid which his fatal illness had come upon him, particularizing the dampness of the shelter to which he had betaken himself, his concealment from her of the hardships that he was undergoing, all that he had put up with, all that he had done for her in his scrupulous considerateness. The retrospect brought her to tears as she asked him if he thought that the sin of having driven him to his death was upon her. Fitzpiers could hardly help showing his satisfaction at what her narrative indirectly revealed, the actual harmlessness of an escapade with her lover, which had at first by her own showing looked so grave, and he did not care to inquire whether that harmlessness had been the result of aim or of accident. With regard to her question, he declared that in his judgment no human being could answer it. He thought that upon the whole the balance of probabilities turned in her favour. Winterborne's apparent strength during the last months of his life must have been delusive. It had often occurred that after a first attack of that insidious disease, a person's apparent recovery was a physiological mendacity. The relief which came to Grace lay almost as much in sharing her knowledge of the particulars with an intelligent mind as in the assurances Fitzpiers gave her. "Well, then, to put this case before you and obtain your professional opinion was chiefly why I consented to come here today," she said, when he had reached the aforesaid conclusion. "For no other reason at all?" he asked ruefully. "It was nearly the whole." They stood and looked over a gate at 20 or 30 starlings feeding in the grass, and he started the talk again by saying in a low voice, "And yet I love you more than ever I loved you in my life." Grace did not move her eyes from the birds and folded her delicate lips as if to keep them in subjection. "It is a different kind of love altogether," said he, "less passionate, more profound. It has nothing to do with the material conditions of the object at all, much to do with her character and goodness, as revealed by closer observation. Love talks with better knowledge, and knowledge with dearer love." "That's out of Measure for Measure," said she, slyly. "Oh yes, I meant it as a citation," blandly replied Fitzpiers. "Well then, why not give me a very little bit of your heart again?" The crash of a felled tree in the remote depths of the wood recalled the past at that moment, and all the homely faithfulness of Winterborne. "Don't ask it. My heart is in the grave with Giles," she replied staunchly. "Mine is with you, in no less deep a grave, I fear, according to that. I am very sorry, but it cannot be helped." "How can you be sorry for me when you wilfully keep open the grave?" "Oh no, that's not so," returned Grace quickly, and moved to go away from him. "But dearest Grace," said he, "you have condescended to come, and I thought from it that perhaps when I had passed through a long state of probation you would be generous. But if there can be no hope of our getting completely reconciled, treat me gently, wretch though I am." "I did not say you were a wretch, nor have I ever said so. But you have such a contemptuous way of looking at me that I fear you think so." Grace's heart struggled between the wish not to be harsh and the fear that she might mislead him. "I cannot look contemptuous unless I feel contempt," she said evasively, "and all I feel is lovelessness." "I have been very bad, I know," he returned, "but unless you can really love me again, Grace, I would rather go away from you for ever. I don't want you to receive me again for duty's sake, or anything of that sort. If I had not cared more for your affection and forgiveness than my own personal comfort, I should never have come back here. I could have obtained a practice at a distance, and have lived my own life without coldness or reproach. But I have chosen to return to the one spot on earth where my name is tarnished, to enter the house of a man from whom I have had worse treatment than from any other man alive. All for you." This was undeniably true, and it had its weight with Grace, who began to look as if she thought she had been shockingly severe. "Before you go," he continued, "I want to know your pleasure about me, what you wish me to do or not to do. You are independent of me, and it seems a mockery to ask that. Far be it from me to advise. But I will think it over. I rather need advice myself than stand in a position to give it. You don't need advice, wisest, dearest woman that ever lived. If you did, would you give it to me? Would you act upon what I gave?" "That's not a fair inquiry," said she, smiling despite her gravity. "I don't mind hearing it. What you do really think the most correct and proper course for me?" "It is so easy for me to say, and yet I dare not, for it would be provoking you to remonstrances." Knowing of course what the advice would be, she did not press him further, and was about to beckon Marty forward and leave him, when he interrupted her with, "Oh, one moment, dear Grace, you will meet me again." She eventually agreed to see him that day fortnight. Fitzpiers expostulated at the interval, but the half-alarmed earnestness with which she entreated him not to come sooner made him say hastily that he submitted to her will, that he would regard her as a friend only, anxious for his reform and well-being, till such time as she might allow him to exceed that privilege. All this was to assure her it was only too clear that he had not won her confidence yet. It amazed Fitzpiers, and overthrew all his deductions from previous experience, to find that this girl, though she had been married to him, could yet be so coy. Notwithstanding a certain fascination that it carried with it, his reflections were sombre as he went homeward. He saw how deep had been his offence to produce so great a weariness in a gentle and once unsuspicious soul. He was himself too fastidious to care to coerce her. To be an object of misgiving or dislike to a woman who shared his home was what he could not endure the thought of. Life as it stood was more tolerable. When he was gone, Marty joined Mrs. Fitzpiers. She would fain have consulted Marty on the question of platonic relations with her former husband, as she preferred to regard him. But Marty showed no great interest in their affairs, so Grace said nothing. They came forward and saw Melbury standing at the scene of the felling, which had been audible to them, when, telling Marty that she had wished her meeting with Mr. Fitzpiers to be kept private, she left the girl to join her father. At any rate, she would consult him on the expediency of occasionally seeing her husband. Her father was cheerful, and walked by her side as he had done in earlier days. "I was thinking of you when you came up," he said. "I have considered that what has happened is for the best. Since your husband is gone, and seems not to wish to trouble you, why, let him go, and drop out of your life. Many women are worse off. You can live here comfortably enough, and he can emigrate, or do what he likes for his good. I wouldn't mind sending him the further sum of money he might naturally expect to come to him, so that you may not be bothered with him any more. He could hardly have gone on living here without speaking to me, or meeting me, and that would have been very unpleasant on both sides." These remarks checked her intention. There was a sense of weakness in following them by saying that she had just met her husband by appointment. "Then you would advise me not to communicate with him?" she observed. "I shall never advise ye again. You are your own mistress. Do as you like. But my opinion is that if you don't live with him, you had better live without him, and not go shilly-shallying and playing bo-peep. You sent him away, and now he's gone. Very well, trouble him no more." Grace felt a guiltiness, she hardly knew why, and made no confession. End of chapter 45 of The Woodlanders, read by Anna Knight.
Chapter 46 of The Woodlanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Nugent. The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 46. The woods were uninteresting, and Grace stayed indoors a great deal. She became quite a student, reading more than she had done since her marriage. But her seclusion was always broken, for the periodical visit to Winterborne's grave with Marty, which was kept up with pious strictness, for the purpose of putting snowdrops, primroses, and other vernal flowers thereon as they came. One afternoon at sunset, she was standing just outside her father's garden, which, like the rest of the Hintock enclosures, abutted into the wood. A slight footpath led along here, forming a secret way to either of the houses by getting through its boundary hedge. Grace was just about to adopt this mode of entry when a figure approached along the path and held up his hand to detain her. It was her husband. "I'm delighted," he said, coming up out of breath, and there seemed no reason to doubt his words. "I saw you some way off. I was afraid you would go in before I could reach you." "It is a week before the time," said she, reproachfully. "I said a fortnight from the last meeting." "My dear, you don't suppose I could wait a fortnight without trying to get a glimpse of you, even though you had declined to meet me? Would it make you angry to know that I have been along this path at dusk 3 or 4 times since our last meeting? Well, how are you?" She did not refuse her hand, but when he showed a wish to retain it a moment longer than mere formality required, she made it smaller, so that it slipped away from him, with, again, that same alarmed look which always followed his attempts in this direction. He saw that she was not yet out of the elusive mood, not yet to be treated presumingly, and he was correspondingly careful to tranquilize her. His assertion had seemed to impress her somewhat. "I had no idea you came so often," she said. "How far do you come from?" "From Exbury. I always walk from certain hours, for if I hire, people will know that I come, and my success with you so far had not been great enough to justify such openness. Now, my dear one, as I must call you, I put it to you, will you see me a little oftener as the spring advances?" Grace lapsed into unwonted sedateness, and, avoiding the question, said, "I wish you would concentrate on your profession and give up those strange studies that used to distract you so much. I'm sure you would get on." "It is the very thing I'm doing. I was going to ask you to burn, or at least get rid of, all my philosophical literature. It is in the bookcases in your rooms. The fact is, I never cared much for abstruse studies." "I'm so glad to hear you say that. And those other books, those piles of old plays, what good are they to a medical man?" "None whatever," he replied cheerfully. "Sell them at certain, for what they will fetch. And those dreadful old French romances, with the horrid spellings of Fils and On and Ils and Mary and Mafoy? You haven't been reading them, Grace?" "Oh no, I just looked into them, that was all." "Make a bonfire of them directly you get home. I meant to do it myself. I can't think what possessed me ever to collect them. I have only a few professional handbooks now, and am quite a practical man. I am in hopes of having some good news to tell you soon. And then, do you think you could come to me again?" "I would rather you did not press me on that just now," she replied, with some feeling. "You have said you mean to lead a new, useful, effectual life, but I should like to see you put it in practice for a little while before you address that query to me. Besides, I could not live with you." "Why not? Grace was silent a few instants. "I go with Marty to Giles' grave. We swore we would show him that devotion, and I mean to keep it up." "Well, I wouldn't mind that at all. I have no right to expect anything else, and I will not wish you to keep away. I like the man as well as any I ever knew. In short, I would accompany you a part of the way to the place, and smoke a cigar on the stile while I waited till you came back." "Then you haven't given up smoking?" "Well, no, I have thought of doing so, but—" His extreme complacence had rather disconcerted Grace, and the question about smoking had been to affect a diversion. Presently she said, firmly, and with a moisture in her eyes that he could not see, as her mind returned to poor Giles' frustrate ghost, "I don't like you to speak lightly on that subject, if you did speak lightly. To be frank with you, quite frank, I think of him as my betrothed lover still. I cannot help it, so that it would be wrong for me to join you." Fitzpiers was now uneasy. "You say your betrothed lover still," he rejoined. "When, then, were you betrothed to him, or engaged as we common people say?" "When you were away. How could that be?" Grace would have avoided this, but her natural candour led her on. "It was when I was under the impression that my marriage with you was about to be annulled, and that he could then marry me, so I encouraged him to love me." Fitzpiers winced visibly, and yet, upon the whole, she was right in telling it. Indeed, his perception that she was right in her absolute sincerity kept up his affectionate admiration for her under the pain of the rebuff. Time had been when the avowal that Grace had deliberately taken steps to replace him would have brought him no sorrow, but she so far dominated him now that he could not bear to hear her words, although the object of her high regard was no more. "It is rough upon me, that," he said bitterly. "Oh, Grace, I did not know you tried to get rid of me. I suppose it is of no use, but I ask, cannot you hope to find a little love in your heart for me again?" "If I could, I would have liked you, but I fear I cannot," she replied with illogical ruefulness. "And I don't see why you should mind my having had one lover beside yourself in my life, when you have had so many. But I can tell you honestly that I love you better than all of them put together, and that's what you will not tell me." "I'm sorry, but I fear I cannot," she said, sighing again. "I wonder if you ever will?" He looked musingly into her indistinct face, as if he could read the future there. "Now, have pity, and tell me, will you try?" "To love you again?" "Yes, if you can." "I don't know how to reply," she answered, her embarrassment proving her truth. "Will you promise to leave me quite free as to seeing you or not seeing you?" "Certainly. Have I given any ground for you to doubt my first promise in that respect?" She was obliged to admit that he had not. "Then I think that you might get your heart out of that grave," said he, with playful sadness. "It has been there a long time." She faintly shook her head, but said, "I will try to think of you more if I can." With this, Fitzpiers was compelled to be satisfied, and he asked her when she would meet him again. "As we arranged, in a fortnight." If it must be a fortnight, it must. This time at least, I'll consider by the day I see you again, if I can shorten the interval. Well, be that as it may, I shall come at least twice a week to look at your window. You must do as you like about that. Good night. Say, husband." She seemed almost inclined to give him the word, but exclaiming, "No, no, I cannot," slipped through the garden hedge and disappeared. Fitzpiers did not exaggerate when he told her that he should haunt the precincts of the dwelling, but his persistence in this course did not result in his seeing her much oftener than at the fortnightly interval which she had herself marked out as proper. At these times, however, she punctually appeared, and as the spring wore on, the meetings were kept up, though the character changed but little with the increase in their number. The small garden of the cottage, occupied by the Tadhg family, father, son, and now son's wife, allied with the larger one of the timber dealer at its upper end. And when young Tim, after leaving work at Melbury's, stood at dusk in the little bower at the corner of his enclosure to smoke a pipe, he frequently observed the surgeon pass along the outside track before mentioned. Fitzpiers always walked loiteringly, pensively, looking with a sharp eye into the gardens, one after another, as he proceeded. For Fitzpiers did not wish to leave the now absorbing spot too quickly after travelling so far to reach it, hoping always for a glimpse of her, whom he passionately desired to take to his arms anew. Now Tim began to be struck with these loitering progresses along the garden boundaries into the gloaming, and wondered what they boded. It was, naturally, quite out of his power to divine the singular, sentimental revival in Fitzpiers' heart, the fineness of tissue, which could take a deep, emotional, almost also an artistic pleasure in being the journeying enamorator of a woman he once had deserted, would have seemed an absurdity to the young sawyer. Mr. and Mrs. Fitzpiers were separated, therefore the question of affection as between them was settled. But his Suki had, since that meeting on their marriage day, repentantly admitted to the urgency of his questioning a good deal concerning her past levities. Putting all things together, he could hardly avoid connecting Fitzpiers' mysterious visit to this port with Suki's residence under his roof. But he made himself fairly easy. The vessel in which they were about to emigrate sailed that month, and then Suk could be out of Fitzpiers' way forever. The interval at last expired, and the eve of the departure arrived. They were pausing in the room of the cottage allotted to them by Tim's father, after a busy day of preparation, which left them weary. In a corner stood their boxes, crammed and corded, their large case for the hall having already been sent away. The firelight shone upon Suki's fine face and form as she stood looking into it, and upon the face of Tim seated in a corner, and upon the walls of his father's house, which he was beholding that night almost for the last time. Tim Tadhg was not happy. This scheme of immigration was dividing him from his father, for all Tadhgs would, on no account, leave Hintock. And had it not been for Suki's reputation and his own dignity, Tim would, at the last moment, have abandoned the project. As he sat in the back of the room, he regarded her moodily, and the fire and the boxes. One thing he had particularly noticed this evening: she was very restless, fitful in her actions, unable to remain seated, and in a marked degree depressed. "Sorry that you be going after all, Suki," he said. She sighed involuntarily. "I don't know but that I be," she answered. "'Tis natural, isn't it, when one is going away?" "But you wasn't born here as I was." "No." "There's folk left behind that you'd fain have with thee, I reckon." "Why do you think that?" "I've seen things, and I've heard things, and, Suki, I say 'twill be a good move for me to get thee away. I don't mind his livings abroad, but I do mind them at home." Suki's face was not changed from its aspect of listless indifference by the words. She answered nothing, and shortly after he went out for his customary pipe of tobacco at the top of the garden. The restlessness of Suki had indeed owed its presence to the gentleman of Tim's suspicions, but in a different, and it must be added in justice to her, more innocent sense than he supposed, judging from former doings. She had accidentally discovered that Fitzpiers was in the habit of coming secretly once or twice a week to Hintock, and knew that this evening was the favourite one of the 7 for his journey. As she was going next day to leave the country, Suki thought there could be no great harm in giving way to a little sentimentality by obtaining a glimpse of him quite unknown to himself or to anybody, and thus taking a silent last farewell. Aware that Fitzpiers' time for passing was at hand, she thus betrayed her feeling. No sooner, therefore, had Tim left the room than she let herself noiselessly out of the house, and hastened to the corner of the garden, whence she could witness the surgeon transit across the scene, if he had not already gone by. Her light cotton dress was visible to Tim, lounging in the arbour of the opposite corner, though he was hidden from her. He saw her stealthily climb into the hedge, and so ensconce herself there that nobody could have the least doubt. Her purpose was to watch unseen for a passer-by. He went across to the spot and stood behind her. Suki started, having in her blundering way forgotten that he might be near. She at once descended from the hedge. "So he's coming tonight," said Tim laconically, "and we be always anxious to see our dears." "He is coming tonight," she replied with defiance, "and we be anxious for our dears." "Then will you step indoors, where your dear will soon journey? We've to master by 3:30 tomorrow, and if we don't get to bed by 8 at latest, our faces will be as long as clock cases all day." She hesitated for a minute, but ultimately obeyed, going slowly down the garden to the house, where he heard the door latch click behind her. Tim was incensed beyond measure. His marriage had so far been a total failure, a source of bitter regret, and the only course for improving his case, that of leaving the country, was a sorry and possibly might not be a very effectual one. Do what he would, his domestic sky was likely to be overcast to the end of the day. Thus he brooded, and his resentment gathered force. He created the means of striking one blow back at the cause of his chillish plight, while he was still on the scenes of his discomfiture. For some minutes no method suggested itself, and then he had an idea. Coming to a certain resolution, he hastened along the garden and entered the one attached to the next cottage, which had formerly been the dwelling of a gamekeeper. Tim descended the path to the back of the house, where only an old woman lived at present, and reaching the wall, he stopped. Owing to the slope of the ground, the roof eaves of the LoraHe were here within touch, and he thrust his arm up under them, feeling about in the space on the top of the wall plate. "Ah, I thought my memory didn't deceive me," he leaped silently. With some exertion, he drew down a cobwebbed object, curiously framed in iron, which clanked as he moved it. It was about 3 feet in length and half as wide. Tim contemplated it as well as he could in the dying light of the day, and raked off the cobwebs with his hand. "That will spoil his pretty shins foreign, I reckon," he said. It was a man-trap. End of chapter 46.